Good morning, friends and traders. Welcome back to Topstep TV. It's a fresh day. It's a fresh week. How is everybody doing? This is the opening call for Monday, January 12th. I had to check the calendar there real quick. 2026. I'm JD in the middle. We got Hogue, John the Goat Hoagland. Over there on the right, we've got Coach Ray. Good morning, gentlemen. How are we doing today? Hogue, what's up?
Hey, good morning. Happy Monday, everyone. It's always kind of mixed emotions for me. Mondays typically not my best trading days, but I get to come back and start working on these markets again. So glad to be here. JD, great to see you. Ray, how you feeling this morning?
I'm feeling excellent. Got my lemon water, ran through my checklist. I'm ready to go.
All right, let's do it. Gold is open for business. We're going to take a look at that 1 minute opening range breakout trade in gold. We don't have any 730 numbers out this morning. We'll get to the eco calendar in just a minute. So I'm okay taking this trade. we had some buyers step in overnight. We had some buyers step in very recently too. So we've closed that initial 1 minute candle. We got a high 46.20 half, low 46.17.80. We might be triggering a short here, guys. Do we like the short side after all this overnight inventory to the long side? What do you think?
It's all-time highs in the overnight session. A lot of overnight inventory to the long side, so I don't hate the short.
Yeah, we're
If I
breaking
can
daily
choose.
levels. I mean, we haven't really closed above them yet, obviously, because we're talking about daily charts. But yeah, I think it's one of these extreme levels where we could get a little bit of a pullback. So a short wouldn't be the worst thing in the world.
All right. Well, we just got triggered into a short. I had a 2-lot loaded, so that's what we're in for. 46.18 half is our fill price. House count is short 2 micro gold from 46.18 half. Coming out swinging on this Monday morning. We're taking $100 worth of risk on this trade. 46.23 half is our CYA, just up above new all-time highs. So risky trade, trying to short at all-time highs, but that's the way you play these opening range breakout trades. They're very mechanical trades. Doesn't have a whole lot to do with trend. You're just playing the breakout of that initial 1 minute candle. If it closes above, you get long. If it closes below, you get short, and that's what we're doing. Not a whole lot of risk on this trade. $100 to start. We'll see how this plays out. All right. Well, we talked about that eco calendar. We've got quite a bit on the docket this week, guys. Let's see what is going on. Let's start with some talking Feds. We have 15 scheduled Fed governor speeches this week. 15. And if you were keeping up on the news at all over the weekend, you know there's some drama happening at the Fed right now. So there's 15 scheduled. I think there could be a lot more sneaking in throughout the week, too. So we'll keep you apprised on Talking Feds. Today alone, we've got Raphael Bostic speaking at 11:30 Central Time, Tom Barkin at 11:45 Central Time, and John Williams later this evening at 5 o'clock p.m. Central Time. Also on the docket today, we've got a 10-year note auction at 12 o'clock p.m. Central Time. Tomorrow, CPI, Consumer Price Index Day. That's going to be a big market mover. We'll be here, bell to bell. We're going to be talking through that right here on the opening call tomorrow, CPI Day. We've also got a 10-year note or a 30-year bond auction tomorrow. So they're the two big news events. New home sales will be out tomorrow morning also. PPI on Wednesday, CPI, then PPI. So CPI Tuesday, PPI Wednesday. We've also got crude inventories on Wednesday. Jobless claims on Thursday and natural gas inventories. And then Friday, we've got the housing market index, industrial production capacity utilization, the Baker Hughes rig count, as always, and a couple more talking Feds. We can get deeper into the Fed speech schedule a little later on, but we've got speakers lined up all week long, every day, all week long. That is a high-level overview of what to expect this week and today. As always, we've got one eye on the ditch for you. We'll be keeping an eye on the news, piping in as much as we possibly can throughout the week so you are never caught off guard. Taking a little bit of heat on this trade. I think we're about to print another new high.
We're toast.
We're toast. We got in better. We got in like mid-opening range. So
That's good.
we took a little risk off the table there. I'm not a big fan of this trade right now, though. It's tough shorting all-time highs, right?
It
Oh,
is.
my goodness.
It is.
And, well, now officially the all-time high is in regular trading hours. So we got that going.
Very true.
Which is nice.
Is this a C money? Is this a C money, take money type of opportunity? Should we not fall in love with the short side today? If it gives us anything, should we just take it? We're back to a scratch right now.
Let's see what happens. Only $100.
Let's see what happens. Only $100. All right, Hogue. Let's see if everybody knows what to do for the day. Let's take a look at that checklist. Tell us what we need to know to get ready for the trading day.
Everybody should have their checklist, and here's ours. Pre-market research. That's what we're doing here. Looking to see if we can find accurate context in these markets, good risk management, and patience. Morning checklist. Did you get your walk in? Did you walk the dog? You got your water? You got your coffee? Are you fed? Check. Mindset check. If you're not in the right mindset for trading, definitely think about stepping away. A poor mindset can certainly get into your decision-making processes. Trade entry checklist. I've got my pen. I've got my paper. I'm going to be writing those down so that I can do my post-market checklist after the end of the day. Take a look at those trades, review those trades, feel your way through those trades, and of course, as always, begin to prepare yourself for the next trading day. That is our daily checklist. Make sure you have yours. Make sure you do your homework. Otherwise, you don't get to play.
You don't get to play. All right, we talked about that Fed drama a few minutes ago. Oh, let me get a thumbs up in the back. Are we clear to Yes, we are. Yes, we are. All right. So, Fed Chairman Jerome Powell released a video yesterday, or a statement, on the criminal investigation opened up against him and the Fed. We've got Jerome Powell's full statement. It's about 2 minutes long. I'm going to keep an eye on this gold trade. I might peel one off at 1 hour if we get there. But let's listen to Chairman Powell's statement from yesterday on the investigation into the Fed.
Good evening. On Friday, the Department of Justice served the Federal Reserve with grand jury subpoenas, threatening a criminal indictment related to my testimony before the Senate Banking Committee last June. That testimony concerned in part a multi-year project to renovate historic Federal Reserve office buildings. I have deep respect for the rule of law and for accountability in our democracy. No one, certainly not the chair of the Federal Reserve, is above the law. But this unprecedented action should be seen in the broader context of the administration's threats and ongoing pressure. This new threat is not about my testimony last June or about the renovation of the Federal Reserve buildings. It is not about Congress's oversight role. The Fed, through testimony and other public disclosures, made every effort to keep Congress informed about the renovation project. Those are pretexts. The threat of criminal charges is a consequence of the Federal Reserve setting interest rates based on our best assessment of what will serve the public, rather than following the preferences of the president. This is about whether the Fed will be able to continue to set interest rates based on evidence and economic conditions, or whether instead monetary policy will be directed by political pressure or intimidation. I have served at the Federal Reserve under 4 administrations, Republicans and Democrats alike. In every case, I have carried out my duties without political fear or favor, focused solely on our mandate of price stability and maximum employment. Public service sometimes requires standing firm in the face of threats. I will continue to do the job the Senate confirmed me to do, with integrity and a commitment to serving the American people. Thank you.
Powerful statement from Fed Chairman Jerome Powell. He's ready for the fight. That's what it sounds like.
Yes, he is.
We will keep you posted on any new developments. Ooh, we just got a spike in gold. Bit of a rip. Something happened right there. Right at 7:30, we got a little liquidity injection in gold. Did the equities move at all just now? At the bottom of the hour. Let's take a look.
No, nothing in the equities I see.
Just gold, huh?
Yep.
All right. Speaking of gold, let's dig into some charts. Gold and silver. What happened overnight? We saw some movement. New all-time highs to start the regular trading hour session for gold. Hogue, Ray, tell us everything we need to know about these two markets.
All right. Well, Monday, starting with the weekly this time, we're still putting in higher highs. We're still putting in higher lows. The one-time framing remains intact here on the weekly chart. Just going to shoot to the daily real quick. We are at an upper trend line that we've got 1, 2, now 3 points of contact, kind of a critical area here. We are above this week's weekly kickoff high, which remained from the end of last year. We did that hasn't changed in a while, and we are now at risk of accepting above that. What are we looking for? We're looking for new buyers. Did we see new buyers on Friday? Yes, we did. We added 12,000 interest on this beginning of the push to the upside. There are new uncertainties in the market. You just saw Chairman Powell discussing one of those new uncertainties. Markets hate uncertainty, but gold certainly seems to like it. And again, still kind of one time framing higher. We've got a little bit of a trend line we're wrestling with now. Ray, is there anything on the daily chart that sticks out to you?
Yeah, I mean, it just seems like a market that wants to continue to go higher. I mean, I have this triangle pattern or Dorito pattern that I've drawn here on my charts. We're now above it. Now the question is, at the close of today, will it close as strong as it is? We have a candle that's developing here that has absolutely no wicks on either end of the candle, so it's quite the momentous candle here. Really not a whole lot of rejection up above the candle, but again, it's still very early in the session. We see that our DMI indicator below here is also indicating some strength in this move to the upside here. So yeah, it looks to me like it's a very bullish move here. So.
Ray, I also have the DMI and the ADX indicator on this chart. It's just set to look a little bit differently than yours. Yours is lines. Of course, the green is showing some relative strength. The red is lower. Obviously, we're seeing some potential increases in higher pricing by this DMI plus. ADX is currently on the daily chart at 27, so still seeing some pretty decent participation in that. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart now, Ray. And here we go. So overnight inventory is obviously long. The market opened, at this level, approximately 45.28, and we are continuing to see higher pricing coming in. Shorter time frame, weaker hands traders, lower volume. Although gold, you do see some participation probably of some longer time frame institutionals, especially overseas, and you saw some pretty decent volume on this push to the upside. The highest volume is what put in the high here now. So I want to put on this box here. This is the highest volume last night, the highest 30-minute volume. And we're starting to break out above that. So we're really kind of looking at a market that is continuing to present as strong. We're above VWAP. We're building possibly some pretty decent volume above that highest volume bar from overnight. So things are looking like we do see some strength here. The only thing that kind of has an opposite kind of feel to me is the fact that, yes, we do have a lot of overnight inventory to the long side. If they don't get what they're looking for, and that's continued buying coming into this market relatively early, we could see somewhat of a pullback, which is the only reason that we're probably still sitting in this opening range trade, which I don't have a lot of confidence in. The risk is very manageable. That's why we're sitting in it. And this trend line up here, the market dove up to that trend line. It's wrestling with it now. But as long as we can still see some continued volume above this highest volume bar from last night, I like the idea of seeing continuation to the upside. We did put in a new all-time high in the extended trading hour session last night. We have since taken that out during regular trading hours. This is a pivotal area. I believe anything, of course, can happen. But Ray, what are you seeing in this 30-minute chart, my friend?
Yeah, I mean, again, it's a market that's very much aligned with what we're seeing on the daily. A market that looks to want to head higher. I was kind of looking at that volume node that you had mentioned from a volume profile perspective, and I was looking at that high volume node as possibly an area for price to return at some point. The 45.94.50 seems to be kind of that logical place that we could potentially see price come back to, right? An area of balance. But again, as you can see on the bottom of your DMI indicator there, we do see that we've received a spike to the upside. We see that our ADX indicator is up at the 45 level, which is extremely bullish at this point. And outside of the fact that maybe again on my chart here, we saw a little bit of a blip to the downside on this bullish move. Everything is pointing to the upside. I'm honestly, I was while I was listening earlier, I'm kind of like trying to figure out a location where I could participate in this move and feel like I'm not taking a whole lot of risk to the upside. So I have this kind of newly formed volume node, or high volume node, second to the one that we have here on the bottom here at 44.77. 44.95 seems to be kind of that location. I'm kind of 44.94.5, around that range is kind of where I'm looking at, is maybe as an opportunity for maybe a little bit of a pullback and continuation move.
All right. Well, if we do get that pullback, that's going to look pretty good for the house account. We're basically still basically right at our entry point. So so you're saying there's a chance? Well,
I'm just to kind of maybe revisit this little, I guess, Dorito pattern, I guess, for lack of a better term, the consolidation pattern. The bottom end of that pattern is right around that 45.95 level. And that's kind of what I'm kind of saying. Maybe it's going to continue in this kind of pattern, kind of continuing to make this kind of grind higher. But yeah, that would be kind of my location. There's a lot of confluence there with the volume node and this pattern itself. So again, I'm going to be holding out for that rather than chase.
That 45.95 level is about halfway through that high volume bar from last night, kind of calling that the 45.93 approximately. We've got VWAP just below that, 45.89. Maybe some pretty decent opportunities to limit risk there.
Yeah, a lot of confluence there with some other indicators that we watch and care about.
Awesome. Well, the profile on Friday, normal variation, extreme, almost extreme, kind of a neutral normal variation day. The market opened and rallied the better part of the day, but we saw a pretty deep pullback, which, what do we have here? We have a session gap. We've now closed that session gap. But this afternoon pullback on Friday, which comes in at 44.91, and that's pretty close to an area that you were just talking about, isn't it, Ray?
Yeah, I mean that's a little bit below, but yeah, that's a lot lower than what I'm looking at the moment. But yes, I see some evidence of around the 44.95, or actually 45.95 is kind of what I was looking at. But there's another level down below that.
All right, awesome. So yeah, the profile, nothing really that impactful. There was no gap. Still, we are opening with a session gap here, so we're going to use session gap rules. We can't close this gap relatively early. We're looking for opportunities in the long direction. Weekly kickoff high was 45.60 even. That of course could be somewhat impactful or supportive, but it's right in the middle of the session gap that we put in last night. We're holding above it. The next measured move that I see that could possibly act as a weekly kickoff high would be 46.60, $40 higher. Not too much of a stretch for the market to kind of reach out to today. It looks like we're getting pretty close to being toast on this trade, but that's all right. That's what we're looking at as far as gold is concerned. We're going to just take a quick look at silver, if we can here. On the weekly chart, obviously, we've kind of broken out of basically like a 3-week balance in the overnight session. New all-time highs in the overnight session in silver as well. Take a look at the daily chart. So this box kind of represents the area of balance that we've been in for the last couple to 3 weeks. And we're breaking out above that. Okay, so this is balance to breakout rules. If this breakout is viewed as positive, as if it's doing well, if it's bringing volume, participation, this is something that we would probably want to go with on this breakout. Again, it's all-time highs, very similar to gold. Is there anything on the daily that you want to mention, Ray?
Yeah, I mean, it looks quite similar to what we were just saying about the gold, right? We are breaking some structure here to the upside above. Was this around 80 65, around the 81 level? And now we're kind of up at this 85 level, so we're well above that level. Assuming that we close in that same direction, as you mentioned, with some volume to support it, then it appears that the market wants to make another leg higher, another maybe potential measure move up to the upside. So yeah, it looks very similar to what we just said about the gold market, a market that looks quite bullish to the upside.
Okay. Take a look at the 30, see if we get any help from this. And again, it's a very similar situation. New all-time high in the overnight session, new overnight high now in the regular trading hours session. Overnight inventory, long. Here's the start last night. Here's where we are now. Shorter time frame, weaker hands. I mean, still some pretty decent volume in this from last night. The highest volume bar, very similar to what we were looking at in gold. We are above that, and if we hold above that and we see some decent volume coming in above this level, there's nothing to say that this market can't continue the push to the upside. Now, I've been working on creating some weekly kickoff levels for silver. I'm still doing my research in that, and maybe next week we'll have some kind of more solid weekly kickoff levels in that. But as long as we're holding above this high volume bar here, holding above VWAP, which is 83.50 and some change there, kind of right at the top of that high volume bar. I do like the idea of seeing some continuation to the upside. We did leave a session gap between Friday and this morning's session. So with that session gap, we have the idea of, if we can't close that gap relatively early, we're looking for opportunities in the direction of the gap. The trend is to the upside. Everything is coming up roses, at least for now, for the equity, for the silver. The only thing about it is there's a whole lot of weaknesses in structure down below, and those are only going to become important when they become important. There's a naked points of control, session gaps, weekend gaps. These are all levels that kind of remain unchecked in regular trading hours. So I'll be watching those if the market does turn as potential targets for opportunities. Ray, anything you want to mention?
Again, we're a little bit extended here up to the upside. We're starting maybe to see a couple of candles where we see some evidence of maybe some seller participation up here at the highs. I've kind of marked this 84.55, 84.54 level as kind of a level that of interest for me, because this is the most recent area where we saw some evidence of sellers. So that would be kind of a logical location for maybe price to pull back to and continue from. And then we have VWAP down below here at 83.875. That would be, again, another logical location for price to, kind of continue here. But I'm kind of looking at that level right around 84.575, assuming that we're going to continue in this kind of strong move. That would be kind of the first logical place to maybe to find some of our participants that would be willing to kind of take this to maybe for another leg higher there. So 84.55, 84.56, somewhere in that range would be kind of a logical place for maybe a small little pullback for kind of a continuation move. Everything on the bottom here, is indicating quite a bit of strength here. DMI getting a reading around 43. The positive DI is obviously above. We're seeing that on the markets. If anything, right now, I would say that maybe the market maybe is a tad extended, and I think it's maybe overdue for maybe a little bit of a pullback.
All right, so we've got the ATR. Let's see where we're at as far as extension of this ATR. We're already, I think, beyond the average true range for silver. We're 5.6. $5.67, ATR 460. So yes, we are maybe a little bit extended here, but you know, these markets, man, they can pretty much do anything. ACH, baby. We shall see. Thank you, Ray, for your thoughts
welcome.
there for gold and crude. Excuse me, gold and silver.
Yeah,
that's what we're looking at here. It's Monday morning. Holy cow, already, and these markets are moving.
yes,
These markets are moving indeed. We did get tagged out on that gold trade. Small paper cut to start the week, down $106 in the house account. We're going to take a look at the crude oil opening range breakout trade at the top of the hour. Opening bell for crude oil, 8 o'clock a.m. Central Time. Let's take a look at what happened overnight. Stocks in Asia closed higher. We had the Hang Seng Index close up 1.44%. The Nikkei up 1.61%, and the Shanghai Composite up 1.09%. Big moves for stocks in Asia. Overnight, stocks in Europe trading a little bit mixed right now. We've got the DAX up 0.4%, the FTSE up 0.03%, and the CAC is up 0.01%. It was down just marginally a few minutes ago, making a little bit of a comeback. U.S. dollar index down about 0.5%, 98.676 last on the dollar. The VIX up 10% this morning, 9.8%, I should say, 15.91 on the VIX. And the yield on the 10-year Treasury note, U.S. 10-year Treasury note, resting gently, comfortably at 4.189%. Don't forget, we do have a 10-year note auction at 12 o'clock p.m. Central Time today. Set your alarms for that. Could create a little bit of volatility in these markets. We just got another rip in gold. Looks like our stop was justified. I was going to say for a minute, did it look like our stop was a better entry? Not looking that way anymore. We've got buyers stepping in right now. But let's get into some equities. Ray Hogue, what's going on in the S&P 500 today?
All right. So as always on Mondays and Fridays, I like to look a little bit further out. We're going to start today with the weekly chart. New all-time highs. The uptrend continues. The question for me is always, okay, it's putting in new highs. How good of a job is it doing in getting there? On Friday, we had just below average volume, but we did add 9,400 new contracts in open interest. It's actually the weekly chart, so basically average volume. I'm going to go to the daily now. I know what the heck I'm talking about here. So yeah, all new time highs. Average volume, let's just call it average volume. It's basically right at the moving average of volume. Adding 9,400 in open interest, that's new longs. What did we say that we needed last week? Basically all week for any kind of acceptance above this area of balance. We needed new business. We needed new buyers, and they came in on Friday. There was a pretty kind of a deep kind of a pullback at the end of the day on Friday that we'll take a look at in the 30-minute chart that I know Jim Dalton is kind of focused on. But we have new information and new uncertainties in the marketplace. Yes, this Powell thing, is affecting the markets. It's likely to continue to affect the markets as long as it remains in the news cycle. So new all-time highs last on Friday. In regular trading hours, increased open interest, new uncertainties. Got to keep an eye on the ditch always. Ray, what do you think of this daily chart?
I honestly think it's a mark. I mean, it looks like a chart that's maybe laboring a little bit to the upside. We're seeing a little bit more in the way of overlapping kind of price candles here. We're up against a level that we've been here historically and have kind of found maybe some sellers in this particular case. And we are developing a bearish candle. Now I'm looking at the DMI, not overly impressed with the overall direction. If we do say it's bullish, it is bullish only by a hair. And, our momentum is down at the 10 level, which is well below, kind of give us an indication that it's not very strong. Right, if there is any momentum right now, it's not very strong in either direction. We're seeing a lot in the way of, if I'm based on my DMI here, we're seeing a lot in the way of overlapping DI and negative DI, and we also have a developing bearish candle. So I'm kind of thinking that maybe we make another leg to kind of revisit maybe the point of control here of this volume profile. maybe on the right-hand side, right? Maybe around 69.10 seems like a logical place for price to maybe take another peek at. And maybe at that point we continue our grind to the upside, because the market does seem to be intent on grinding its way higher, mainly because of lack of participation. Right, the market will naturally gravitate up because of a lack of participation, I guess, from some of these bigger players. So it's kind of what I'm seeing.
All right. Oops, hang on a second. All right, let's take a look at the 30. Because, yeah, we're going to see maybe some good information here. So we barely took out the previous March contract all-time high on Friday. It was a slow grind. It was one of those, don't sell a quiet Friday market till the very end. We saw a pretty decent pullback there. And, this pullback is significant in the fact that, there was probably just some long liquidation before the weekend. Dalton's putting a little bit higher value on that level. Let's just call it 7,003 approximately. Settlement, we've got not too far from there, 7,005. We've got a volume point of control in that area as well. If the market does give us an opportunity there, that gives us opportunity to limit risk. So what do we see last week? We saw on Wednesday a potential breakout to the upside above this trend line and above last week's weekly kickoff high, which I've grayed out here on my chart, 69.95. I still believe it to be somewhat impactful because, again, we looked above it on Friday. We did close above it, but now we're back down below it. Overnight inventory, obviously, is a little bit short. Here's where we opened. Here's where we are now. So a little bit of overnight inventory to the short side. Probably not going to be opening with a gap, which I'm kind of viewing as something a little bit positive. If we were in real trouble, I would think that we would probably look to open below Friday's low. We haven't chosen to do that. We've got these late spikes that still might be impactful. Now, the real late spike from Wednesday was right there. It was 69, 67, 75. I'm going to take this one off of there just to simplify things a little bit. And then there's all of that exactness that we've been kind of talking about on the 30-minute chart. And, here's where all that exactness comes in. Exact. And that might still be somewhat impactful. I'm kind of viewing that level as pivotal because it means something to somebody. Obviously, we've got another test of it there from the other direction. And it does seem to be, it does seem to mean something to somebody. And if that's still the case, it could still become impactful in today's session. But we're below value, in range, no gap. Ray, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, again, I mean, we have a lot of in the Asia and London sessions there. There's a lot of people that are short on this market. I kind of drew this level down below just to kind of give me an indication of where my buyers might be. I'm seeing that maybe 69, 61, maybe as low as 69.40 could be a logical location for folks to be on the buy side. We did get a reaction prior to that, so I don't know if that to kind of read into that at all. But we are below a lot of the things that we care about, the VWAPs and some of these EMAs here on the that I have here, indicating that there is still maybe some downside pressure in this market. We are below value from Friday, so again, giving us maybe a market view that we are still bearish, I would say, on this, at least on the last couple of days here. And then that value area low seems like a nice juicy level there if I'm going to participate to the downside here at maybe 69, 88, 50. Seems like a logical place for me to maybe kind of hang out, to look for maybe an opportunity to maybe for a continuation move to the downside. DMI indicators really not giving me any indication. I have a falling momentum. I have a falling negative DI. So whatever momentum we think that we're in right now, it doesn't seem to be overly strong. So maybe we are picking up some momentum on maybe some buying pressure as we come into some of these lows that we have here on the left-hand side. So we'll have to wait and see. Again, I think this is, for me, this is more of a wait and see kind of market. I don't think this is necessarily something that we want to aggressively come in, because I'm not seeing anything very directional, and the indicators are not telling me that there's a lot of momentum behind it at the moment.
Mm-hmm. You love that ADX, man. I used to stare at that thing.
Yeah, no, I'd say I think it's as a compliment. I think obviously price, candles obviously trump everything. Price trumps everything, but as a secondary kind of look, I think it's great to have that as a guide.
A little confirmation, maybe. So
yeah,
all right.
Yeah.
You mentioned the moving averages. I mean, we've got VWAP right at our current price. We also have the 100 session and the 200 session simple moving average right in that same area. So a little bit of confluence here, even with the base of the late spike from Wednesday. So interesting area here. The market's not open yet, but it does kind of bode as some potential opportunity. We did have a normal variation extreme day. In other words, settlement and volume of the point of control was outside of the initial balance on a push to the upside. One thing about the 30-minute chart is we have excess on the low. We're in that excess now. We have a low excess high. It's not really necessarily a weak high. There's a couple of extra TPOs sticking out the top there, but it's not a very strong rejection at that high. Now we do see more rejection on the daily chart. Okay, there's excess up there because of that pullback at the end of the day. But on the 30-minute chart, there's potentially a somewhat of an unfinished upside auction on this profile. Anyway, that's what we're looking at for the ES. Man, it's only Monday.
Mm-hmm.
So it always seems to be a slow start, I think, as far as kind of getting back into the rhythm of the markets for me on Mondays. Ray, I don't know about how you feel about that, but I'm always trying to be extra patient on Mondays.
Yeah, no, my go time is between Tuesdays and Thursdays. Those are kind of my go days. Mondays and Fridays. Mondays, I want to take it slow. Fridays, if I've had a good week, I want to even take it slower. So Tuesdays through Thursdays are usually my go time where I want to focus in. I want to ease into the week for sure.
Ease on in. There you go.
Ease on in.
Right. All right, that's what we're looking at for the ES. Coming into the open for crude oil here, guys.
Crude oil's opening in just about 30 seconds. We put in a new all-time high in gold just a few minutes ago, 46.30.80. New all-time high in gold. All right, a quick note on crude oil prices, or gas prices as we go into the crude oil opening. AAA says the national average price for gasoline is at its lowest since March 2021. What you're paying at the gas pump on average is the lowest since 2021. AAA says the national per gallon price is now $2.81. Meanwhile, GasBuddy released a forecast on gas prices for this year. It projects the lowest prices will be for drivers along the Gulf Coast and the South, below $3 a gallon. Prices above $3 are forecast for California, the Northeast, and Chicago. There are questions about Venezuela's impact on the oil market. President Donald Trump has said the country will turn over up to 50 million barrels of oil to the U.S. However, a GasBuddy analyst tells Forbes magazine that it's too early to tell how that could affect gas prices for U.S. drivers. Coach Ray, what are you paying for a gallon of gas in San Francisco in the Bay Area?
You don't want to know.
There? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's probably right now hovering at that 440 level for a regular gas, somewhere in that range.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, not a pleasant trip to the gas station. Let me just say.
Brutal. That's brutal. All right, crude oil is open for business, guys. We're going to look at that 1 minute opening range breakout in crude, same as we did in gold. Let's get into those charts, though, and I will butt in if we get triggered into a trade here.
All right. Thank you, JD. So on the weekly, I mean, it's almost kind of redundant to keep showing this. I mean, yes, there's lower highs, there's lower lows on the weekly chart. Still, even the short time frame, lower highs, lower lows. But overall, very much still somewhat range bound.
Mhm.
On the daily chart, we've got a new weekly kickoff high, 60.80. Is that new? Yes, it was 58.80 before. We broke out above that. Now it's just monitoring for continuation to the upside. We've got a lot of barriers for that continuation. However, on Friday, we had some pretty decent volume and an increase in open interest of 17,000. Today is the 12th of the month. We are in rollover. By the end of the week, I fully expect to be trading the March contract. So, that in mind, the tendency for the longer traders is to try and keep the market somewhat range bound. Range bound is a big word that we've been using a lot around crude oil. Just keep in mind, it is rollover. Volume and open interest will be extremely difficult, even more difficult than usual in crude oil to use as information. Ray, this daily chart, what's it telling you?
Yeah, I mean, again, like you said, I think it's a market that's in range. I mean, I think we've been saying this before. I mean, the upper end of the range is around the 60 level. The lower end of the range is 55. So I think, again, for us, I think we need to continue to look for those extreme areas to participate in the market. I think the market is still trying to get its, I would say of late, maybe trying to get maybe a little bit of its footing to the upside, maybe a little bit. But like you mentioned, we still have this area above around the 60 level that we still need to get through to really kind of embrace, kind of the maybe a potential bullish move in this market, right? So otherwise, we've been kind of ranging, right? We've been ranging since the beginning of December here between the 60 and 55 level, and we continue to do so. We're getting a little bit of reaction up against this 59.75 level. We got a selling wick here, and then another, kind of selling wick that's developing in today's daily candle, really not giving me any indication on the DMI as to the direction of this. We have a falling ADX indicating there's really no strength behind any of this. Pretty much the positive and the negative are kind of meeting. So again, really no separation between these two, indicating that there's really no direction going on in crude oil, which is probably not a surprise based on what we're seeing on the charts.
We had Anne-Marie and Hoop on group coaching on Friday, and Hoop reminded me that that for the last 15 years, it seems as though crude targets evens, 20s, halves, 80s, and evens. So I went back and I looked, and it's something I had forgotten about. I mean, we used to say, it's the crude stops on the 80s, crude stops on the 20s, the big fat round numbers, of course, and sometimes on the halfway or the 50s. And I went back and looked at all my weekly kickoff levels from last year. Exorbitantly often does the weekly kickoff come on the even, the 20, the 50, or the 80. Right. This week's 60.80 weekly kickoff high, 55.80 weekly kickoff low. That is not by that is not by design. It's by using the formulas and the ideas that I always use to kind of create these levels. But it just reminded me, and I looked at them today, I'm like, hey, 80s. Hey, Oop was just talking about that. Unbelievable. Yeah. All right, so let's take a look at the 30. All right. So it would suffice to say that it still seems to be somewhat true. Overnight inventory, what do we have? We don't really have much. Here's where the open is. Here's where we've just opened. We're pretty much flat. We're below value. Value low on this platform is right around 59.05. We are holding above a trend line that does have at least 3, maybe 4, maybe 5 points of contact. It put in our overnight high on Thursday into Friday. We broke out above it on some decent volume. We did close above it. It is showing a degree of support in today's session, but I'm still looking and seeing that this market is in very short time frame control. Why? Well, look at the high on Friday. The high on Friday was this naked point of control, 59.73. We talked about taking off the opening range trade up at that level, and it put in the high. The market is targeting short time frame levels. Look at the low. Here's another target for the short that we took on what is this, Monday maybe? So we were short. We were looking at targets, the all out, the extreme target that we were looking at was this naked point of control from back here on the 2nd of January. What was that level? 56.93. And as the market continued to close and continued to push lower, that's about where we got out of one of those shorts. And it turned out to be a really good idea. So when you look at this, the market is targeting short time frame levels. It's still in short time frame control. And the longer time frame is going to enjoy that as they go through rollover. Ray, anything on the 30-minute chart that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing that. I'm seeing that level there that we kind of I'm developing a little bit, maybe a little bit of a demand zone here around this 58.69 level. You talked about 58, these 80s, right? Maybe 58.80 might be that zone, right? To maybe kind of consider. But right now we're below we're below value from Friday. It seems like we're trying to get back inside value, assuming that we can maybe break above this 59 level. I think maybe we make a full rotation back to the highs. Maybe that's enough for maybe a little bit of a scalp trade that we can take kind of as a kind of a range rotation type of trade. Again, we're at a level. I see a logical place where we can, where my stop would live, right? And don't need to take a whole lot of risk to maybe potentially participate in a move that would take me maybe back up to 59.50. But I think I still need to see a little bit more evidence that that's a possibility. I still need to see price get back inside value from Friday, maybe get above maybe my VWAP, maybe my 9 EMA, and that could potentially offer me maybe an opportunity to the upside. Otherwise, we can continue down to that next level that I have below, right? So again, maybe another trip down to 58 is not out of the realm of possibility here. So that's kind of what I'm looking at right now. We're kind of in the middle, really, kind of deciding exactly which direction. You've heard people say, right? You've heard me say this all the time. We don't diddle in the middle. And that's kind of where we're at right now, right? We're in the middle, really need to figure out exactly where the participants want to take the market. And we'll have to just continue to monitor this market if we plan on trading it.
All right. Well, Ray, you picked out one number, 58.80. That was last week's weekly kickoff high, and it's on the 80s. So we'll see if that provides any good opportunity. Below, again, we have a session gap from Thursday to Friday. Closing that session gap could take us down to 57. Guess what? 82. There's those 80s again. So we will see. Ray, thank you for the thoughts.
You're welcome.
The profile on Friday, P-shaped, not supported by a drop in open interest by looking at like possible short covering. Opening range was the dead ass low. We had negative delta on a move to the upside, indicating possibly longer time frame buyers, but just by the way the price is being targeted by short time frame levels, I don't see those as being longer time frame buyers. I see those as being shorter time frame buyers that could possibly be stuck at this recent high. Just our thoughts. That's it for crude.
All right, let's move on. As far as that crude oil opening range breakout trade goes, we took out the high of the opening range and the low of the opening range before triggering a trade, which invalidates the trade according to the rules that we play by here. So no trade in crude oil, and we're right back. We just tested the opening range one more time. Seen a little bit of buying stepping in. All right. As far as news goes, Macy's plans to close 14 of its stores in 12 states across the country. Let's run it. Macy's, the company says the closures are part of Macy's strategy to shrink its footprint in the United States. The department store chain says its goal is to better serve customers and support long-term growth. And the closures will allow Macy's to invest more in stores that are doing well and expand its digital presence. Nearly 2 years ago, the company announced plans to close 150 underperforming stores by the end of this year. And it's happening. 14 more Macy's closings coming up very shortly. All right, we got a few minutes left to get through the NASDAQ Hogue. Ray, let's give the people what they want. Thank you. Let's rip it.
All right, let's do it. All right. I was bummed when Marshall Fields closed and Macy's took it over. We'll have to see about that in State Street. But NASDAQ, okay, attempted breakout to the upside. We have the Dorito formation, the pennant formation. We broke out and closed above it on Friday. How was the volume? Wasn't great. Wasn't tremendous. About average, looks like. We added 7,600 in open interest. That's the estimated increase in number of contracts added on Friday. So we saw what we were looking for. We saw new buying coming in. Is it the longer time frame, the shorter time frame, or no time frame? Well, we're pulling back as of today. Yes, we have new uncertainties, new information in the marketplace, and those are certainly affecting price on the daily chart. Did we just trap some longs on Friday? Kind of the way it seems with this new information, new uncertainties in the market. Ray, what are you looking at here on the daily chart?
Yeah, I mean, again, similar to what we were saying about the ES, it seems like a market that continues to be in some sort of range. It seems like we're at the upper end of that range. We're coming into the apex of that little Dorito pattern that you have drawn there. So I think there's a move in the horizon. Unfortunately, I can't tell you exactly what the direction is going to be, but it is a market that seems to be coiling and about to make some sort of move in some direction. Unfortunately, we don't know exactly what that direction is going to be. It seems to be in the middle of that pattern. We'll just have to wait and see as we kind of play out the next couple of few days here. Maybe that'll offer us maybe a better opportunity for maybe a momentum or kind of breakout trade in one direction or the other.
I guess we have to see how aggressive this thing about the Fed is and how long traders keep that in front of their mind. Traders have a tendency to have very short memories, so we'll see how that plays out. It almost seems like all we did was just kind of expand this upper trend line a little bit, because it does give us 2 points of contact, maybe even 3 points of contact along this high up here. So I'm going to put that there for now. Moving averages, we've got the 50 and the 20 session simple moving average down near the lows. Our overnight low is basically the October 10th high. That day still seems to be affecting price in one way or another whenever it is approached. So let's take a look at the 30 and talk about overnight inventory. Yeah, we're a little bit short. That's all right. There's where we opened. Here's where we are now. We are below value low on this platform, coming in at 25,775. We're right again. We've got all these moving averages right in the neighborhood. We've got the 100, we've got the 200, we've got the 20, and we've got the 50 that are all within reach today, and all probably, possibly going to be impactful to the trading day today. We couldn't take out, Friday's low. We couldn't take out that October 10th high. What do you think, Ray?
I don't know. I don't know about you, but I'm kind of seeing a little bit of a head and shoulder pattern. I think, we see that head there in the middle, and then maybe a shoulder there on the left hand side, and maybe a right shoulder kind of developing on the right there. So this head and shoulder pattern would actually lead us to maybe a potential downside move, right? In this market, right? And we know that we can, kind of take a measure of the head down to the neckline, where I have my point of control there, and that could tell us maybe a potential target for a downside move in this market, right? So that's kind of what I'm seeing. That's the pattern that kind of jumped out at me as I looked at this 30-minute chart. But like you said before, I mean, this looks a lot like what we saw in the ES. A lot of overnight shorts in this market, right? ADX is not really giving us much momentum in any sort of direction here at the moment. But if we are to believe what these folks overnight is that maybe we are headed either remain in range or maybe potentially lower. Is kind of what I'm seeing. I think it's important if we are going to remain short that we need to stay below this 70.87.50, which is the value area low from Friday. That's the area we need to stay below if we're going to kind of continue in the downside. And it would be a location that I would be looking for, to be quite honest, for a continuation opportunity.
Awesome. Yeah, you got kind of a couple of different kind of patterns here. You got kind of an M pattern. You got a kind of a double top up there as well. Yeah, there may be some nuances that are saying, yeah, this thing might be looking for a bit of more of a pullback. I mean, you know, S&P's put in a new all-time high on Friday. To quote Marcellus Wallace, we're pretty freaking far from all-time highs in the NASDAQ. We are pretty freaking far. So NASDAQ certainly presenting as the weaker of the two. The profile on Friday, normal variation, extreme day, both the point of control and settlement closed outside of the initial balance high. So that we could certainly see, with the open interest increase, some trap longs up there. We shall see. There's your NASDAQ. That crazy NASDAQ.
That crazy NASDAQ. Excellent. Thank you, Hogue. Thank you, Ray, for the context and the analysis. All right, guys, we got a big day of TV lined up for you today. Guess who's coming on? Let's go through the schedule real quick. Coming up next in Fast Markets, Coach J. It's a Coach J takeover in Fast Markets while Andre gallivants around South America. Jay, Jack, and Hogue will be here, and we got a couple rotating guests coming in. OFAC will be here from 8:30 to 9:30, Vince from 9:30 to 10, and Dakota from 10 to 11. That's your Fast Market schedule. A lot of people coming in and out. We're going to be trading it up. It's going to be a great time. Hogue will be back at 11 o'clock Central Time for the morning recap. He's going to go over some trades that we took here in the opening call and any potential trades that we take during Fast Markets. At 11:15, I will be back with Dolby Time and Diamond Hands George for a Power Players segment. 12 o'clock Central Time, Jack will be here with Risk Manager Aaron. They're going to roast and toast a couple traders, look over some live leaders, and see what's happening in the world of our live funded traders here at Topstep. Group coaching, Hogue, Deanna, and Anne-Marie. That should be a great one. Don't miss it. We're going to pin a form to the top of the chat in just a little while. If you have a question for either Hogue, Deanna, or Anne-Marie, grab that form, fill it out, and they will answer your question right here live on Topstep TV. 1 o'clock p.m. Central Time, Trade with Topstep. I'll be back with the Chef and Gabe. And then we're closing out the day in Power Hour with Jack, Dakota, and Dolby Time. Stick around, folks. Plenty of tradertainment coming your way here on this Monday. We're here bell to bell, whistle to whistle, all day long. Topstep TV. How about those Bears, guys? We didn't talk about the Bears at all, did we?
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
Yes.
Man, I was real nervous about that one. That first half was pretty ugly.
Mm-hmm.
They sure like making us bite our fingernails, don't they? Ooh.
I call them the cardiac kids.
The cardiac kids, yeah.
The last time I felt like that during a football game was the 85 Bears when McMahon was all busted up. He had like broken ribs, and we were playing the Vikings, and they put him in, and his first play threw like a 70-yard bomb to Willie Galt for the touchdown.
Oh, wow.
And that turned the game around. It was unbelievable. And anybody who remembers those names like Jim McMahon and Willie Galt and
Refrigerator Perry.
Yep. Those 85 Bears were something special. And I'm hoping we're going to see that with these Bears, but who knows? We'll see.
He's Speedy Willie and he's world class. That's from the Super Bowl Shuffle.
Yeah.
All right, guys, we got one more piece of news to share with you. Do you remember where you were 19 years ago? Let's run it. What is the 19th anniversary of today?
An iPod. A phone. Are you getting it? This is one device. And we are calling it iPhone.
19 years ago this week, this began its takeover of all of our lives.
And to unlock the phone, I just take my finger and slide it across.
So the other things that were happening the year that Steve Jobs did that, The Sopranos finale, the last book in the Harry Potter series came out, just in case you want to feel like it was a long time ago. But think about how completely different our lives are now than they were before Steve Jobs rolled out that invention. And in the intervening 19 years, it seems like it's taken us until now to finally feel the real backlash as it basically rewires kids' brains especially, but also adults. The addictive nature of the smartphone and the attention economy that it created. I mean, when are you ever without your smartphone? If you have kids, how many fights have you had with them about whether or not they should get a phone at all? And as we go forward, I mean, the fundamental question as we look at this anniversary, do you love your phone or do you hate how much you love it?
Good stuff. I actually went digging through the archives this morning and I found some old tech. I've got an old iPhone 4S here for everybody. I looked it up on eBay. It's worth about $8 if anybody wants to send it, or maybe I'll just give it out as a prize.
Nice.
I've got the charger too. That might make it worth like $9. All right, guys, we got to roll out of here. Hogue, take us home. Coach Ray, thanks for joining us. We'll catch up with you later in the week for sure. But we got some work to do. Take it away, Hogue.
Thanks, JD. Missed you this weekend, although we did have some communication about that Bears game, which, again, that was amazing. Ray, as always, thank you for joining us this morning. And of course, thanks to all of you for joining us this morning. You know, it was a rough weekend for Jerome Powell, and in more ways than one. Folks, we lost a good one, guys. We lost a good one. Bobby Weir, 78 years old. Rest in peace. Thanks for the music. Thanks for the peace. Bobby, you are gonna be sorely missed. I'm really happy that I did have the opportunity. I mean, I saw The Dead with Jerry. I don't know how many times. I got more concerts than I do fingers on my hands with Jerry and Bobby and the whole band. But I did get the chance to have my kids see Bobby with Dead and Company at Soldier Field a couple of years ago. Just glad that they had that opportunity. We had a blast. Thanks again, Bobby, for the music and for everything. And well, folks, back to trading. It is Monday, and Mondays are always seem to be a day to kind of get back into the swing of things. I mean, you take a vacation. It takes time to get back into the markets. You take a weekend, and it always seems to be like, okay, I've got to get my feet back on the ground here, and I've got to start looking at these markets, finding that context, looking for those hypotheses, and trading to those hypotheses. It can be a challenge, and I believe, in part, it's one of the reasons why Mondays have never been my best trading days. And you should be keeping track of the days that you seem to be able to perform better. For me, Monday's not the best day, so I'm usually going to be very patient. I may miss some opportunities, but I'm certainly not going to go searching for trades. If I go searching for trades, I'll find them. I can just change time frames until I find something that I like, but I cannot do that because history tells me that that's a bad idea. So take your time getting involved on Mondays. There's new information, new uncertainties in the marketplace. Put those into your hypotheses. Take a look at the markets, what the nuances in the market are saying, and then put together those hypotheses. And when the market starts to show truth to one of those hypotheses, it should give you hopefully a good process, a good plan, and a good strategy to trade to that hypothesis until proven wrong. Now, the S&Ps, again, traded to all-time highs on Friday. The NASDAQ, pretty effing far away from it. There's a little bit of a difference there, and we've been seeing that difference in some of the information that we've been getting from the equities markets. You know, we're seeing open interest heading in different directions on certain days. Certainly, Delta has been heading in different directions on certain days, which just again helps to kind of cross my eyes a little bit. So be careful getting in. RIP Bobby. Taking a look at the top of the chat this morning, a lot of my regular early birds here. Shubham, good morning. Dan Trader, Anastasios, Acoustic Immersion, good morning. Chillin, once again, love that chat name. Psycho Bear, that's kind of something I haven't seen before. Welcome, Psycho Bear. We got Benji Mag, we got Charles Henry, we got Alexandre, we have Gorillionaire, we have Man Caves, we got Budagoli, we got Levinicod, something like that. And welcome, everybody. We are certainly happy that you are here. As always, make sure you stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading. Humble, grateful. We are all so lucky to have the opportunities that we have in these markets. Creative, accept what the market is telling you. Stay centered. Don't want to be too happy. Don't want to be too joyful. You don't want to be too unhappy. Try and trade from a place of being calm and centered. We are headed now. It's going to be difficult not to be excited. We are coming into fast markets right now in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on!
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Fast Markets. Yeah. Fast Sunday nights, too. We got OFEC in the house. Jay, is that mic working? Apparently not. I think he said that we're going to wait to make any Bears references until Dakota comes in at 11. I'm going to pretend that I haven't seen the game yet, that I turned it off. So we'll see how that goes. OFEC, good morning. Good to have you back on Fast Markets. You got any trades on yet, or what are you thinking about this open?
Nah, just wait for the open 2 minutes. I have 2 minutes for the open. I want to see us go up. I want to see longs for the day. You know, it's Monday without news. We have tomorrow's CPI, so we need to be patient. Take only A+ setup, so let's wait for the open. Okay?
Definitely. I mean,
Can you hear me now, Jack?
Yes. Yeah. Welcome, Jay, VIP coach of the
What's going
Lunatics.
on, guys?
Take it.
What's going on, guys? Good morning, everybody. Jack, I think you're going to wait until Dakota comes on, like you said, for the Bears talk. But congrats to the city of Chicago. It was a great game. I actually fell asleep because I thought it was over. And I woke up to my brother saying, hey, Jay, they caught up. So shout out to the Chicago Bears. Great day of football Saturday and Sunday. We got some trading to do. OFEC, you said you're looking for the markets to go up right now. We got the NASDAQ trading 25,743. Let us know what we're looking at. You're going to wait a couple minutes. We got markets making all-time highs, gold and silver. Should have a good trading day. Jack, did you say you didn't watch the game?
Yeah. I turned the game off in the third quarter, and I still actually don't know who won. I wasn't listening to you right there. I'll ask Dakota when he comes in.
Got you. Sounds good. Well, we got the equities pushing to the upside there. There is that bell, 25,787 last trade in the NASDAQ, 69.73 last trade in the S&P. OFEC, you are only trading the NASDAQ, is that correct?
Yeah, right.
Awesome stuff. Let us know if you get into any trades. The house account, I believe, is flat right now on the opening range trade. Did take a gold opening range trade out of that one. Gold trading 46.02 currently. Jack, when things slow down, I want to get your opinion on what happened with the Fed over the weekend. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say on that note, I'm pretty hesitant to take any trade early in the session. I feel like last night was sort of the news that a few years ago would have just tanked the equity indices, but very resilient on all the dip buying now. I'm gonna let things settle in. It's Monday. Once again, we got that news last night, and Ofik mentioned CPI coming up. Let's just see. We're bouncing a little bit off the open.
Yes, we are 25,805 last trade in the NASDAQ. Looks pretty thin in the NASDAQ right now, looking at that order book. Kind of bouncing around, a bunch of ones and twos.
I think it's gonna be hard to take a trade right now.
Looks pretty thin. Ofik, if you do trade, you're trading the micros, is that correct?
Yeah, the micros.
Gotcha.
Probably the most surprising thing for me about last night is that bonds are still just so stubborn. We're up at the high end of that range. We're at 4.2 yield. But if we go to my chart last night, there's just like no real movement in the 10-year. Given that Powell news, I thought we would at least see some higher yields. But we're still at the top of this range that I've been talking about for ever, it seems, or at least a few months. 4.2 has been a real firm line in the sand. So if you want to fade it, that'd be buying the ZN. The breakout would be selling it. Let's see, important level there.
When's the last time we were above that level, Jack?
Let's take a look.
At
See,
4.2.
I mean, what I have marked here, I've said many times, is this is the rate and the time at which we had the first rate cut back in September. This 2 level used to be support pretty strongly. So we've been around since September. Early September was the last time we were above 4.2% in the 10-year yield.
Thank you for that, Jack. As we see the equities continue to push up here, 25,830 last trade in the NASDAQ, 69.81.5 last trade in the S&P. Got the Dow and the Russell going the other way, 49,300 last trade in the Dow, 26.21 last trade in the Russell. We've seen a little bit of that rotation maybe last week where if the NASDAQ and the S&P were selling off, the Dow and the Russell were rallying, seeing a little bit of a divergence the other way now. You got the NASDAQ and the S&P rallying, the other two selling just a little bit here. Ofik, are there any levels that you're looking at in the NASDAQ here, or do you kind of want to just see how the market plays out for the first couple of minutes?
First, I think I missed my entry, but I wanna see us go up to 25,907. This is my target for today. I want to see NASDAQ go up there.
25,907.
Yeah, but I missed my entry for now, so I'm gonna wait for another confirmation for me. I want to see us pull back, and I want to try to take continuation for the upside. The NASDAQ is gonna go up without pullback to the downside, so I think I'm gonna finish without any trade.
All right. Looking for a little bit of. Go ahead, Jack.
I was gonna say, right off the open, we spiked in the equities. The ES kind of bounced right off of that 69.50 level, and the SPX so far was the rejection. Every asset class seems to be kind of, just going with its. Sorry, it's early Monday morning. Trying to remember how to speak. Preconceived notions, right? It's like we had somebody ask what the news was. So Powell last night released a video talking about the apparently they got a criminal investigation subpoena on Friday in relation to that remodeling thing or renovations. And he did give his most sort of pointed criticism of it yet, explicitly saying that this was about them not lowering interest rates. That's what got the stock selling last night. But overall, equities are kind of shrugging it off. Bonds aren't moving. But the metals, silver's way up, gold's way up. They're both acting like this is a big deal. So every class is just doing what it, whatever its narrative's been.
Yeah, we got silver up 6.97% right now, gold up 2.35%, both making new all-time highs last night. All the metals really, we got platinum up over 2% as well. Looking for maybe a pullback to get into the equities here. 25,860 last trade in the NASDAQ. Looking at the tilt, 57% long in the S&P, 52% long in the NASDAQ, 71% long in crude oil, and 60% long in gold. No house count trade in crude oil for that opening range. For good reason, 58.84 last trade in crude. Kind of range bound there. Ofek, was there a specific price you were looking for a pullback to? This thing looks like it just wants to run here.
Yeah, I just want to. I don't have a specific price. I want to see us just go down. To the 50% of the range he created right now. Okay, something like, like this. Let's see. I want to see us go down here. Okay, maybe continue higher.
Looking for a little bit of a pullback. Go ahead, Jack.
Yeah, a little bit.
Go ahead, Ofek.
No, I'm done.
Okay. Well, after rejecting, we're right back to that 69.50 level right here, right now in the ES. Got 262 lots at 69.88. That's just about that level exactly. We'll see how we react here. Also, the big stocks on the day after the open. The only name really moving is Broadcom, is up near 2%. Tesla, Meta, Apple down slightly. The others up slightly, but Broadcom up about 2%. VIX is up 9%. VIX is at 1575 right now.
I heard you say one time, Jack, that we don't pay attention to the percentage in the VIX until it's like over 20 or 30.
I just say it. But yeah, that's a good. I mean, 10% doesn't mean too much when you're at 15 or whatever we are. But I'm just quoting numbers, man.
Just quoting numbers here. Quoting some prices in these markets: 25,870 in the NASDAQ, 69,86 in the S&P. We saw the S&P make new all-time highs last Friday. The NASDAQ, like Hogue said, still has a bunch of work to do, even to get over 26,000, right? Every time we get up there, there's a nice rejection off of 26,000 in the NASDAQ. Let's see if today might be the day that we do it. 8 minutes into the market right now. Going to be patient here. No need to force any trades. Jack, are there any levels in the S&P that you would like to take maybe a potential opportunity off of?
I mean, right here, it's not long enough into the session, I think, for me to take this trade, but like right here is a level that might stall this upside momentum.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty much right here, right now. We're at basically 69.50 in the SPX.
Got you. Seeing some size on the S&P book there as well. 260 lots at 69.88. Not the biggest size, but seeing a little bit of, and we just ate through those. Another 100 at 68.90s. Continuing to see this push up here. Right off the open, the NASDAQ is up 130 points right now, 140 points. Might get those 907s, Ofek.
Yeah, we just have a more 20 points to get there.
John Ross in the chat says ES going to keep rallying at least another 20 points. That would be a nice move there in the S&P. See what happens here. Don't think we have it. Friday's high. Friday's high is about 25 points off in the S&P right now. Something for everybody. Coach Hoop quoting cattle strong out of the gate. For all of our ag traders, you have the WASD report out today. That is basically your FOMC, CPI, NFP all in one day for our ag traders. So just be aware when that number comes out that there's going to be some volatility in those agricultural markets. Right now, seeing the equities continue to push here. 69.91 last trade in the S&P. 25.876 last trade in the NASDAQ. Gold pushing as well. 46.18. 46.19 last trade in gold. Yeah, market's moving right now. Where's silver?
Yeah, so
not
now,
far off of its all-time highs as well. Yeah, go ahead, Ofik.
So now the only option I have for trade today, we need to see us go back to this 5-minute gap. You can see here. Okay. So we need to fill some of this gap to continue higher. I want to see us go to the level I told you, 25,907, and even I think Friday high. You can see Friday high right here. Yeah. this is my plan for today. I can't see a potential short from here. Okay, right now. If the market's gonna tell me something else, we can see. But for now, I want to see longs, potential longs.
Getting a little bit of a pullback here. The Dow and the Russell turned around. Now they're on their highs of the New York session. Had an early sell-off.
900 lot. Oop, pulled it.
Are you seeing that, Jack?
It was at
S&P?
69.93. Yeah.
Interesting. S&P continuing to push here. Highs of the day in the S&P 7,008.5. Pretty much on the session open last night, and we sold off from there. Seen a little V-shaped recovery on the day here. 69.93 half last trade there. Tilt is still long. 57% in, actually 68% now in the S&P, 66% in the NASDAQ, 70% long in gold. So all of our traders are buying something. Find something and buy it seems like the theme for the morning so far. Don't really see many markets selling off here. Somebody said Bitcoin was, but I'm not. 91.
Yeah, slightly.
40. Yeah. Even that's bouncing now.
Yeah, it's gonna continue to go higher. So Monday, from what I saw, the 9:30 open. So if we get a momentum to the upside, we're gonna still go upside all the day. Okay, so in Mondays I can't see two different direction for the market. Okay, if the market's gonna decide to go up in the beginning of the week, so we're gonna go up. Okay, until PM session or tomorrow. Okay, so today I want to see us, like I said to you before, go to this high all the day. Want to see us go long, but for now I don't have an entry to get into the market.
Well, let's see here,
So
OFEC. In the NASDAQ at 25,899, we got an 800 lot offered up there. So let's see if they help the market with this pullback that you're looking for. Somebody's offering 800 contracts at 25,899 here in the NASDAQ, pretty close to the high of the day. See if that pulls like we got in the S&P or if it trades out here.
Seeing some options resistance build now. 70.03 might be a place where we get a stall out here in the ES.
70.03. We got CPI tomorrow. 800 lot NES, and looks like they might have just come down here. Seen a little bit of a pullback here in the NASDAQ, 25,860 last trade, 69.90 in the S&P. Like a little bit of a pullback. OFEC, that gap that you measured, we're looking at somewhere near 25,800s for that pullback price wise.
25, yeah, 25,800s, yeah, exactly.
If we get the pullback OFEC is looking for, I believe that size is still up there in the NASDAQ. We'll see as we get closer to it. But seeing a little bit of a pullback here, 25,854. Pullback across the board. The Russell, the Dow, they're all kind of moving in tandem together, which is nice to see. OFEC, you were saying, Mondays tend to be, if it chooses a direction, it stays in that direction, which in this case would mean to the upside. That could potentially be putting us back at all-time highs, at least in the S&P. We'll see. We're only 15 minutes into the open here, and the NASDAQ is up 120 points. See if that trend continues. If you miss Andre, don't worry. He will be back. But I'm going to do Andre's job here. Pinned to the top of the chat, we got Topstep daily levels. I'll do you one better on your Topstep platform. If you want those levels on there, Hoag's weekly kickoff levels, yesterday's highs and lows, volume point of controls, value area highs and lows. We do have that Topstep daily levels indicator for the S&P, NASDAQ, crude, and gold. So enable that indicator on your platform. Sometimes you got to hit the refresh for them to show up. Again, they're not suggestions to take a trade, but areas where we think the market have the potential to trade to. Top Step daily levels.
All right, falling back to that 69.50 right now in
There
the
we go.
SPX. As mentioned, tomorrow we got CPI, huge number. That's why I'm a little bit hesitant between the Powell thing last night and CPI tomorrow. It's tough for me to take breakout longs to all-time highs or something.
Just kind of expecting the markets to range before CPI.
Yeah, or sell off some. I can't emphasize enough from like earlier in my career is that this thing last night used to be something that would have shot bond yields to the moon and sold off stocks very hard.
Yeah, so let's talk about that thing last night, Jack. I think a lot of people were surprised. We're seeing the equities pull back here. I know OFAC is looking for a little bit of a pullback. We're kind of sitting at the New York session VWAP right now in the NASDAQ. What did happen, right? For anybody that might have missed it, we played it this morning.
I think
What did
there's a
happen
lot
last
of
night?
details still in the, I think Powell got pultied, as we'll call it, a verb now, where there's a criminal referral for fraud relating to renovations of the Fed building, and Powell kind of. I think it's been a tough weekend, as Hogue said, for Powell with Bob Weir passing and getting subpoenaed, but he kind of clapped back harder than you would think Powell would. So we'll see. Trump, I believe, said that he wasn't aware of this, which kind of gives him leeway to remember. Powell's going to be out in May anyway.
May, right?
There's already unless something drastically changes, there's no odds of like a rate cut priced in. We've probably seen the last Powell rate cut. I think, and the poly market odds reflected this. Powell can actually stick around through into 2028 as a governor, not as the chair. And the odds of him staying have actually increased quite a bit just because, I don't know, it seems like he's stubborn on this. But it was sort of a weird incident. It was not on my bingo card for this weekend.
Yeah, definitely not. I honestly, Jack, I saw the video and I had to question whether or not it was AI.
I checked.
Which we have to do with everything right now.
I pride myself because everyone, like, I try not to share anything until I'm absolutely sure because I, parade against AI slop. But I checked, it was posted from the official Federal Reserve account on X. So,
yeah,
assumed it was real. But when I saw it, I hadn't, because I was watching football, I hadn't checked the futures open yet. And it was one of those disconnects my mind. I saw that video, and while TradingView was loading on my phone, I was like doing a mental bet. It's like, all right, how much are we down right now? I was like, I bet you the ES is down like 80, 90, 100 points. And it was down like, 20.
Yep. Markets don't care.
Yeah, they don't.
Yet. We just saw another 900 lot in the S&P 96s, but they pulled again. There was size up there in the NASDAQ as well that got pulled. So maybe we have the runway. In fact, was that enough of a pullback there? We got down to 834s. I know we were looking at 800s there, but as that kind of stalled out to the downside.
No, it's not a very good pullback. I want to see us go even lower. I think I'm going to wait for the next 15-minute candle at 10 a.m.
Okay. So we got about 10 minutes there. For that 10 a.m. candle, 25,870 last trade in the NASDAQ, 69.92 in the S&P, 46.0870 last trade in gold, and 84.57 last trade in silver for all of our silver traders out there. Ooh, nice pop there in the NASDAQ. Nice pop here in the NASDAQ, 25,907. Not while I'm driving. Got to keep my eyes on the road and on all the markets. I do like the longs, though. We had the NASDAQ come down and hold that New York session VWAP, which was at 25,842. Got about 60 points off of that. So I do kind of like the longs here up to maybe about 940s, 950s, and then we'll assess from there. But I think I kind of agree with you on the bullish momentum.
Yeah.
And the market's kind of agreeing here that those 907s you were just looking at, seeing them pop here, S&P trading at 7,000s. Jack, I know you were looking at 7,003 here. See the market's response here.
This could be
really nice push
a great. But I don't know. It could be. This is also my setup. You remember, Jay? Yeah, the inversion from value gap.
Inversion. Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
This is kind of be something like a good setup, but it's just not A plus. It's not A plus. I can give it a not A plus, because I want to see us go even lower than that. This pullback, you know, to take a even better trade. So to take a long from here, I think we are very high. Understand? Very high. So
It's
we
risky
are
up
in a
here.
premium. Yeah, it's premium range. So this is the reason I don't take this trade. But like I said before, we're gonna wait for the 10 a.m. Let's see this level I mark here, the 25,907. Okay, let's see how we react from there. Let's
So
wait.
we did have a gap down on the Globex Open that looks like we just filled in the NASDAQ. I don't know if we filled it in the S&P. No, didn't quite fill it in the S&P, but the NASDAQ, we did fill that gap for anyone who was looking for that gap fill. Seeing a little bit of a pullback here, 25,900s. $25,900 in the NASDAQ. Tilt was long into that rally there. Seen it pare back just a little bit here. Now 53% short in the S&P and 74% short in the NASDAQ. So maybe the sellers were waiting for that gap fill to start to sell this market. 74% short. It's pretty heavy. It's a quick flip as well, because it was just 60% long and it's flipping back and forth now. So
Oh, by the way, like when I was describing the Powell thing from last night, I actually glossed over the only substantive piece of news from that, which is that
Okay.
afterwards, Tom Tillis, who is retiring, posted that he would not give the go light to any Trump Fed nominees until this legal stuff was resolved. And the reason that's important is because Tillis is on the Senate Banking Committee, which means that if he's a no, the nominations don't go forward. So,
Oh, well.
yeah. And he is retired, but he's retiring, but he'll be in there until January. So until they get sorted out, it seems for the moment like no nominations will be going through. And we're supposed to hear pretty soon, probably this month, which Kevin or perhaps a Waller is going to be Trump's nominee for Fed chair.
But that can be, sounds like that whoever that nominee is can be vetoed, which is interesting.
Yes, it can't. Well, it won't even get brought up because it's 13-11 in the banking committee. So if one of the Republicans, Tillis, is a no, it doesn't go.
Huh. Interesting stuff here. See what happened in these markets. S&P got up to 7,000s, not really seeing the buying pressure above 7,000 just yet, 69.97 half. So maybe this is another opportunity for a pullback here. 25,896 last trade here in the NASDAQ. 46.14. How high up did gold get last night? What is that new all-time high in gold? Gotta make sure I get my air horns ready.
Let's take a look.
46.30.80.
That's expensive.
Yes, it is.
For now.
And 85.75 new all-time high in the silver contract as well, which is pretty expensive there as well. When do we see $100 in silver? I know a lot of traders are looking at it. The closer we get, the more it feels like a magnet. And the closer we get to maybe a nano silver contract, because the even the micros right now feel like a big deal.
Oh, yes. Trading around that big round number in the ES right now. 7,000 just traded.
7,003. You seen some options levels there, Jack? 7,003, or is that another SPX level?
Yeah, it's another SPX level. It is an options level too, but it's dissipated somewhat. It was more interesting the first time it came up here. Kind of up to like 69.85. So that would be what, like, let's just say higher, probably around those all-time highs.
Got some size there right now. 1,000 lot. 7,004. 1,038 offered at 7,004, right around that area Jack was talking about here. We haven't seen any of these orders filled just yet. Every time we see one pop up, they get pulled, and the market continues to rally here. So let's see what happens up here. 7,004 in the S&P. 1,000 lot there. Offered 1,000 times. That is a passive seller. Doesn't really tell us much by itself about direction of the market, but we'll see whether or not there are interested market participants to come in and buy those 1,000 contracts there. About 2 points off of where we are right now. Pushing up into it. Not seeing anything similar on the NASDAQ. Right at that gap fill as well.
Mm-hmm.
And they moved it up. 7,006. Now it's 900. 7,006 and a quarter. So none of these orders getting filled just yet. When we do fill one, it would make sense to take a look at what that price is. Yeah, go ahead, Ofik.
Let's wait. We have 2 minutes for 10 a.m. Let's see.
2 minutes. 2 minutes for 10 a.m. On Friday, we saw at 69.60. It was a 2,000 lot filled there, down there at 69.60. We did trade below that today, but then it became a support in the overnight session. So we'll see what happens with this fill up here. Got Doom in the chat looking at 921 as a very key level in the NASDAQ. Trading about 10 points below that right now. This looks like a bull flag to me. I'm looking at a 3-minute chart here in the NASDAQ, which could give us maybe another measured move, another 100 points or so to the upside. And another little bit of a pullback here.
Yeah, let's see, Jay. I want to see something like this. Something like this.
Okay.
Something like this, yeah.
Looking at those prices, looking for a pullback maybe to 25, right around 25,800s here.
Yeah.
It's 100 points, which sounds crazy, but when you see the fact that the first 3-minute candle in the NASDAQ was 100 points. Yeah, could happen quick.
Crazy.
20 seconds here for the top of the hour. So what you're looking for, OFEC, here at the top of the hour is just a spike of volume, right? It's not a, hey, top of the hour is here, now I'm taking a trade. You're looking for price action at the top of the hour, correct? Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. And if we're gonna go up to the Friday high, so we don't have a trade today. For me. Okay.
Here is the top of the hour here, 25,900's last trade here in the NASDAQ, 69.99.50 last trade in the S&P. That size is still up there on the S&P book, 7,006 and a quarter. You got 938 contracts offered up there, and they keep pulling them higher. Every time we see one of these, at some point they do get a fill. Just curious where that price is going to be. Seeing a little bit of a pullback here. And just a reminder to everyone, hashtag fast markets. That's what we're doing here. If you've taken any trades, if you caught this NASDAQ move to the upside right off the open and you're done for the day, post it on X, post it on Instagram, tag us at TopstepTV with the hashtag fast markets. We will bring you that towards the end of the day. If you want to share your trading setups or your Bears jerseys to celebrate the victory that Jack doesn't know about until Dakota gets on, Make sure you tag make sure you tag us at TopstepTV #FastMarkets and hashtag Power Hour for later in the day. That's when we'll bring these all to you. Let's see if we get this pullback that we're looking for. 25,897 in the NASDAQ, 69 S&P kind of toying around the 7,000 level here. Hair down. Saw MPs celebrating over the weekend on X. Bunch of like at least 20 bear down posts from MP.
Yo, Jay, you still watching NBA?
I'm gonna be honest, man. It's tough. It's tough to watch. It's tough to watch.
Why?
I never know where to find any of the games, right? I did the NBA League Pass thing for a little bit, and I'm just like, why am I watching a 12th place team play against a 10th place team just because I'm a basketball fan? I'll start watching again when it gets to closer to the playoffs.
You heard about Denny?
Denny Avdia? Oh yeah. He's good.
It's been incredible. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
He's good. He's good, man. I just
I mean,
think. You think he's gonna be an all-star?
You think? I think.
Maybe. I think it's tough, right? Especially we're seeing a little bit of a pullback here, but fan voting means so much in the All-Stars, right? Where sometimes the players that deserve it stats-wise don't really get it. But we'll see. He has enough of a backing, then he may get it. Seeing a little bit of size trade here in the NASDAQ. 1,000 lot just traded in the S&P as well. In a second here. That top of the hour volatility that we're looking for. And let's bring in the man. Let's get his opinion on the first half an hour here. Hogue, what's going on?
Hey. Good morning,
What's up,
Jay,
Hogue?
Jack, Ofek. Good to see everybody.
Morning, Hogue.
So overnight inventory in the equities was obviously very short. Opening ranges have been left. The 1 minute opening range has been left at the lows in the equities, at least for now. We just traded to a very interesting level, afternoon pullback lows. S&Ps on Friday, we had a nice grinding rally all day. And at the end of the day, we pulled back to 70-30 quarter. Where's our high right now? Well, 70-20, 70-02-75. So within 2 ticks of the afternoon pullback low. Any meaningful buying in this market is going to come above that level in the S&Ps. We also have a very similar situation here in the NASDAQ. The afternoon pullback low from Friday, again, a grinding rally to the upside with a pullback at the end of the day, putting the afternoon pullback low at 25,930 quarter. Where did we trade up to? We traded up to 924. So within about 5 points of that, and we're starting to see some selling coming in, below that level. So again, any meaningful buying is going to have to come above that level. It's kind of hard to sell this market because again, the opening range is the dead ass low of the regular trading hour session, but overall, we're in range, we're in value. That afternoon pullback low looking like a pretty important level. At the very least, an opportunity to limit risk. It's not too far from the settlement price, which is 25,938 quarter. So you got about a 10, 20 point zone up there with which to try and limit risk if we do reapproach that level. Sorry, I'm a little bit tardy. I was having a little bit of internet issues. I think those are taken care of, so we are good to go. We are seeing some size in the S&P and in the NASDAQ. Right now, there's 936 on the offer at 7,006 and a quarter. 900 on the offer.
Hogue, you said you're tardy, but it's better late than never. Better late than never.
Absolutely.
Good to have you here, Hogue. We've been seeing that size kind of float around in the S&P. None of it has been filled yet. It's been 1,000 lot. It was a 500 lot. But every time we get close to it, the market is, or whoever's has that order, changes their opinion. They change their opinion. Some people might call that a spoof, but it's not, right? They're leaving it out there. And for whatever reason, when we get up there, they don't want the fill anymore. So we'll see what happens up there. Again, that order is 7,006 and a quarter, 930 contracts offered up there right now.
And we're seeing some seen some pretty decent size at certain prices, like 7,000. There's 6,300 on the offer, or excuse me, 6,300 total volume that traded there. But the delta is absolutely flat on it. So it's not like we're seeing any iceberging orders up here. We're just seeing relatively even buys and sells at these high volume levels. So nothing really to take from that. We do have positive delta in the S&Ps 3,000. That is congruent with direction. We do have, this is not correct. Let me reload this. I'm going to tell you the delta in the NASDAQ is negative 900 again. We've been seeing that divergence in the NASDAQ more so than in the S&Ps. So it would appear that the maybe some stronger buyers are present in the NASDAQ, but not so much in the S&Ps.
Negative 900 delta, Hogue, which means more aggressive market order sells, but the market's going up.
Yes, exactly.
Should that be concerning for shorts, or is it?
Exactly. Really interested in seeing these afternoon pullback lows. Those numbers again in the S&Ps, if you want to put them on your charts or mark them down, is 7,003.25 in the S&Ps and 25,930.25 in the NASDAQ. Watch those levels. Could be opportunity there in either direction. Again, any meaningful buying is gonna occur above those levels. What we saw so far today could be quite simply overnight inventory getting too short and adjusting right after the open. They didn't get what they were looking for, and that would be continued selling. So they all covered.
Yeah, we did reject right off that 70.03 level for now. At least respected it.
We actually have last week's weekly kickoff high levels still in play here in the S&Ps. I kind of gray them out on my charts. So in the S&Ps, last week's weekly kickoff high is 69.95, which we just pulled back to and found a little bit of a bounce off of that. And in the NASDAQ, we're looking at 25,880. We've looked below that, but we are currently sitting right on it. So as those continue to get pushed through, they'll be less and less important as far as the day is concerned. But again, I think the most important level I'm looking at this morning are those afternoon pullback lows.
Got gold continuing to push here. 46.24, 46.25 now last trade in gold. Couple points off that all-time high, 46.30.80.
All-time
starting
high,
to get
regular trading hours,
which is a good thing, Hogue.
Yes,
for buyers.
Yes.
Got you.
We see where the low is on the day session. Your high volume bar last night at 6:30 went halfway back.
And we're seeing another rally. Sellers could not gain any traction below 4,600s here in gold. In fact, we got a little bit of a pullback there. I know the levels you were drawing that gap, not the inverted fair value gap, but the other one, still a little bit lower here in the NASDAQ, somewhere near 25,835s. Starting to feel like whatever that.
Like the levels Hope just mentioned.
Yeah. Let's see if we get that pullback. The early momentum that we saw right off the open is definitely slowed down here. Seeing volume start to slow down a little bit here as well. In about 20 minutes, we'll talk about the initial balance highs and lows. It's just the high and low range of the first hour of trade here. And none of those orders getting filled up here. 20 minutes.
Hardy. Sure.
It's all good, Hogue. You're here with us now. 69.95 last trade here in the S&P. We did see the tilt get a little short up here. 65% short in the S&P now. 59% short in the NASDAQ. Let's see if we get this pullback. I got both of the equity markets, well, the S&P and the NASDAQ still holding that New York session VWAP, 25,863 in the NASDAQ, 69.91 in the S&P. Hogue, do you care about that gap fill up there at all? Where we had a gap down last night, and it looks like we just filled it in both the S&P and the NASDAQ.
Not really.
There you go.
59% are wrong. Love it. Love the confidence.
59% are wrong. Let's see here. Where was I looking at?
It's
We got up to what?
gonna take time.
Yeah, it'll take time for sure. That first 15 minutes or so, that's the most volume you're going to see normally. Then it slows down. The market chooses a direction. Still kind of keeping in the back of my mind what you said, OFEC, on a Monday, right? Do we just see the trend continue on a Monday here?
And we have CPI tomorrow.
And we have CPI tomorrow, correct. The Dow and the Russell turning around. Russell almost on its lows of the New York session here.
Higher interest rates going to hurt that. Also, very uninteresting day in the Mag 7 Hateful Eight so far. Broadcom up 1.5. Everything else, Meta's down close to 1%, but just not much doing at the moment.
Interesting stuff here. See if we continue to get this pullback. 25,890 last trade in the NASDAQ. Gold, tick by tick, getting ready to take out these all-time highs. Get out your air horns. 46.27 last trade here in gold. 46.30.80 is that all-time high. Silver is doing the same thing. Metals are going up. Stocks are trying to figure out what they're doing. Curious out there what you guys are trading in the chat. I see a bunch of opinions. Shorts are going to get squeezed, or there's a huge sell-off coming. Let us know what you guys are looking at in the chat, what positions we're in. Seeing the NASDAQ pop back up above these 900s here, 25,900. Not seeing the same size that we saw earlier in the NASDAQ. It is still up there in the S&P. 925 contracts offered at 7,625. We're not looking for anything as far as news goes, right? We got it's all later in the week.
Yeah, we got some small note and bill auctions this morning. Oh, ECB's the news says at 11 ECB's Villeroy speaks. I thought it said ECB's Viceroy speaks. I'm like, that's so European. I love it. We got it could be interesting with the Fed speakers. They don't tend to go off books. I don't know if there's a Q&A or something. We have Bostic at 11:30, Barkin at 11:45. We have a 10-year note auction at noon. That could be interesting given last night. So just be careful at noon central on the dot if you have orders sitting in. We could get some movement off of that. The Trump event, they're getting more and more obscure with these descriptions at 2:30. That's all we got today. CPI tomorrow.
Don't forget you ag traders for the grains. The WASDE reports due out today. World Agricultural Supply and Demand.
Sure to bring some volatility to those markets, Hogue.
Absolutely.
We did get a headline here. NVIDIA to invest $1 billion in AI drug lab with Eli Lilly over 5 years. So just another case of NVIDIA being in the headlines every day, partnering with pretty much every company in the world. I think that's the goal. Jack, did I hear this correctly? I saw it in the chat. Walmart is joining the NASDAQ.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Joining its other tech brethren, Costco. Yes, Walmart in the NASDAQ.
Interesting.
Very much so. It's funny with this $1 billion investment. Remember, a $1 move in NVIDIA's stock price is like $23.5 billion in market cap. So I'm always interested to see what happens off these. $1 billion is nothing. Nothing.
Yeah.
NVIDIA.
Drop in the bucket. Drop in the bucket. Ofek, you were talking about basketball, man. I played for the first time yesterday, actually. And kind of hurts to sit down right now. I pulled a muscle in my back. I don't know what's going on. But when's the last time you played?
The last time, 2 days ago. I played professional. Man. Professional. The first in my country.
Nice. I need to play more than once every 3 months. I caught the ball on the low post. I went to do a fadeaway, and I faded off the court. I had to just drop the ball and walk off there. So I need to play more.
Ooh.
Yeah, it was rough, Hogue. It was rough.
Ouch.
Jay,
Reminder
my
to,
only professional experience in basketball is so it wasn't my sport. I played a little bit, but growing up, my friend had a nice hoop. We'd go there to play. And when we were like freshmen in high school, his neighbor was Trisha Liston, who she went to Duke and then was like a first round draft pick in the WNBA.
Okay.
And you know, we would just like swat the hell out of her. Did I mention she was in 5th grade? She would
You were
yeah, she would straight up play us hard like freshmen guys in high school. Just she had that dog in her. She was in 5th grade just hooping it up.
you could say that you helped train a professional athlete, Jack.
That's how I
Absolutely.
take it. I think that was the gauntlet that got her that level of excellence.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I was
Like-
basketball was never my my sport. I was always gravitationally challenged.
That's how I feel now, Hogue. That's how I feel now. But we'll get back out there. Seeing the equities pull back a little bit here. There was some size up there in the NASDAQ when we traded above 900. It was about a 500 lot at 25 950s. We are kind of just balanced here. Balanced here for now. So why don't we bring in our top 5 live funded traders? And whoa, look at that. What is going on here? Today's live leaders, we got Omar up
Holy
67,000 silver. Omar up $67,594. We got Nathan up $44,040. Sean B, $38,219. Sebastian, $24,475. And Mark M up $23,354. That is your top 5 live leaders at Topstep today. All above 5 figures, all above $20,000. Shout out to those traders pulling real money out of the real live markets. I mean, you look at Silverjack, you kind of have to assume that they probably caught part of that move. But even the equities last night, right? If they caught part of the sell-off and then the rally today, it was possible. But those are some huge numbers from our live traders. $67,000.
Keep it, Omar.
Yeah.
I'd have to look at the timestamp of when that Powell vid dropped. Because there was a little bit of a sell-off right off the open in silver. Once again, the sizing is so key in that trade because the contracts are so big. But if you caught it any time after that, it's been smooth sailing.
Yes, it has been. You know, every time we share that board, you know, there's going to be, those are all live funded traders, right? So those are not XFA. And I'm sure we have some traders trading at XFAs putting up big numbers as well. But those traders made it through the combine, through the XFA into a live account and are consistently pulling money out of the markets. A ton of those names you see a lot, right? A lot of repeat offenders, if you will, on that live leaderboard list. So shout out to those traders. And they may be trading with more size. I think that's one of the things. I was just reading through the Topstep live account program the other day, and one of the things that's in there is account scaling, right? And wanting and having the opportunity to trade up to 100 contracts in a market. I don't know how many traders we have that close, but with bigger numbers and bigger size, we're going to continue to see those big numbers. But shout out to those traders again. $67,000, like Omar, like Hogue said, Omar, take some of that home, take most of that home. But really, really nice job there. Just Omar need an assistant. I'm ready. What was the line in The Wolf of Wall Street? You show me $20,000, I'll quit my job today.
Yeah.
Shout out to Omar.
Oh yeah, right.
Seeing some size up here, 25 930s. Yeah, go ahead, Ofik.
I think it was 70,000, not 20.
It was 70,000, right? Yeah, it was 70,000. Yeah, 20,000. What are you gonna do with 20,000? 70,000.
It's too low.
Nice.
Yeah, everything's okay. Yeah, I quit. I quit. I'm not coming back.
Yep. There's some size here in the NASDAQ, 25,930s, 430 contracts offered up there. That momentum really slowed down. It looked like we were just going to rally all day, but we closed the gap from last night and slowed down here. 927 still offered at 7,625 in the S&P. Hogue, is Delta looking the same here? Still negative in the NASDAQ?
Yeah, just negative 300. S&P is positive 5,900.
Still want to see Friday high, Jay. Gonna be taking
Friday's high. Friday's high. What was that price? Oh, all the way up there.
Yeah.
Was that 985s?
Yeah. Almost
yeah.
the last.
That would put
At
the
least-
S&P at an all-time high.
At least
Yes, it would.
26,000.
Yeah, at least 26,000, right? We need a couple more $1 billion, or maybe they need to up their price. We need some more NVIDIA investments to get the NASDAQ
Need
to
to
move,
drop
because
a-
right now,
Drop $1 billion in Walmart.
25,930. Gold did not make that all-time high. Turned around at 46.9220, trading 46.23 right now. Again, 46.30.80 is a new all-time high in gold.
Oh, do you know?
Let's see.
I'm gonna look this up later because I've never really thought about it. But like, what
Mhm.
are the inclusion criteria for like the Nasdaq 100? Is it more because I know there's pretty finite rules for the S&P 500. They have a committee, I believe, that selects them, but there's a number of criteria you have to match. It's just interesting that now is the time where they're like, we need Walmart in there, and I wonder if they're trying to diversify a little bit from the AI trade.
I wish I could tell you, Jack. I'm not sure what that criteria is.
Walmart joining the NASDAQ. I mean, with all the, don't they consider Domino's, Jack, a tech company, right? More than a pizza company. Domino's is
They
like a tech
should.
company.
It's up. It's up more than Nvidia in the last 15 years.
Right. So maybe Walmart's going the same way.
Mm-hmm.
I know a lot of Walmart shoppers, my mom being one of them, rarely ever steps foot in the store now. Right? She's just on her phone. An hour later, 2 hours later, groceries are getting delivered to the house. So maybe Walmart is going the way of everything else. At some point, NVIDIA, Walmart, you don't even have to ask for groceries, right? It just knows, checks your refrigerator, groceries get delivered to your door as soon as your
I'm
milk gets
checking.
low.
I'm a happy boy right now because we're about to check all-time highs in Google. As someone mentioned in there, Apple has selected Gemini to power Siri. So we got Google
Okay.
popping.
Nice. NASDAQ just made a new high of the day there. Took out that 400 lot at 25,930s. Continuing to push here. 400 contracts traded in a second there. OFEC, I agree with you, man. I know it was tough to kind of get into a long here. We didn't really get the pullback you were looking for, but
Yeah,
I like
with
at
just
least
one direction.
an attempt.
The upside. Just one
Yeah,
direction
Just
to
an
the
attempt.
upside.
I've been ordering more in Walmart faster than Amazon these days. I think it's completely dependent on where you are. Like I am, they knocked down the horse track near my house and built a huge Amazon fulfillment center next to a Costco about 5-10 years ago. I feel like I order
they're
anything on
doing that
Amazon
here.
now, I get it. Yeah. Well, the cool thing is, Hogue, you get your stuff in like any staple I
10
order on
minutes.
Amazon. It's like, you want it in 2 hours? It's there.
Yeah. And it's going to be right next to our Costco, too.
They're in cahoots. The Costco is sadder. That used to be Kittyland.
So, all right. NASDAQ traded right to that afternoon pullback low. Remember, meaningful buying will occur above that level if we get there. If it comes in.
25,928. Let's take a look at that tilt. It did get short for a little bit there. Looks like it's back to the long side, at least in the NASDAQ, 61% long, and the NASDAQ 57% short in the S&P. And gold, couple ticks off.
New
Couple
all-time
ticks
high
off here in
Google.
gold. Hit the
There
air
you go.
It
horns
is.
for Google. There it is. New all-time
Auga.
highs there in gold as well. 46.31.30 last trade here in gold. 50.50 on the tilt there. The metals markets continue to grind higher. We got silver. Maybe silver's up next.
You really think
85.75
silver's
is
going to
that
be
all-time high.
$300 an ounce?
300?
300. I hear. I see.
You got to give a
Expectations of
date.
$300 silver.
Within what time frame?
That's
Because like,
that's
yeah,
a good question.
50 years, however many years from now, sure, why not? But like, you got to make it in the next year or something. In which case, I would say no. And if I'm wrong, it doesn't really matter because we'll all be effed if silver's at 300.
Right? Yikes!
$300. I mean,
Hard
if
to
we
buy
keep
it
moving
up
up,
here, I tell you that.
someone can do the math. Right now, silver's up 7.8%. What is the average pullback? If we keep having days like this, maybe Hogue, maybe, but right now trading right below that all-time high, 85.75 is that price. 85.47 last trade here in silver. Gold did make that new all-time high. NASDAQ and the S&P made new highs of the day, pulling back just a little bit there. So OFAC, if you don't get into this trade, right, not looking for the pullback that you got, still a lot of trading time left in the trading day. You're going to be, leaving Topstep TV in just a little bit here, but do you continue to look at the markets, look for opportunities, or do you come back and say, hey, you know what, this first hour or so is my best trading time. I'm just going to come back tomorrow.
Exactly.
Yes. I like that.
This is the best hour for the trading day. I don't get my A+ setup, so don't trade today. Wait for tomorrow. CPI. Let's see.
Nice. Now, if I remember correctly, you were on air last week and you were saying, 2 trades a day, and sometimes no trade, right? Which is great to see.
Yeah.
Not every day is going to give you a great trading opportunity, and that is all right. 25.97. Yeah, go ahead.
Expect the NASDAQ to go up, but we missed the entry, so it's still good, man. It's still good. We have CPI, we have PPI. We have a lot of trading days this week.
Right. It is just Monday. 4 more trading days. We got news coming out that has the potential to move the markets around. So way more opportunity out there. If you're looking for Coach Dakota, he's coming. We got some other guests coming on. Our rotating fast markets, I kind of like this, right? We bring in a couple different traders, get a couple different opinions on the markets. After OFEC leaves us here, we got Coach Vince coming in. Can we take a look at the Russell? 26.27 last trade in the Russell. Pretty range bound here for the New York session so far. I'm looking at a VWAP in the Russell. It's a flat line right now. So not really going much of anywhere right now. But
Jay, I'm going up on Wednesday to the fast markets also. You can bring to trade with us. What I say?
Bring Dakota to trade with us. We'll see what we can do. I'll make some calls. I know the right people to call to talk to. I know that's been your one of your wishes to trade with Dakota on Topstep TV. So we'll see if we can get him in a little bit earlier to trade with you for sure.
Yeah, let's see.
All right, we'll definitely make that happen. But OFEC, thanks for joining us. Nice call on the NASDAQ. We got to that 904 level you were looking for. Let's see if we take out Friday's high. We are going to go to the tip of the week. New tip of the week this week. Optimize position sizing. Calculate size based on account risk. Adjust for market volatility levels. Never exceed your personal loss limit. Size down after consecutive losses. That is our new Topstep tip of the week. Jack, Hogue, which one of those out of the 4 do you think is most important?
They're all important.
Yep.
Size down after consecutive losses. It's a hard thing to do because, everybody likes to size up after consecutive losses, trying to get that money back. But that usually ends up poorly and exacerbates the problem. So I'm going to go with sizing down after consecutive losses because it's so difficult to do.
It is. It definitely
I
is.
like the first 3 bullets because they're all a function of each other. And I know a lot of people are dabbling in silver right now, but you just need to. Your risk is it's dependent on the size of your account, the size of the contract, and the size of the volatility, and you put them together and figure out a way to withstand it. I saw an interesting interview clip I saw somewhere of somebody was talking to Steve Cohen, I believe, and they were just talking
Okay.
about how he looks at I think short sales in particular. And I think the question was about say you're short a stock at 40, what are you doing if it goes to 45? And he said something that I found interesting. He said, well, if I'm short and it's going against me, I'm buying a little every day.
Okay.
Just always, if you're wrong off the bat, reducing risk, you'll still, that's how you do it. People want to either double down or they freeze in short
Right.
positions. So that was something that
It's a
interested
good point. And it's something we don't see often, Jack, right? A lot of times traders try to figure out how to get the full position to their profit target, but not taking off the position as it's going against them, right? We probably usually always let a full stop loss hit and not reducing risk as the trade is going against us. Good strategy there. Good strategy. Let's bring in the guy. I got it. Don't worry about it. Coach Vince, Vinny Two Ticks, what is going on?
Hey.
How we doing, Coach Vince?
Happy Monday, guys. Good to see you, Ho.
Happy Monday.
Jack.
Good
Jay.
morning.
Fresh hair.
Good morning,
Looking
Vin.
good, my man.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, I'm hunting for some trades here. I think we might get some opportunities, so this should be interesting here. How you guys doing today?
All right.
Go Bears, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What a game.
Go,
Mm-hmm.
go Bears. Go
I know we
Bears.
won't talk about that yet, right, Jack?
Not yet. Not yet. We got one more guest
conversation's
before we
coming
start.
soon. Yeah, that conversation.
Yeah, exactly.
Coming soon.
Exactly. What markets are you looking at, Coach Vince? I know, you look at the equities, you look at the metals. Sometimes you're looking at the Dow, the Russell. What markets are you looking at today?
Right now, the S&Ps and the Dow right now is what I'm looking at. So we're going to see what we got cooking here. So I kind of like what we got going on. We're kind of building a little bit of a P-shaped profile up here. So it's a little bit interesting, but I'm trying to gun for the overnight high in the ES. So I'm looking for a nice little pullback, maybe to try to test along and see if we can get that push up there to the overnight high. But we still have that overnight low sitting out there. So this market could go either way today. It just depends on, who gets spooked. What's the Delta looking like, Hope?
New all-time highs.
S&P's positive 6,100 in the S&P's, negative 1,000 in the NASDAQ. Vince, are you looking at that afternoon pullback low in the S&P and in the NASDAQ? 70-30
Friday?
quarter in the S&Ps? Yeah.
Yes, I do have that on my list here. So absolutely.
We got gold and silver continuing to make new all-time highs. Silver just took out that prior all-time high, 85.84 half, new all-time high here in silver, up 8.1% on the day. Gold continuing to grind up here, 46.34.40 last trade here in gold. Shout out to Dre wherever he is on vacation, but gold is not done. Neither is silver. Gold up 2.95% on the day. Tilt is 57% long, 80% long tilt in crude oil, which is interesting to see. Crude is moving to the upside, but 80% is pretty heavy there. Gold, silver, not
so
done.
Tempted. I was so tempted to get long silver last night, but I try not to trade at night. It's just but I've been doing a little bit more of it. So, I don't want to be trading 24 hours a day. I need to get some sleep. But man, I wanted to get long silver last night real bad. Yeah. Pretty soon we're not going to be able to sleep.
I will.
I was like, nah, that's it. I'm out.
Gone.
Yeah. You need to recoup, right? Yeah, for sure. For sure. All right, what do we got here?
NASDAQ still holding that
right now, or everybody's flat?
Everybody's flat right now. Everybody is flat right now.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Change that.
That regular trading hour VWAP in the NASDAQ is at 25,873. It is holding as a support so far for the session. We got a couple pullbacks into it. One about 45 minutes ago where it was at 840s. It is trending upwards. It's at 873 right now. The angle of that VWAP is starting to flatten out a little bit. I think as we see the momentum in this market kind of die, right? In the beginning, we saw a really strong push to the upside. 20 minutes, we were up 180 points in the NASDAQ. We're starting to see that momentum slow down a little bit. So, the more that VWAP line starts to flatten out, the less I'm going to look for the market to respect it and maybe trade the other side of it. But so far, still supportive.
Where do you have your view? Are you using Anchor, Jay, or you have the regular VWAP on there?
So I have one to the New York session, which is at 25,873. And then the full session is...
My VWAP's at 25,809.
Yeah, that's the full session. Yep.
Okay, gotcha. All right, so you have the Anchor to the open.
Gold continue to make new all-time highs, 46.36. Yeah, go ahead, Jack.
Yeah, we kind of bounced off that 70.03. Not really interested in buying or selling right now unless we get up. We'd have to go a good deal higher. We'd have to test those Friday highs for me to get interested. Otherwise, just watching for now. Something will probably present itself. Soup said you don't get paid for taking trades.
No, you do not. Hogue, we do have the initial balances in. We are an hour and 7 minutes into the trade. Let's take a look at those initial balance extremes and what might we be looking at for those with those prices.
All right. ES. Initial balance low, 69.6875. Initial balance high, 70.0275. And NASDAQ. Initial balance low, 25,743.50. And IB high, 25,933.50.
Stuff. So we are inside the initial balance right now in both the NASDAQ and the S&P. Does that tell you anything, Hogue? Are you looking for attempts for the market to push out of those and take trades from there? Right now, being in the initial balance inside that first hour's range, how do you read that?
So relatively average initial balances it looks like in the S&P and in the NASDAQ. So they're not excessively large. They're not excessively small. It's going to take, an amount of energy to extend outside of either side of it, but it's not going to take exorbitant energy. We are inside the range, inside the value from Friday. And, we are anticipating, as we always are anticipating, new information for the market in the form of the CPI tomorrow. Do have some talking Feds. It seems as though inside the range and inside value from yesterday, just try and stay patient. Initial balance, if we do extend and we can hold above or below the initial balance, that could create a decent opportunity in the form of a failed auction or some sort of buying tail or selling tail. As far as the confluence in anything that I'm seeing in the NASDAQ and the S&P is a lot of it's based on that afternoon pullback low from Friday in the NASDAQ, 25,930 quarter. We've got 25,933 half, the IB high. And then we've got settlement just above that, which is 25,938 quarter. So there's three different levels from three different ideas, three different tools, three different looks, and they're very close together. So that confluence at these highs looks very enticing to me, at the very least, to be able to limit risk. And we've got something very similar to that in the S&Ps here, when we see these levels, this is the afternoon pullback low 70.03. We got the initial balance high 70.0275. We've got settlement just above both of those at 70.04. So the close proximity of those four different levels looks interesting to me because they are looking at levels that are very similar in different ways. It's a naked point of control. That's one. Settlement, that's another. Afternoon pullback low, that's another one. Initial balance high, that's another one. So you get four different levels from, different tools, if you will, different ways to look at markets, all tightly packed there. So that looks like a very important level to me. And again, if we're going to see buying coming into this market, anything meaningful as far as buying is going to be concerned is going to be above those afternoon pullback lows from Friday. What we saw today so far could be chalked up quite simply to overnight inventory adjustment. Where did we open last night? We opened here at 70.30. Where are we now? Well, we've unraveled a lot of that overnight inventory, but we got pretty deep in it. We took out Friday's session low. We ran out of sellers. We ran into buyers, and those buyers have basically reconciled all of those overnight weaker hand shorts that occurred overnight. So as far as nuance and importance is concerned, our current regular trading hour session highs are important to me.
Awesome. Thank you for that, Hogue. Coach Vince, I know you said you were scouting for a trade here, hunting for a trade. Anything you're seeing, any levels that you like here?
Yeah, I'm working some orders right now. Just bear with me 1 second. I'm just putting them in here.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I'll be right with you guys.
Oh, yeah. Locked in.
Orders
Coach
right
Vince
now
is
in the
locked in
Dow.
right now.
Yeah.
In the Dow. Got you.
Putting orders in the Dow.
The Dow. Trading 49,545 near the high of the New York session. The Dow did have a decent sell-off last night as well, like the other equity markets did. Let's see if we see that overnight inventory reconcile here.
All right.
Micro push lower. By the way, as full disclosure, owner of Google, pretty slick that they own Android and now run the AI on the Apple phones. Nice work, Google.
Right.
$4 trillion market cap. They just crossed. They are the second biggest company.
Wow.
It's amazing.
There you go. Shout out to Google and our Google investors. Seeing a little bit of a pullback here in the NASDAQ, 25,880 last trade. That New York session VWAP, 25,874. That is the low tick of this 3-minute candle that I see right now. Let's see if there is a bounce there. 69.94 last trade in the S&P, where we still have that 900 lot offered at 7,625. Coach Vince scouting a trade here in the Dow, and gold and silver right off of its all-time highs currently.
Boy, the Dow is weak today, isn't it?
Yeah, it has been. So far.
Yeah, weaker than it's been.
What are you saying, Vince?
I'm playing the long side of it, though. All right, so I think I got all my stuff in, all my personal stuff. All right. Yeah, so I'm working to get long here. The Dow, 49,451 should be my entry, I think, here. 451s. Yep. And we're looking for a nice move up. We're looking for a nice move up. I mean, I want to see a pullback here. If we keep pushing higher now, I'm just going to pull these orders. So hopefully I get a pullback at this point. But here we go, right? So I'm working this trade, working off of the B period low. We'll see what we get here.
You got value low we just approached.
Part of the weakness in the Dow, 1 second, is that some of its highest weighted company, the 5th highest weighted is American Express. American Express is down 5%. Visa's the 7th, down 2%. The Powell stuff, we forgot that it was tweeted out or whatever that we were going to limit the credit cards till 10. Guys, that's not going to happen. So I actually just went in and bought a little American Express.
That would
I mean, what's the like? I agree. There is a point to be made that you could lower, excessive credit card interest rates, but with the mortgage rates at 6, the collateral the bank has is called a house. Your car payments
Yeah.
are between like 7 and 11. They have a collateral. It's called a car. Credit cards don't have shit. All right. The margin rate on like with a portfolio of stocks backing it is close to 10% on Fidelity. We're not doing that. Not going to happen.
President saying that he was going to limit credit card interest to 10% for all credit card companies. Was that
I
a
saw that
permanent? Was he
article.
asking for them to do that permanently, or was it temporary? Can't remember.
I think it might have been a temporary hold for the year or something.
I think that's what he was saying. Yeah, but either
That's what
way,
I thought I read.
I don't even see that
Yeah.
happening.
I
I don't
could be
even know if
wrong.
I see that happening. Right?
He's got
You're right
some.
there, Jack.
He's got some chutzpah, doesn't he?
Absolutely.
I mean, you don't know until you ask or tell.
I mean, they are
46.
They are. It's like loan sharking, really. 30% interest on a credit card. I could go to the street and get money
Right.
cheaper.
Yeah, you might not like the terms in Philly, Vince.
Right.
Say what you want
Like
about
a
American
Louis, though.
Express, but they're probably not going to, break your thumbs.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. It's for 1 year. For 1 year. But yeah, even that might be a tough sell here. Seeing the NASDAQ, it traded below that VWAP from the New York session, 25,875s, back up to 25,890s here, 69.97. Yeah, go ahead, Jack. Hogue?
Oh, I was just saying it rejected there.
Yeah, it did. Starting to range a little bit here.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to pull these Dow orders. It's just gone without me. So that's it for that. Maybe the ES will give us an opportunity. So I'm going to pull these orders real quick. It's just running without me. The Dow's been running without me for days, fellas. For days. Like
Chasing rabbits, man.
Evaluate.
Chasing rabbits.
Yeah. Exactly. It doesn't want me to
Coming
play
into
like
value
it.
acceptance possibly in the YM.
Yeah. Exactly. Yep. We're gonna see what happens here with this thing. But maybe we'll give us an opportunity a little bit later on in the session here. We'll see. But right now, all bets are off on that.
Trading above
Take a
IB
look.
high in the YM. See if we show acceptance up there. Might be another opportunity for you, Vince.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. I'm gonna see if we can, build a little base maybe, and then try to get long again. But I do like that rotation all the way through there, Hogue. If we can get it, I mean, that could be a pretty decent move there.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm talking 47, 49, 750s, 720s to 750s would be my target upside if I can find a way to get in the market. Let's see if we hold the IB, though. This would be interesting right here, right now. So
Looks like all-time high was in regular trading hours in the YM, so we'll see.
Taking a look at the tilt here, 65% short in the S&P, 64% short in the NASDAQ, 56% short in gold. Be careful there. That one can continue to rally, but know where your risk is. That is, we just did see gold make new all-time highs, which we have seen before. It makes an all-time high and then pulls back a bunch, but I don't want to be the first person to sell it. 25,891 last trade in the NASDAQ, 69.97 quarter last trade here in the S&P. So Nate in the chat says that S&P is a snooze fest today. It is, but looking at the Dow, looking at the Russell, there is some opportunity there. Coach Vince was just looking there. 49,580 last trade here in the Dow. Coach Vince, you were just looking for a little bit of a pullback that we didn't get, right?
yeah, in the Dow. Yeah, I was looking for it to pull back to around 450s to get long up against the B period low, but it just didn't pull back enough. We only got to pull back to 485s. So, it is what it is. It's been doing this to me for days. But We'll get it. We're gonna get something. We're gonna get something.
It's funny how it tries to keep you out, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's why people fail with FOMO, right? You get all these days where you're like, man, if I would have just hit the buy button, but then I know what happens. So as soon as I hit the buy button on FOMO, it's gonna pull back on me. So
Oh yeah,
you just got to watch it. You got to develop that mental muscle to be able to just let it go without you, and just wait for the next trade. That's it. Too many journal entries.
Continuing to push higher. Continuing to push here. Gold got a little bit of a pullback. Let's see if it makes another run for all-time highs here. That crude oil tilt is still long 70%, 59.03 last trade there in crude.
Oh man, Dow's accepting inside the value here. We could get a nice move up here. Oh boy. All right, well, let's see if the ES.
Sorry, Vince.
Yeah, we're good.
Will be always another one. Always another one.
Yep.
Yeah, that S&P
Always.
order that was sitting up
Always
there,
opportunities.
7,006.25. We had 900 sitting on the S&P for about a half an hour. That is pulled. See a bunch of 100-lot orders though. Pretty much every tick from 7,001.25 up to 7,006 has at least 100. So maybe they split it up, trying to convince the market. It's like, okay, maybe I don't want all of them at one price. We'll split them up and see what we can
They
get.
got 185 sitting at 705 even.
Delta continues to increase to the positive here. It's currently at 7,900. So the aggressive buyers are still here. Are they successful in pushing price higher? To be determined. Negative 550 in the NASDAQ as far as Delta is concerned. A little bit of a divergence there.
Negative in the NASDAQ on its highs, positive in the S&P near its highs as well, but price not moving higher. Hogue, at what point do you start to look for, failures, failed auctions and things like that from the initial bounce? Is it in about 7 minutes?
Yeah, but we've got to get outside of the initial balance. Like if we trade above the IB high and the S&Ps and come back in the IB and close that 30-minute bar back inside of it, that's
gotcha.
That would be a failed upside auction or a selling tail above the initial balance high. But right now, so far, we're still inside the IB. We may change that here shortly. Let's see.
Starting to pick up a little bit here. Maybe the Dow and the Russell are going to tell us what direction is for the day. Those are both above their initial balances and continuing to push higher. 49,611 there in the Dow. 26,3620 last trade in the Russell. S&P picking up a little bit here, back above 7,000 even last trade. 25,899, 25,902 last trade here in the NASDAQ. Let's see if this picks up here.
Yeah, 703.
What do you see, Vince?
Place orders again.
Yeah.
I'm going to place orders. I'll be right with you, okay? I'll let you know once I get this done.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Jack, what are you looking at? 70.03s.
Yeah, that's where we ran into resistance before. Still seeing some, positive gamma above there, but really, I'm not looking to short until around where I have this line. So around the highs from Friday, like 70.22. I didn't have a whole lot in my playbook today for if we just kind of took off to the upside, which is fine. But
right. Yeah. We saw the well, you didn't see it, Jack, because you didn't watch the game. But the Packers took off to the upside during that game, and then Bears adjusted their game plan and figured it out. But I'll let you watch that on your DVR, Jack. I don't want to spoil it for you.
Key reversal pattern in the Bear game. The key reversal.
Right. Key reversal pattern. 7,175 last trade here in the S&P. 25,908 last trade in. See what you did there, Hogue. See what you did there. 55% short still in the S&P, 58% long in the NASDAQ, 57% short in gold, 46.2850 last trade in gold. As the Dow and the Russell continue to grind to the upside. Coach Vince, you were saying, all right, going to start placing some orders here. Are we looking at the S&P now? Or
Yeah, S&Ps. Yep.
Gotcha.
Yep. I'm still putting them
Okay.
in. I'm almost done though. All right. It's the only thing when you have like multiple accounts going, takes you a long time to get your orders in.
Gotcha. New high of the regular trading hours there in the S&P. 7,002 last trade here, 25,910. That New York session VWAP did hold. If anyone was willing to take the risk there for longs. We heard OFEC early say, it's Monday. From what he's seen is that once the market picks a direction, it usually tends to continue in that direction.
New high ES.
Which would mean new highs in the S&P.
Yeah, right to the afternoon pullback low to the tick. 3.25.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Still has that overnight high.
Right, we are working. All right. I think we are golden.
What are we looking at, Vince?
Working to get along 2 ES 95 half. E-minis.
69.95 half. Working to get long
just to get up to the overnight high.
Okay, which is at I have it around 7,000. What is that overnight high? 7,850.
Yep, I have my order just underneath that by a couple ticks.
Gotcha. Coach Vince now looking to get long the S&P on a little bit of a pullback. Nvidia looks weak, says Febreze. Jack, what's the Mag 7 looking like, or Hateful 8 looking like right now? Any changes to what we saw earlier?
Well, I don't have any of the charts up. I just see where they're at. There's not a whole lot interesting. Broadcom's still up 1.5%. Tesla's up 0.5%. Everything else, Google retreated from its all-time highs. The rest is down slightly. Apple's flat. But looking at the Nvidia chart, yeah, I mean, maybe a little bit weak, but it's just not moving a whole lot.
Nvidia trading at $184.40 here. Got Coach Vince places some orders here in the S&P, looking for a little bit of a pullback to get into this trend to the upside. 69.95 last trade in the S&P, 7,002.5. All right, we are Coach Vince. You got those orders in. We are going to bring in Dr. Volatility. Just for everybody who did not know or may not know, Coach Vince does a class in Discord every day, Monday through Thursday, actually. Monday through Thursday, 7 p.m. Central Time. You can join Coach Vince in Discord. If you like his approach to the markets and get more from Coach Vince there, make sure you join, ask some questions every day, Monday through Thursday, 7 p.m. Central Time. Coach Vince, keep us up to date with these trades. If you do get triggered into the S&P long, 69.95 is where those orders are. Keep us up to date in the chat, and we'll see you back on Topstep TV sometime soon.
Good.
See you later, Vince.
Thanks,
Vinny.
You got it.
Let's bring in the man. As soon as he popped up in the green room, the S&P made a new high of the regular trading hour session. So let's see, James. No pressure here, but we're looking for these markets to move. Let's see what we can do.
I'll see what I can do for you, Jay. Hello, everybody. It's Monday. It's a new week. I know we all stayed up late last night watching the Golden Globes. Man, I love coming to work. Everyone wants to talk about my favorite thing. But here today, I'm talking about Topstep X in 5 minutes or less. That's right, Topstep X. It's the trading platform you know and love. And whether you are a novice or an expert, there's always something new to learn in Topstep X. And we've got you covered with Topstep X in 5 minutes or less. All the videos are curated by Coach Robert, so you know what he's talking about. Go ahead and click on the link we're going to drop in chat and bookmark it. You can go ahead and watch these videos on your lunch break, when you're walking down the street, when you step outside for a smoke break. You got 5 minutes, you got time to learn about the latest and greatest features in Topstep X. Have you ever wanted to know how to favorite certain contracts? How to put up 2 charts on one layout? Do you want to know where to go to change the order filled sound to be Hoag's voice? Well, we cover all that and more in Topstep X in 5 minutes or less. So go ahead and click on it and start looking today. You never know what you might learn about Topstep X. And then if you discover you have any questions along the way, there we go. If you discover you have any questions along the way, well, bring them to group coaching. It's later today at 12:15 p.m. Central Time. You can take the questions you get from watching Topstep X in 5 minutes or less, and you can click on the link that we're going to drop in chat and pin to the top, aptly named Group Coaching Question Submission Form, and you can submit your questions there. These questions go directly to Hogue, and he sits down with Topstep TV personalities each and every day and answers your questions live during group coaching. Today, we have Hogue's Angels sitting down in group coaching. That's right, it's Hogue, Deanna, and Anne-Marie, the trio you know and love, here to answer your questions live. If you have any questions specifically for Anne-Marie or Deanna, now is your chance to ask them. If you're not awake at 3:30 in the morning for Deanna's Euro trade, now is a great time to get her insight on anything Euro trade expertise-wise. So, group coaching today at 12:15 p.m. Again, that's right after shoulder tap at 12. 2 amazing segments. Don't miss it. But I know you guys are going to stick around bell to bell anyway. Now, before we throw it back to the guys in fast markets and our last and final guest joining us, the Department of Justice has opened an investigation into the Federal Reserve's renovation of its D.C. headquarters. And in case you missed it, federal prosecutors are also investigating Fed Chairman Jerome Powell. Jerome Powell released a statement yesterday, and here it is again now.
Good evening. On Friday, the Department of Justice served the Federal Reserve with grand jury subpoenas, threatening a criminal indictment related to my testimony before the Senate Banking Committee last June. That testimony concerned in part a multi-year project to renovate historic Federal Reserve office buildings. I have deep respect for the rule of law and for accountability in our democracy. No one, certainly not the chair of the Federal Reserve, is above the law. But this unprecedented action should be seen in the broader context of the administration's threats and ongoing pressure. This new threat is not about my testimony last June or about the renovation of the Federal Reserve buildings. It is not about Congress's oversight role. The Fed, through testimony and other public disclosures, made every effort to keep Congress informed about the renovation project. Those are pretexts. The threat of criminal charges is a consequence of the Federal Reserve setting interest rates based on our best assessment of what will serve the public, rather than following the preferences of the president. This is about whether the Fed will be able to continue to set interest rates based on evidence and economic conditions, or whether instead monetary policy will be directed by political pressure or intimidation. I have served at the Federal Reserve under 4 administrations, Republicans and Democrats alike. In every case, I have carried out my duties without political fear or favor, focused solely on our mandate of price stability and maximum employment. Public service sometimes requires standing firm in the face of threats. I will continue to do the job the Senate confirmed me to do, with integrity and a commitment to serving the American people. Thank you.
There we have it. Last night's message from Fed Chair Jerome Powell. And welcome to the show, Coach Dakota. What's going on, man?
He's trolling us.
You all right? You okay?
After the Packers won.
Yeah. You remember the Packers won?
Yeah. No, I turned it off 5 minutes in the third quarter when they scored that touchdown to go up 11. And since then, I've just turned off all my phones and social media and just sat around. But congratulations. Good luck in Seattle.
Yeah, I'd have what you're having. I mean, whatever that is, Jack. I wish that was the case. I lost a bet to MP. Yeah, before the game start, me and MP was going back and forth on Twitter, and I'm just okay. Let's do it. If the Packers win, you come on to slow markets. If the Bears win, I'll represent the colors. I don't have any Chicago Bears clothes.
We'll send you some.
Use those. What's that?
We'll send you some.
I got an old cheap Devin Aromashadu jersey I wear for the Turkey Bowl. It's a classic. You wear that jersey, they know you're a real deep cut.
I need something to clean around. I need something to clean with. I could. Yeah, I mean, what can I say? What can I say? Green Bay Packers need a new kicker. He's having a bad week. He's gonna have a bad week. No trades for me yet. This market has been volatile. You guys just seen Powell's recorded speech. It's interesting. These markets are rallying, which I'm not expecting that after that kind of event. But here we are, right at settlement here in the NASDAQ, which is interesting. Can we break above it? I don't know. I've been watching silver. Silver was up 8% last time I checked, which is continuing to rally, break all-time highs. Same with gold. And these markets continue to just go higher. Like every market that I've been watching has been just rallying to. It's interesting. Metals and equities. Even crypto's starting to rally as well. It's an interesting day, beginning of the week. We have a lot of data coming out this week, so I'm going to continue to preach this, and it's just patience for these opportunities.
No trades during slow markets last night, Dakota?
No. It was only Sundays. It's an hour long. There was a couple opportunities I missed. It was a moving market, and if you're not paying attention and have your mouse on the button ready to go, you can miss those opportunities. But sometimes those aren't the best ones, where you're reacting a little too quick and it doesn't give you the time. I mean, look, silver's up 8%. We crossed 85.60s, and that's just such a volatile market, especially when one micro is 1/5 the mini, and man, you can make you lose a lot of money using that.
For sure. Seeing the S&P continue to push highs of the session, New York session here, 7,005 last trade here in the S&P, 25,922 half last trade in the NASDAQ, gold 46.3320, and silver 85.59, 85.61 last trade there in silver. Let's see if we continue to make new all-time highs in the metals. And if the S&P wants to go make a run for Friday's high, which would be an all-time high here as well. Jack, Hogue, any levels that you guys are looking at in the S&P here?
Oh, yeah, for sure. We were looking at that afternoon pullback high, 7,003.25 settlement, point of control, IB high. We're testing. We're kind of trying to hold above the IB high. There's that 4 levels right there from 02 to 04 to actually 05, which is settlement. This whole area here looks important to me. And as we mentioned earlier, any meaningful buying is going to come above that an afternoon pullback low, 7,003.25. Just kind of hanging around up here like, all right, what are we doing? What are we seeing? What do we want to do? It just kind of feels like I'm watching the dome. It's not real robust up here. It's just an important level here. Direction, I don't know.
VIX up 6%. Interesting to see.
Well,
Yes.
yeah, it's doing the Powell news. I was saying this morning, like some assets don't care. Like we're right at a settlement, right in the ES, like nothing happened. Bonds didn't really move. Metals,
Yeah.
acting like this is a real big deal. As far as levels, I still got that 70.22 there. If we do break the highs, I can't bring myself to go long.
It's hard, Jack. It's hard, even though the charts are telling us the markets are going up. I mean, we're just under that 26,000 level. It's like we've been hovering around there. I mean, all last week. We never did get to it though, really. And
no, we didn't.
I want to.
I'd rather
market
pay higher than buy it here.
You'd rather pay higher than buy it here, Hogue?
Yes.
Talk to us about that, because some traders might say, why would you buy it higher if you could get it here now? But I get what you're saying, but explain it a little bit.
Well, because what I'm looking for is, something meaningful, some volume, something to happen above that afternoon pullback low, 7,003.25. And, we're spending time, but I'm not seeing a lot of volume here. Just seems like nobody cares that it's here. So I'd like to see, at least some evidence of something meaningful happening above this level, and then, try and buy a pullback on it if we get one. There, see, now we're just putting another new high. It's just grinding
Yeah.
higher, kind of the way it did on Friday, it looks like.
Yeah, same with NASDAQ. We just got through new session highs here. A lot of people asking, what happened to my face? Yes, I got beat up, got my ass kicked. Heavy sparring,
Ouch.
hard sparring. It's just part of it. Like, I mean, you can see it's not as bad as it was, but it's a little beat up. It's part of the game.
Still training for those fights,
Ouch.
Dakota. I know you said the plan was 10,
a lot
10,
more
10.
aggressively.
Okay.
I'm gonna see. Do you record them?
I have some. I do record some of my sparring. I go through it and I'm like, yeah, delete that, delete that one. But I do record it. Yes, yes. It's. I was telling my slow markets class last night. I said it's whatever you do, you got to understand. A good analogy that my coach always gives me is like, you can't go swimming without getting wet. I'm like, same with trading. You can't expect to be a trader without taking losses, having losing days. You can't go boxing without getting punched in the face and all those analogies. It's just the reality we live in. And if you're too scared to do so, then you're only going to get, get hurt. And it's hard to accept. It really is to be able to go into the ring and realize that you're going to get your shit rocked every once in a while. And same with trading. It's hard to know that every single trade that you do place has that risk of taking a loss, and it causes you to be a little more hesitant than you normally would. It's nervous, like us. The chart's saying that we're going up and we're breaking through session highs. We just don't want to buy it. We don't want to buy it because same with silver. We keep rallying.
Is it worth the risk?
And it's just the fear of loss is
seeing oil pick up a little bit here. 59.39 last trade here in oil. That tilt was long. I wasn't really sure what they were looking at there, but we are seeing oil continue to push to the upside here. 59.35 tilt, still 81% long in oil right now. Maybe we go trade up to that $60 level. Hogue, no trade in the house account this morning. I think it was a good no trade. We traded both sides of the opening range.
Right.
We are seeing oil continue to push up here. Everything long tilt right now, 64% in the S&P, 62% in the NASDAQ, 50-50 in gold, right below this all-time high here.
Yeah, I see Google hit 4 trillion.
In the ES.
Mm-hmm. Man, these markets
positive 6,000.
What do we do up here?
Positive 6,000, Hogue? Yeah, just buy it.
10,000.
10,000.
Somebody asked for the relationship between bonds and how they could affect stock indices. Before I show this next chart, I think it's important. If you're doing day trades, it's not really something you can be wary if we break out of a high in the yields, but it's not some kind of trade where you could be like, oh, yields are going up or down on the day time frame and be like, this is what I do next. I think yields are the single most likely thing if we do have a correction in the market to cause it. Okay, with enough of the caveats. So here's the 10-year yield versus the SPX. I have data going back to 2021 here. It's not a perfect inverse correlation, but what you'll notice is when we have these breakouts, like look here, we got stocks going up, rates coming in. What happens? We bottom and start rising. This is in 2022. Yields rise, market correction. All right. Then again, we start recovering, yields rise, market correction, rates start coming down. We get this big rally. Oh, what happens here? Again, basically, if we break out, now we've had persistent higher. If we break out higher, this is going lower would be my strong inclination. Once again, not on a day time frame, but if the yields are rising, really the only tool we have to control them is raising rates, which we do not like. And our president very much does not like.
I mean, who's in control of the decision making on the rates anymore? That's
the whole board. I don't get it, man. I feel like
it's a committee.
Is wilding out right now because, listen, Powell's going to be out in May. I mean, he could be a governor for 2 more years, but this action is much more likely to have him stay on for 2 more years than to retire, which he might have been considering.
Here we go. Session highs.
New all-time
Session
highs here in gold, session highs in the NASDAQ and the S&P, new all-time highs in silver as well. That all-time high in gold, 46.40.10. But wait, there's more. New all-time high again there in gold, 46.40 half. We're seeing the S&P and the NASDAQ push as well. Don't think Coach Vince ever got into that trade, but looking to the long side. OFEC was looking long earlier as well. Sometimes when markets just grind up and make it a little difficult to get in here, but we got the S&P now 6 points off the all-time high here, 70.10.50 last trade here in the S&P, 25.958. Let's see if the NASDAQ wants to go take out these 26,000s up here. All of those orders that we saw on the offer earlier, none of them got filled. A lot of those orders got pulled. Maybe they were holding the markets down to accumulate before this next leg up. Go ahead, Hogue.
Seeing some pretty decent volume now in the S&Ps. It's increasing at the very least at these levels. So, as long as we hold above the IB high, looking to buy pullbacks.
Looking to get in long that IB high in the S&P 7,002 and the orders, Hogue?
Yes, that is correct.
7,002 and the orders.
We got to have that pullback first.
Yeah, right.
Agree says take profit hit payout eligible. Someone's making money.
Nice job.
Making the money. Here we
Getting
go.
in long.
Session highs. Yeah. Yeah. Where do we get in?
If you made money to the short side today, you might be the greatest trader ever.
Yeah.
Maybe last night. I don't see it today.
Yeah.
You did get the 10-point pullback in the ES off of 70.03, but yeah, this is exactly why it's no short for me until higher. I'm pretty impressed right now that we got both stocks and metals flying today, and we got bonds doing nothing. This with the news last night, if I'm making any trades overnight, it's going to be in silver because I think that silver, especially to the buy side, will take any news in exactly the way you think it will. If something could possibly send silver higher in this market, it will.
It will.
It's not like stocks where it's like, buy the dip.
Have you traded silver lately?
I have never traded silver. I'm just thinking about it last night where it's like, if you were, it's like any catalyst that can send it higher sends it a lot higher.
Yeah.
Right.
Not just to buy a little. Every time I look at it, it's like 8% in either direction.
Yeah. It's not small moves at all.
I guess what I'm
not
saying
small
is
moves at all.
I would rather, it's like anytime on some news like that, don't short stocks, buy silver. Seems to be the play.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, silver new all-time highs, 86.03 new all-time high here in silver, up 8.5% on the day, continuing to grind to the upside here. We got the equities moving up as well. Again, the S&P is about 7 points off of the all-time high, 7,975 last trade there in the S&P, 63% long tilt in the S&P, 70% long in the NASDAQ.
Where do we go, Jay? Where do we go on silver? Do we just go to 100?
Today, no.
No.
Today, no. But in the next
week? I don't know at this point.
Yeah, this week is how far are we percentage-wise from 100? Let's see. We are about 15%.
Yeah.
It could happen. Yeah. So the thing is, right, we've seen some aggressive pullbacks as well, right, where it's not I wouldn't be surprised at a pullback day in silver tomorrow. That doesn't mean I want to short it, but I wouldn't be surprised at a 2-day consolidation pullback into this range where we haven't really seen it put back-to-back 8% days together, right? So maybe 2 weeks, but I think $100 feels like the inevitable target. And interested to see what happens up there.
Yeah, they can't make it easy. Can't make it easy.
No. And everyone would do it.
We've had some pretty good runs in silver. measure that
Yeah.
this past couple of days. I mean, that's 15% in 2 days. If we
Right.
count today and Friday, man, we've had this one run. There's one run through all time highs that was 28% in 5 days. 28% in 5 days from bottom to the top of that move. So I don't know. We can hit that this week. It would not
Yeah.
surprise me. Let's just say if we get to $100 an ounce, it will not surprise me by Friday. Now, how do we trade it? How do we trade it?
That's a great question, especially with silver. First, you start with the micro. You start with the micro and then maybe wait for a pullback into VWAP or something, which it does. Technically, I think silver does trade pretty well. Right, last night even there was that push up into that 84 level we rejected, came back, held VWAP, and then you could have bought it off of that. Trade it with risk management in mind as well, because that is an expensive market to trade, especially if you're in the wrong position. Seeing a little bit of a pullback here in the equities. S&P made a high there of 70, 1075. Getting short here, Dakota.
Yep. I'm going to. I'm looking for a 3-bar reversal on this 5-minute micros. I'm short 1 micro here in the NASDAQ. I'll add to this position too. There's two micros. 3-bar reversal on the 5-minute chart. Let's see if we get back down towards these 900 evens.
Ooh, that's looking juicy.
What's that voice, Hogue?
I think
We get back below the IB low, you're going to get a 3-bar reversal and a failed upside auction in the NASDAQ.
Okay.
Should the house take this with them, Hogue?
25,933 is the IB high.
I need that one, get in this one, Hogue? Whenever I get into a trade. That's going to be my Hogue sound when I enter.
Ooh,
juicy.
Ooh, that's juicy.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't see. As long as we can manage risk, we're good. Where's
your stop on this one, Dakota? Where's your CYA?
CYA is at 65, 965. I'll adjust it. I mean, doesn't happen very often, but haven't taken any heat on this.
Those are always
What's
nice.
your entry level?
I got 942. I forget how small and less volatile this NASDAQ is when it's weird to say that when I'm comparing it to silver. When I'm comparing it to silver, 1 micro is pretty insane. This feels like I'm trading the ES or something.
Well, that's what I'm like. Full disclosure, I don't love trading the NQJ. I'll probably sit that one out in the house account.
I get you, Jack.
Yeah.
I just Hogue's reaction. I thought Hogue was like short 100 right there.
No, he said, you can jump in there too.
Not yet.
Confirmed 3-bar reversal, Dakota. We got. I'm looking at a 5-minute chart now. We got a 54 seconds before this 5-minute candle closes. We've seen you do it a bunch of times. You like to preempt the trade because it gives you better trade location. But a confirmed 3-bar reversal would be this 5-minute candle closing below 942.
Correct. Yep. And I just added in 3 micros. I'll add again if we can close below it. It's looking pretty good. We still have 30 seconds, and anything can happen in those 30 seconds. ACH.
5 minutes to see if we close below the IB high.
I want like a very decisive confirm below it is kind of what I want. I'd love for us to close in around these 30s.
That would be juicy.
Word of the day. Word of the day.
25,942 last trade here in the NASDAQ. Let's take a look at that tilt one more time. 52% short, 55% short in the NASDAQ, 52% short in the S&P. Crude still long, gold 50-50.
All right, let's see if we can get it. Man. Speaking about trading, you know who needs to make a trade?
Who's that?
My Green Bay Packers. We need a kicker. We need a kicker. I don't know. high school kicker,
Oh.
college kicker. I think anyone would do.
If it's any
a tough job, man.
consolation, you do have a pick in the draft next year. It's after the Bears, though. So there's that.
Yeah. It's
You know
a
what,
tough
I
job,
think
yeah.
with most
that's the only job you
with
got,
most
man.
kickers, it's a pressure job, right? I went to University of Buffalo. I was friends with the kicker on the football team at the time, and he would say it. He's just like, I can make any kick from pretty much anywhere on the field, right? I can make it from 60 yards, 70 yards. It's not a problem. It's when the pressure happens and you have somebody 250 pounds running at you, wanting to take your head off, and they only put you in because it's like, hey, we need to win this game. You probably haven't done anything all game, and now we need to put you in to make this kick. That's tough, right? I don't even think it's about the kick. It's about the pressure, dealing with pressure itself.
Yeah, those game-winning kicks. But when you're up,
right, that guy probably
don't worry about it,
and you can't make
Don't worry about it. If you miss, we lose. That's all.
Right. Yep.
Don't worry about it.
You'll get death threats. Yeah. Don't worry about it. It's
yeah.
Cool.
Don't worry.
You'll get doxxed. Don't worry about it. It's cool.
Yep.
Jay, you're a little younger than me, so you weren't there when wasn't Khalil Mack there?
So Khalil Mack was right. I think Khalil Mack was a freshman when I was a senior.
Okay.
Yeah, I think.
There you go.
Yeah, Khalil Mack was a freshman when I was a senior. We did have Dakota. The last time the Packers won the Super Bowl, James Stark was their running back. He was a rookie at the time, and he went to University of Buffalo. It was his rookie year. The Bulls won they went to a bowl game that year. We had a couple players drafted for the first time ever in like University of Buffalo history, and they won a Super Bowl. So, how old am I? Don't worry about that.
Yeah, I'm saying you got some
we're
knowledge
talking about
over
trading.
here. You got some.
We're talking about trading here. Shout out to
Lace
James,
is out, Dan.
These shorts are looking okay. Obviously, when you get into a trade, you want it to immediately go towards your take profit. It's
Why doesn't that
starting to become to the end of fast market, so the market's not as volatile. It is.
Got London close
NASDAQ,
here.
though. I gotta adjust my charts from ticks to points. I'm trading the NASDAQ. Whenever I trade the NASDAQ, I like to have it in points. 5 points. See, if this was silver,
London close in about a minute 45 seconds. Yeah, right.
Yeah, it's just getting used to those different markets, right? Like visually, like what it looks like, tick value, point value, size,
volatility, liquidity.
Yeah, all the trigger words that the community's used to. I'm looking for a push lower. I'd love to see 900, 25,900 come into play, but we shall see. We still haven't had a confirmation, though. We have yet to have a 5-minute candlestick close below the bottom half of this one that happened. Call this the reversal candle. We still have to have a 5-minute candle close below 942. The last one did not. This one it's hanging below, but we haven't closed, so it's still not confirmed yet. It looks good. Looking good. We got 30 seconds. Will we close?
Okay. London close coming on up.
London close coming up here in just a couple of seconds. Got Dakota short in the NASDAQ. 25,940 is your price, Dakota?
Yeah, 940, 3/4.
940 in the orders. Pretty much right here, right now. Let's see what happens on this London close if we get any volatility. See a lot of shout outs to Buffalo in the chat. Haven't been to Buffalo in a little while. Need to go back. See somebody talking about wins. If you're not talking about duffs, then it doesn't matter.
No confirmed failed upside auction.
We did technically get a 3-bar reversal, just ever so slightly here. It'd be technically we closed this 5-minute candle closed below this candle with the highest high. So technically, it's a 3-bar reversal. Is it a strong one? It doesn't look very strong with these wicks near these lows. So I'm not liking it very much. I'm thinking about just getting out, just scratching it, calling it. Just, you know what? We tried. We gave it a. Feel like like I'm just gonna bag on the Packers this week because I'm repping the Chicago Bears, but we tried. We tried.
There's always next season. There's always next season.
There's always next. There's always another
At
trade,
least
right?
It's gonna be cold Sunday for the Bears game. You know what? And I don't care if they lose. It's been a success.
Was that the Super Bowl, Jack?
Yeah, because I don't think.
No,
they'll
don't
win
say
the
it.
Super
Don't
Bowl
say
with
it.
that defense. But actually, I'm hoping. I'm supposed to be. I'm gonna be at Disney World. Apparently over the Super Bowl. And so
Really?
right now I'm kind of like not even thinking about the fact that, man, I'll know 2 weeks in advance. I'm using all my capital to see if I can leave Disney. I don't want to watch the effing Super Bowl if the Bears are in it at Epcot Center. You hear what I'm saying?
No.
I
I
am
hear
going
you.
to fly home to Chicago that morning, and I'm seeing if there's a way to use all of my human and family capital to make that happen if the Bears go to the Super Bowl.
There we go. Love to hear it. Hogue, we're going to let you get out of here and prepare for the morning recap. We'll see you back in just a little bit.
Yeah, thanks. Jay, Jack, Dakota, always a pleasure. I'm going to be ready for the morning recap. And
What you got? What you got there, Hogue?
maybe have
Oh
some,
my gosh!
we have some
Oh, come
quesadillas for lunch today, maybe.
Mhm.
I don't know. We'll
You,
see.
you brought that from me.
Nice.
I love you, Dakota. We'll see y'all in just a couple of minutes.
Later, Hogue.
Oh,
For
man.
anyone who's not a fan of American football, that is a cheese grater. Well, you don't have to be a football fan to know what a cheese grater is. But the Packers are called the Cheeseheads, and they took a loss to the Bears today. We're going to bring in JD. JD, we got some stats from our live funded traders. What do we got? Oh, we got a mute fine for JD, maybe? I got the $5, don't worry.
Do we got a mute fine? Oh, here we go. Here we go. We're back on it.
There he is.
I love it when Ho comes prepared to bust chops. That was great. All right, let's take a look at some payouts and P&Ls from Friday. Friday's top 5 live funded P&Ls. Here they are. Up at the top, we've got Tyler A, $26,243 trading gold and silver. Tyler is now on 19 winning days in this live funded account. Big shout out to Tyler. An anonymous squirrel took home $9,300 trading the NASDAQ and gold. Einar's $9,200 trading gold and the S&P. First winning day in the live funded account for Einar's. Well done, my friend. I'm sure we'll be seeing you again. Hector A, $9,100 trading the NASDAQ products, NQ and the MNQ, and Nathan G put up $8,900 trading the NASDAQ on Friday. Way to go to all these live funded traders. All right, payout numbers. Here's some more impressive stuff. Top 5 live funded payouts from Friday. Dylan took home at $10,805. Adam C, just over $8,000. Dionisio, $6,300. Will, $4,500, and Assad rounds out the top 5 with a $2,412 payout. Again, big shout out to these live funded traders, showing everybody what's possible in the live market, taking money out of those live markets and lining their pockets with it. All right, now comes my favorite part. We've got some live funded bonuses unlocked to share with you right now. Take a look at this. Tungchi, he's been around for a while. We've seen him on our payout board. We've seen on a P&L board. Tungchi hit that $50,000 mark to unlock tier 3 of the Topstep live funded bonus structure, giving him a $10,000 bonus. $50,000 in profits in the live funded account will get you a bonus of $10,000. Way to go, Tungchi. Hector A unlocked tier 2, hitting that $20,000 mark and collecting $5,000 bonus. These two traders making big moves in the live markets. We've got a total P&L for Tungchi at $52,204 and a total P&L for Hector at $29,929. Way to go. Big shout out. These guys are getting it done. All right, that's what I got for you. Back to you guys.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, JD. Cody, you back in this trade?
Yeah, nothing's changed, man. I talk a lot of shit, and if I dish it, I gotta learn how to take it, right? Hogue in the background with the cheese grater. Ugh.
Cheese grater was great. We got Dakota back in short. What price you got now?
No, it's the same thing.
Same trade. Got you.
Yeah, I'm just not as inclined because we have yet to close below this 3-bar reversal. I mean, technically we closed below it, but it wasn't very convincing. Looking for a strong close and maybe some follow through, of course. But we're kind of consolidating, so I'm not out of it yet. It's just chopping back and forth here at these 940s. Not very volatile, but still here.
7,850 last trade here in the S&P, 25,946 last trade in the NASDAQ. Jack, I know you were looking at what 70.22s up there?
Yeah. I think we're pretty close to these all-time highs right now.
Yeah.
It's just been one day, so both the spot market and that, the high in the futures was 70.17.5. We're less than 10 points away from that, so that makes me hesitant to take a short. I like this 22 level though. We pop through here. But I hope we don't. I hope we sell off hard.
Thanks.
I'm not a hater.
Thanks, Jack.
Get our guy a win. The Packers couldn't do it. Sorry,
I need a win. I need a win. I just hope we move something. Like NASDAQ just chopping around here, even if it's not for me. There's traders in the community that's probably long as well. Silver's continue to. I mean, it's volatile.
Rolling over a little bit here. Rolling over a little bit.
Yeah.
Gold is as well. Gold last trade 46.27. Silver 86.04 last trade over there after making all-time highs in both of those markets.
Yep. Be curious to see what's Nvidia's market cap. I know Apple just crossed 4 trillion. What's Nvidia's?
Google did, right?
Yeah. Google, not Microsoft. Yeah, Google hit 4
Google's
trillion.
market cap is currently 4.5 trillion.
Yeah. Nvidia's at what? Like 4.5?
Nvidia's at
No,
4.5.
yeah.
Google's at around 4.
It was getting closer there.
It is. Hey, I think Google's gonna be the biggest. But I guess Nvidia's in healthcare for $1 billion now.
Are they really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's another one of their little
Eli
announcements. It's crazy when you look at the $1 trillion. Eli Lilly is the most recent $1 trillion company, and the first one from Indianapolis.
Ooh.
Indianapolis, $1 trillion company.
Shout out to Indianapolis.
Still here at these 940s.
Just hanging out here. It feels like what the NASDAQ has been doing all day. Just consolidate and then a push higher here.
Yeah. I mean, that looks like that's
see if it does stall out.
Open, right?
Yeah,
We
pretty
had a
much.
100+ point rally to start off and then just drift higher, grind higher.
Drifting. Just drifting here. Let's get a little vibe check in the chat. What are you guys trading right now? Are you up or down on the day? Taking a look at the tilt, 50-50 in the S&P, 57% long in the NASDAQ, 64% short gold. Maybe we did find the highs there in gold.
If we found the highs here in
Naptown,
the NASDAQ.
bringing in the stacks.
Yeah. By the way, that means that New York has 0 trillion-dollar companies, and Indianapolis has 1.
Interesting.
As does Arkansas is close too with Walmart. Where's Berkshire? Is Berkshire Hathaway headquartered in Omaha?
I think it is, yeah.
We got Nebraska, Indiana, and Arkansas. What you doing? JP Morgan Chase is the next closest, but it ain't there yet.
It's expensive here. It's taxes and things like that. Jack, we were talking though before about a Walmart becoming a tech company. Before working here, at TopStep, I was working for a IT consulting firm that was actually working with Walmart to build the stores of the future, and it is a lot of tech involved in that, right?
Yeah.
Which is pretty cool to see. So again, Walmart not back in Walmart in the NASDAQ now, tech heavy NASDAQ. Stock is
Wait,
up.
Walmart's in the NASDAQ? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it
going
is.
into it. I don't know if it's
Yeah,
in
it is.
yet.
Going into the NASDAQ. Going into the NASDAQ.
Okay, yeah. Damn. Okay.
Up 3.5% today.
What's it trading at? What's it trading at?
$118. $118.
Look at this NASDAQ choppiness. Peaked above 50s. Looked like it was going to break out for a second and right back down.
Silver and gold pulling back just a little bit here. Yeah, these are all-time highs for Walmart.
All-time highs for Walmart. That was my very first part-time job, Walmart.
You worked there too?
1 month. What's that?
I didn't know you worked there. I worked at Walmart too.
I was there for 1 month, man. 1 month, and then
Nice.
I could not stand it. It was just too repetitive.
Yep.
I had fun though.
Yeah.
For some reason,
Really?
it's like some of the snacks just kept playing.
All right, we're not going to incriminate ourselves on air. Dakota's short right now in the NASDAQ. We got it trading 25,939, 46,2280 last trade here in gold, 7,750 last trade in the S&P.
You know what you know what the biggest surprise working at Walmart that I had, biggest surprise. The highest claims was in makeup. I was like, wow. Yeah, it was in the makeup.
Okay.
Like people stealing it?
That's across the board, and that's why they have security at some of the makeup.
Yeah, that's what he's talking about, Jack.
Mm-hmm.
All part of the business, right? They loss prevention is just, I think they said like 10% of all inventory they just expect to walk out of the door unpaid for, but still getting to yeah.
All right, NASDAQ.
What it takes here.
I'm liking
still targeting these
900s,
900s, Dakota?
Yeah, I'm still looking for those 900s. I'm short 3, so I'm going to take a couple off on the way down, but we still have yet to have a very decisive close below it's still a reversal candle, right? Like even though time has went by, we have not had price trade above it, and we have not had a close below it. So I'm still looking at this candle as the main candle because it's the highest high, and we are just everything inside this is technically just consolidation. So this is the main reversal candle still, and it's been 20 25 minutes, and now we're starting to finally if this closes, then I can say okay, that's a decisive close, and now it's still a 3-bar reversal. So this is still the main candle, oddly enough, because it's the highest high.
Looking pretty good so far. Maybe at the top of the hour, right? We could see some volume step in here. Definitely slowed down here. I like that 900 target. That is right above that New York session VWAP, 25,887, which has been a support. We checked it twice already. Gotten a little extended from it now. So let's see if we do get the pullback here.
Smoking Joe says, I'm going the wrong way.
Yep.
What do you mean? What does that mean? Going the wrong way?
I think he means
NASDAQ's
long
going the right way.
Yeah.
The way. Silver hovering around 86. Tonight's going to be a good one, Jay. Tonight's going to be a good one.
Slow markets, yeah. Yeah, it definitely should be. Definitely should be. I'm kind of getting a gauge of where the equities are, not the equities, the metals are going to close. That 8 p.m. Eastern time, 7 p.m. Central for the metals is the time to watch them if you are going to trade them.
Oh, yeah. Don't short
volatility
it,
at that time.
We can't be stuck shorting this. There's a nice, clean, decisive close now on the 5-minute.
There you go.
And now we're starting to see this market pull back a little more. That's the first decisive close. There's finally that's a clean confirmation below this 941. So I'm liking it. And let's see.
I think our guy Mo would call that a strong red candle.
Strong red candle.
Strong red candle.
Yeah. NASDAQ selling off. ES isn't doing too much.
No, it's not,
Hang
Jack.
around highs.
Damon says he'll short the metals with us tonight. Go to Jay.
Okay.
Hey, you might be on your own with that, Damon. I don't know. We'll see. We'll trade whatever the markets present to us. We'll trade whatever the markets present to us. 8 p.m. Eastern time, 7 p.m. Central is the Shanghai Metal Exchange open. 7 p.m. Central time. You can look at it. If you look at volume on your charts, you'll normally see a volume spike at that time. Sometimes the move gets going earlier. If you look at silver and gold last night, right off the Globex open, they were rallying, but 7 p.m. Central time, 8 p.m. Eastern time.
Correct. Yep.
S&P still holding up here. We saw Coach Vince looking at, I just looked at the green room. See Coach Vince with a big smile on his face. I hope he got into one of those trades he was looking at, because he was looking at buying the Dow and the S&P. S&P getting ready to make new highs of the day here. Dow on its highs, the Russell on its highs as well.
ES on its highs.
ES on its
NASDAQ.
highs. 6 points off of all-time highs in the S&P here.
All right, I'm going to manage risk on this trade, and by doing so, that's just gonna get out of a couple here. If not worth the risk, that rejection of those 930s. So,
Jack, is SPX at all-time highs right now? Do you know?
No, it would be the same place. I mean, we made all-time highs on Friday, so if we make all-time highs in the futures, there hasn't been enough time elapsed. Like maybe a point below that would be the high in the SPX.
Gotcha.
I got out of one for scratch.
All right.
Reducing my risk because I'm not seeing direction in this market. The fact that we got that nice close and just no follow through, it just reduce size, manage risk, reduce risk. We still might get it. I'll still take a couple contracts on, but I want to reduce risk after seeing that.
So that's the Cohen trade, right? Right, Jack?
Mm-hmm.
Sure, it's going against you. Start buying some. Good risk management there, Dakota. Great. Seeing NASDAQ now move in your favor just a little bit here. Hey, you had to buy one for the sell-off. Right? Let the market think you're long. There it is.
Yeah. They cared about my one micro because it's a live account, so they cared about it.
It is a live account. Shout out to all of our live account traders. JD came on earlier and shared some of the live account payouts and performance bonuses. People ask all the time, what is the benefit to being a live funded trader at Topstep? And that performance bonus is definitely one of them. You get paid more money for making money, and that's never a bad thing. So shout out to our live funded traders here.
We make 20,000, and Topstep just sends you some money. I like that.
Right.
Live performance bonus.
OFEC in the chat says, I'm live funded, by the way. Nice.
Sweet.
Excellent.
OFEC, is that you?
Is it? Who's on this morning?
Is that OFEC that was just on air with us? Or is that just a coincidence and it's the same name? And another great trader named OFEC.
I'm going to close another contract off here. Reduce risk. And I'm out. I'm out. I made 750. 750. Starbucks.
$7.50. Yeah.
$7.50. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, we're pushing.
Cup of coffee
around these highs.
Too choppy. I made coffee. Starbucks. Not clean price action at all. In the NASDAQ anyway. Let me take a look at silver. Silver's been doing something similar, huh? It's
a little bit, yeah. Got a little bit of a pullback, but really every pullback has looked like an opportunity to buy so far. In a market that's up 8.42%. Gold up just under 3%, 2.83% right now. A little bit of a pullback. Oh, it's a different OFEC, who's also a live trader. Interesting.
Okay.
Wow.
There you go. Well, thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining us. Seeing the S&P, are we taking out these highs? Do we get all-time highs today? Are the lows in for the day? We heard OFEC this morning say it's a Monday. A lot of times you see the market pick a direction and continue in that direction. The S&P and the NASDAQ don't look as convinced. The Dow and the Russell making a push here, but we are not far from all-time highs here in the S&P, about 8 points off.
Very close.
7 points off now.
I'm gonna start wearing makeup, edgy. Chat. Come on.
Just keep your hands up. I know you know that. But,
come on. All right, I've had enough. Are we done yet?
Right.
We have 4 minutes
yeah,
left.
no, we got 4 minutes left. We got 4 minutes
I'm just
left.
taking
That's a tricky one.
Everyone today, even Hogue.
Tricky one, Dakota. My brother is a teacher, like middle school and high school, and he got a black eye once, not at school, but he had his wife put like concealer on it, and he said the reaction was generally all the boys were like, "How did Mr. Pelzer get a black eye?" And all the girls were like, "Why is Mr. Pelzer wearing makeup?" So sometimes it's lose on that.
Whatever.
Yeah, there you
I'm
go.
not here to
Hey.
pick up a girlfriend anyway. I'm here to trade.
Right, there you go. There you go. One thing I do
Market
know,
doesn't
Dakota
care
does
how
know how to
ugly I am.
does know how to keep his guard up, and does know how to throw a jab. I did learn that at some point. So, yeah, we'll see.
I forgot we did a little sparring, Kanjay.
We did a little sparring, and yeah, it was fun. Let's see. If we get this push here, we are coming up on the top of the hour. We got the S&P trading 70, 10, 50, 25, 9, 50 half last trade in the NASDAQ. Gold 46, 26, 90. And silver 85.99. Crude oil 59.03 last trade over there. 50-50 on the tilt. Everybody flat right now. These slow grind markets, they can be tough to get in. We heard OFX say it this morning, hey, if there's no trade for you, there's no trade. You don't have to force anything, right? The last thing you want to do is buy the high as this market is turning around. But if you take a trade in these markets, either way, know where your risk is, know where you're in, know where you're out, and your targets. We'll see if the S&P wants to take out this high 70-11 quarter. Tick by tick is going to do it.
Yeah, NASDAQ's making a run for the highs too. So happy to get out of that one with, $7.
Nice $7 trade. It's green, right? Green on the screen.
Green. Hey, there's someone somewhere that wish they were scratched for the day. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Several.
And right, yeah. Dakota, the thing too, right? You came in later in the day, right? Later to fast markets. A lot of times I think what can happen is traders will look at that first 5 minutes and be like, "Oh man, I should have been at my desk at that time," and then try to make it up.
Yeah.
Right? Well, you missed what was the best move of the day, and it's, hey, you take small opportunities and you come back tomorrow. I think if you try to force trades here to try to make up for not being there, you get yourself in trouble.
Correct. Yeah, honestly, best move of the day might come in slow markets, to be honest. I mean, that's first 5 minutes of the New York session that's open, like maybe 10 minutes, seems like was the best move. And the way I trade, I don't think there's any way that I would have caught that. Probably get chopped up in this. And yeah, happy to call it scratch for fast markets. Prepare for some trading this afternoon, and then slow markets.
Some stuff.
This afternoon's gonna
We
be
do have the WASD report coming up in about 5 minutes for all of our ag traders. We have Bostic and Barking speaking as well. Group coaching form is pinned to the top of the chat, so make sure you get your questions in there. Nice trade there, Dakota. Nice out on that trade. Seeing the NASDAQ continue to push highs here, 25,960 and a quarter, 70.11 last trade here in the S&P. We got a morning recap coming up. Then after that, we got Diamond Hands. George is back on Topstep TV for Power Players, another live funded trader at Topstep, and he's ready to shake up the markets. Diamond Hands is coming off a recent payout request, and judging by the amount, he knows a thing or two about how to make money in these markets. Diamond Hands, JD, and Dolby coming up next on Topstep TV after the morning recap with Hogue, Jack, Dakota. Great stuff as always. See you guys soon. It's Topstep TV. Let's go.
Click
click subscribe. This is Topstep TV.
What's up, everybody? This is Dolby Time from Topstep TV, here to talk about some of the cool new features that we have for the new dashboard. My favorite one is going to be reset banking, something that did not exist back when I was doing trading combine. So what you can do, you can bank a reset with every trading combine rebuild, and you can use it on any active account at any time. So that means if you're trading in the month of June and you don't use any resets in June, that means that free one that you typically get on your rebuild date is going to get rolled over into next month. So how cool is that?
All right. Welcome to the morning recap. Again, as always, we hope that your trading has been going very well this morning. It's been a little bit of a challenge. We did see the equities open with the opening range at the dead ass low. We'll see that in the charts here very shortly. But as always, we start with the opening range trades in gold and crude. Now, we did take an opening range trade in gold. What are we looking at as far as context is concerned? We open with a gap and some considerable overnight inventory to the long side. I was kind of okay with either side. I still think that there's more upside to this market eventually. However, we did see, a little bit of a pullback off the open. Let's just take a look on this 5-minute chart, see where the opening range was, and see how this played out for us. Now, the opening range, as it says, the opening range is pretty much in the center of the day session range. This somehow got moved on me a little bit here. Make sure we've got accurate information. 3080 is the initial balance high. So I'm just going to put that right there. So the opening range, market opened, looked to the downside. We ended up getting short 2 micros, 43.18.5. Now, it did pay us, at least initially, a little bit. And we kind of talked about, do we even want to stay in this trade? The risk was about $100, so we just stayed in it. Thought maybe we could see a little bit more of an inventory adjustment back to the downside to look at some levels down there. It just didn't happen until after we got ourselves stopped out. Stop was placed at 46 23.5. We lost about $106 on that one. And again, when you look at this, I mean, this is the day session range. We've looked below the initial balance. We've looked above the initial balance. And that opening range right in the middle of the range. Still going to be opportunities. Make sure you stay locked in. There's still more going on in these markets. It just seems to be a little bit challenging to find them. We did not take the opening range in crude oil, which ended up being a good idea. We looked at the context here. Overnight inventory was pretty much flat, so nothing really to work with there. Inside the range from Friday, a little bit below value. We seem to be rejecting value from Friday, at least initially here. Let's take a look on the 5-minute here. I think the opportunity was initially to the short side, and had we taken that that breakout the first time it came out, we would have been stopped out. I think by the time we saw a 1-minute close, it would have gotten us probably a little bit long. But again, the market would have paid us a little bit, would have come back and eventually taken out our stop. The market seems to be having a little bit of trouble maintaining price above the initial balance high, which is 69.02. Let's see what it looks like on the 30-minute chart here. So, yeah, a lot of wicks on that 30-minute chart, basically above settlement price, which is 59.12, and also really just kind of having trouble maintaining price back inside the area of value from Friday. Value low on this platform showing around 59.05 and showing nothing but rejection above there. I'd like to see this market kind of rotate back into the opening, into the initial balance for possible opportunities at lower levels. Let's take a look at the S&Ps. No trades in the S&Ps. And again, the opening range remains the dead low. In context, the market opened in range below value. We have the base of the late spike that occurred on Wednesday that was resistant on Thursday, looked below on Friday. We saw the rally occur on Friday. Well, where did we open today? We opened basically right above that base of that late spike. So these late spikes, even if they don't come into play on the very next day, you want to kind of pay attention to them in for future opportunities, which today would have been a really nice one. The opening range remains the dead-ass low of the session. The market rallied. It traded into and almost through the value area from Friday. We got to get to value. We got to get to the session high from Friday to get that complete value acceptance play. There was a lot of confluence in this market. We had the afternoon pullback low. You can see the afternoon pullback low is when the market puts a high in and then pulls off with some consideration off that high and then closes. You got that afternoon pullback low, which for about an hour showed some pretty decent resistance. We'd put in the initial balance low 2 ticks below it, the initial balance high 2 ticks below it. And that really kind of gave the market some opportunities to test and retest that level we talked about earlier. If we were going to find meaningful buying, it was going to happen above the initial balance low. And since we've broken out, we've been one time framing higher overall, just in a very short time frame. But on the 30-minute time frame, we've got our March all-time high 7,014. We've got our all-time high, which we just put in regular trading hours on Friday at 7,017.5. And we've got weekly kickoff high all the way up at 70.90. That could be a very interesting opportunity. We don't know, of course, what's going to happen. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ, which we actually did have Dakota on for a little while. Thanks, Dakota, for being a sport when I teasing you about the football game on Saturday. But it's a very kind of similar situation in the S&Ps. We're still seeing a little bit of divergence in Delta as the NASDAQ continues to push higher. Delta continues to decrease in value. It's currently negative 1,400, indicating we may see more short squeezing coming into this market. On the 30-minute chart, the market opened and spanned value low from Friday. So already the NASDAQ presenting a little bit stronger than the S&Ps. Again, the opening range, the dead-ass low. We have that same kind of confluence in the NASDAQ as we had in the S&Ps. We had settlement price, which was 25,938.25. We had the afternoon pullback low, which was 25,930.25, and we put in the initial balance high right in between them. So a little bit of resistance at that level. Once we broke out, the market seems to be using this area, and everything is an area. The 20-session simple moving average, pretty decent pullback to that level, and the market seems to want to continue this grind to the upside. This makes a lot of traders crazy, is when the market isn't volatile, it isn't emotional, and yet price continues just to grind to the upside. And I can tell you from experience for years and years, that's what these equities markets do. They get the short time frame traders short. Everybody likes to pick the highs, and they just run them over. They run them through. So keep that in mind. We don't know, of course, what is going to happen. There's no for sure outcomes in anything in trading, but that's what we've been doing so far today on this Monday. Seems like it's quiet, but there's more, I think, underneath these markets than we can see. So just keep that in mind. Look for the right opportunities, folks. On that note, let's take a look at today's very brief but powerful quotable quote. I think everybody has said something like this or has heard something like this throughout their life, and probably repeatedly, but as long as you live, keep learning how to live, Seneca reminds us. I said a while back, I said, if you stop learning, you stop living. And continuing to learn as you live, it keeps you younger, keeps your brain active, keeps you smarter. So as long as you live, keep learning how to live, keep learning, keep expanding, keep growing, keep trading, and keep loving. On that note, we've got some fun coming up here for everybody. Let me get to it here. So we got Diamond Hands coming up here back on Topstep TV for power players. Going to shake up these markets. We need something to shake up these markets. But Diamond Hands is coming off a recent payout request. And looks like he's been doing well, knows a thing or two about making money in these markets. We're looking forward to seeing Diamond Hands with JD and Dolby next on Topstep TV. Let's go.
Good morning, friends and traders. Welcome back to Topstep TV. Thanks for sticking around. It's time for Power Players. The star of the show, the man in the middle. There he is. Diamond Hands George. What is up, my friend? Of course, you all know Dolby over there on the far right, my other bookend. But George, how's it going,
Good.
man?
Good. How are yourselves?
Tell us
I'm doing
everything.
really good. Good.
Very good. Very good.
Been doing pretty good. I requested a payout last week. I'm green up today, small, and today with this win, I am 30 days profitable in my live account.
Nice
How about
job.
that? How about that? You know what happens after 30 winning days, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's a big deal. It's a big deal. People ask for it all the time. When can we get daily payouts? I'll tell you when. When you hit 30 winning days in your live funded account, folks. There it is. Great job, George. Congratulations. Yes, 30 winning days in the live funded account. That is an impressive feat. Let's talk about some of the trades you got into today. You got on the long side. You got in good on the NASDAQ. You got in early, it sounds like. What was
Yeah,
the
I
setup
did
you
get
were looking
along.
at?
So I was looking at the 5-minute range today instead of the 15 because we did when I saw this big candle opening, right? So right here from 746 where we opening price all the way to like 860 basically. So I was like, all right, I'd rather do the 5-minute range instead of the 15s because maybe the 15 might give us a bigger range, right? And not see a bigger expansion on it. So I did take a trade from like 870 somewhere in this area. And my first trend was going to be 918 right here, as you can see. I did TP there. And I did leave some runners because I did want to hit that 970 or maybe 937 and see what I was going to do there. If it hit 938 here, which was settlement, I believe. Yeah. I was going to move my stop to 918, but this did a pullback and it stopped me out break even. So the only thing I made it was 222.
No harm, no foul there. That's all right, though.
Yeah.
Good day, good day. 30 winning days. Man, that's great. Dolby
That is
time.
awesome.
Dolby's got the keys to the house account. What are you looking at today, Nick? Anything?
Micro
catching your eye in
NASDAQ,
these
per
markets?
usual. Maybe some RTY. We do have access to the RTY. It's fun market. Just trying to
You've been
see
digging
where
the,
what?
You've been digging the Russell lately, haven't you? You put on some trades in there last week.
Yeah, we've had been a good. We started having some decent momentum at the end of 2025 trading the RTY. You know, we can only you can trade like one E-mini. You know, it's not going to break the bank. So totally doable. $5 a tick. You could probably even trade 2 E-minis in a 50K or a 100K account. Certainly a 150K account. So if you're like hell bent on trading E-minis for whatever reason, I think that'd be a great market to do it. Also the YM as well. But yeah, some good money can be made over there. I am still singing the Chicago Bears fight song. I am positively glowing. I was at the game on Saturday. Let me tell you, the greatest sporting
Nice.
event I have ever been to in my entire life. Soldier Field was
Really?
absolutely bumping. Oh, yeah. Just screaming top of your lungs all 4 quarters. The fans never gave up. Not once. Absolutely incredible. If you are in Chicago and can grab playoff tickets, would highly recommend it. I have never seen this atmosphere at Soldier Field. It is out of control right now.
It felt so easy to give up on that game after the first half, too. It was just ugly. Ugly going
It
into
was.
the half. Nobody.
It was.
I almost turned it off myself. But I hung in there. It sounds like fun, though. I didn't even know you were at the
it was
game until I
great.
saw that post in Slack.
It was great. George, I see you're repping as well. Congratulations. We might
I
even
did.
see you later.
Niners.
Might even
Let's
see you
go.
later.
I know Philly thought they was gonna beat us, but hey, Bay Area.
I wish Philly beat you. I would love to play the Eagles. They look like absolute trash right now.
It's funny. We had Coach Ray on for the opening call this morning. He also lives in the Bay Area, San Francisco, and he's a Rams fan. How did that happen?
Oh,
Is that a normal thing?
I think he's probably confused.
It sounds like confusion. A big ball of confusion. All right, let's check in
Yeah.
on these markets real quick, and then we'll get down to business again. Checking in on the tilt, we got 56% short in the S&P, 53% long in the NASDAQ, 64% long in crude, and 58% short in gold. Not a whole lot happening across the tilt. Last trade in the S&P is 7,007.5. Last trade in the NQ, 25,959. Last trade in silver, 85,945. Last trade in the Dow, 49,619. Gold, 46.2540, and crude oil, 58.97. We've got George and Dolby both looking at the NASDAQ. Let's see if we can't find something to do in these markets in this hour. We keep creeping higher. Volume's dropping off. Volume's falling off the cliff. If you were to get in on the long side or short side, what looks more enticing at this point today?
Longs.
Let's go first. Longs.
I'm saying longs. Yeah. We have a nice stair step pattern happening here. We had a nice little base at like 25,867. Had the range high there was then 25,920s. Broke out of it, came back, retested the 920s. High of that range was the 950s. We pushed through that, and now 950s are kind of supporting. So it's a pretty classic stair step pattern to the upside. Kind of the question I always want to ask myself is, where is X getting long at or short at? And then that's kind of where you want to find your entries. Because then if they're getting long there and you're right, then hopefully they're going to help push price to the upside. I think we're mighty close to 26,000. So George, do you think we can hit the 26,000s today?
We might. I did see some orders there earlier. That's 26,000. So, and I know we do have CPI tomorrow as well, so we can even go even higher, maybe like 26,100 tomorrow. So we'll see what CPI does. But yeah, I think there's a lot of time left on the market, and we could potentially be pushing up to that area.
It's only 50 points away. That's not a very heavy move for the NQ either. Cover that in a couple of seconds, right?
Yeah,
that is nothing.
Tiny bit of selling coming in. I've got a. What's that? Go ahead.
I was going to say we had some lower highs off the 30-minute here. So 26,000 from January 7th. Then we got another lower high January 9th, and then maybe this is a lower high here. So it's kind of like a little Dorito shape going on this 30-minute chart here. So we theoretically could be at a higher range right now. We'll see.
Theoretically. All right. We got settlement price down at 25,938. Maybe we'll see a little bit of consolidation down there. We already did today and tried to hold his resistance. Does resistance become support? Yet to be seen. All right. Let's take a look at the S&P, see what's going on over there. Just put in a high of 70.12.5. Regular trading hours high, 70.12.5. And again, stepped off a little bit there. I'm looking at a 15-minute chart. What always catches my eye in the 15-minute chart is how volume, when I love tracking volume, and when it starts to dry up the way it has now, it just keeps stretching. Ticking higher with volume ticking lower. It gives me the impression that we could possibly be running out of buyers in the short term and possibly due for a little bit of a pullback. Since we're in dip buying mode, what's a good spot to get in on the long side in these markets if we do see a little bit of a pullback?
Please, George.
George, you got a level on the downside?
Downside, let me see. We have, that settlement price is pretty nice to enter, 938. Down here, probably could see some buyers come in here. With ES as well, we're close to IB again, high, which is 7,275. Maybe a potential pullback there to go higher. So I'll be looking at those two prices right now. In terms of IB with M and Q, it's 933, which is close to settlement too. So we'll see if we can get a pullback. Yeah, and basically get a retest and then maybe push higher from there.
Like that.
I like it. I like it. Taking our
See where
cues
these
from the long
coming
side
in.
of the market today. What's that, Dolby?
Said just got to see where these buyers are coming in. As you said, the volume
Yep.
is starting to dwindle down a little bit, but I don't know, NASDAQ has no problem, getting short stopped out one tick at a time on low volume.
Yep. Picking tops is not for the faint of heart right now. As they say, markets can stay irrational longer than you can stay solvent, right?
Yeah, especially with the 26,000 so close. Big round number. NASDAQ loves the big round numbers. So maybe there's a way we can try to
35
get
points away.
long up to the 26,000s, and then, maybe that's the target right there.
Ooh, good point. Will it hold as a top once we get up there? If we get up there. It's only about 40 points away right now, so not out of the question.
50s are holding up pretty decent, though. Kind of wish we had snuck in a micro NASDAQ order right there and just nibble. I don't know, like the stop, probably halfway through that previous range, maybe a little bit more. Don't want to risk a ton. So George,
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, God. So when you're when you sought out to, you got the live account 30 days. Did you have a goal of, doing the 30 days, or is this just a byproduct of you following your system?
No, it's just following my system. I mean, yeah, cut the losses when I need to. Actually, I'll take my profit. Sometimes it's small, like this 222. I've seen days where I had like my biggest day I think was like 6,000. So it's it varies, like depending on how the market moves a lot of the times and where I take my profit as well. So no, I think it just came naturally. I wasn't looking for it, but it does. Yeah, today it did hit the 30 days.
Are you even keeping track, or did it just so happen to hit the 30 days?
No, I actually had an issue with my dashboard, and they're the ones. So I noticed that it wasn't moving my profitable days, even though I was profitable some of the days, and they say it was like not syncing, but they told me how many days I had profitable. But yeah, I was not really looking for it. Yeah, that's when I was requesting.
Do you have a plan?
My
Do you have a plan to start taking daily payouts? What's after? What's next?
Yeah, I think I wanna see the feeling of taking daily payouts. Maybe at least for a week.
It's pretty cool. Yeah.
Great perk.
Make $200-300. Pay yourself $200-300. That's the way to do it. Keep a little cushion in there just in case. Why not, huh?
Yeah.
We've got a 9-period EMA in the NQ right here, 25,957. We're approaching that right now. What was that you were going to say, Dolby?
Yeah, hopefully it doesn't mess with your head. Those daily payouts. It's like, oh, if I just make $3,000 right now, I can take the whole $3,000. Start chasing stuff. It's not going to happen. You don't get to 30 days with even having that mindset ever enter into your head. It would never happen.
Yeah. I think even the bonus too, I think that can mess up with you, like trying to get like, oh, if I make this much, I can get like a $6,000 or $1,000 bonus. So I think if it comes naturally and then it happens, instead of trying to go for like a big number just to get that bonus or daily payout.
Have you hit any of those bonus tiers yet?
I'm not sure. I think I'm close. Yeah, I think I'm really close.
I suppose I could find out for you right now, couldn't I? Let's see.
Unless George doesn't want to know. Do you want JD messing with your head, George?
I won't tell you. I'm going to lie to you as soon as I find out.
Uh-oh, is he frozen? Oh, no, he's back. There we go. All right, cool.
No, I'm back right here. Yeah, I don't mind.
Let's see if it'll tell me. I'm looking up your trade report right now. This is the access I have access to.
Chat, what is the longest you've been in an XFA for? Let us know.
Question.
You know,
That's a
longevity
good
is so
question.
important in these accounts because a lot of times traders hop into the XFA, get super excited, and then you start blowing accounts left and right. You know, longevity is a pretty good indicator of success. 5 minutes. I hope not. I hope not. Yeah, 6 months, couple months. Those are all, great numbers. Couple weeks, couple months. It's really good stuff.
Based on what I'm seeing in your trade report, you got to be pretty close after the payout you took last week, which was very decent.
Yeah.
You've got a very nice account balance. So I don't know. You don't have to tell us now. I don't know what
That's I mean,
what you
when it
transferred into
happens, it
live with.
happens.
So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I don't know what your
That's
starting
the
balance was
approach.
either. I'm not going to ask you what it was, but it's got to be pretty close. Got another question in the chat. What is the performance bonus? Can you only get it once? No, you can get it multiple times. There are 7 different tiers to the live funded bonus. And it starts at $15,000 in profits in your live funded account. If you hit $15,000 in profits, you get $1,000. If you hit $20,000 in profits, you get a $5,000 bonus. We had a trader today that hit tier 3, which is $50,000 in profits in the live funded account, earned a $10,000 bonus. And this goes all the way up to $1 million in profits. If you hit $1 million in profits traded in the live funded account, that's a $100,000 bonus from Topstep right into your trading account.
Wow. Now, is
Is that
that
impressive or what?
your account balance or is that your accumulated payouts and then you get the bonus?
It includes payout. It does not include your transfer balance though. So you have to make a profit. So you take your whatever your starting balance, and then you have to add on 15,000. And if you take a payout, it does not get deducted from your from the bonus structure either. So
Got it.
payouts count.
Nice. What a perk.
Very nice perk.
Yes.
Yeah, making money to make money, right? Or getting money, making money, and getting money. It's a beautiful thing. Yeah. A lot of benefits to getting into the live funded account here at Topstep. We like to we like to get as many people as we can into these live accounts because that's where the pro ball trading happens at, right? In the live funded account.
It is a great goal. And you've really accomplished quite a bit if you can get yourself into a live funded account.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, 50s still holding in there.
Yep. 25,960 last trade in the NQ. Really just chopping sideways for the moment. We're in a very tight little range up here on the highs.
JD,
Just a reminder for... Say again, Dolby?
I said, how do you feel about these 50s?
How do I feel about it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man. Well, I like the 40s a little better. Again, we got settlement price down at 25,938. I mean, this range is so tight right now. Is this something you want to play? Do you want to play a breakout or it's tough making a call when we're trading like this.
A breakout guy.
Yeah. Mr. Diamond Hands, gun to your head. Do you go long or short right here?
Let me see. For what? MNQ or RTY?
Yeah. MNQ.
MNQ? Not yet. I would love to see.
Nothing.
No, I wouldn't either. We come back here and get a trade here. Probably right here. Or if we do break the highs, then we could probably go to that 26,000 that we were talking about. So maybe anywhere. What is this?
That lower level was that settlement price?
Yeah, that blue one.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, that's settlement. Gotcha. Yeah. And then this is yesterday's value area high. Yeah. So if we can break this and hold here 974, we could potentially go to that 26,000 that we're talking about.
Gotcha. Very cool. What are you looking at in the Russell? You train a lot of Russell?
I don't, but I sometimes I'll look it for Dolby.
It's not a bad market. It's not a bad market. It certainly does not move like the NASDAQ, I can tell you that. But it's not too shabby.
Yeah.
And if you're looking for a couple $100, it's
we had a
pretty
nice
decent.
pullback. Right, let me see. What time was this? 11. If you see at 11, we hit almost IB to the tick, and that was the pullback in order for us to go higher to that. What was that? 2644 area.
Mm-hmm.
But it was pretty nice.
Oh, yeah, I see that. Initial
Very
balance,
cool.
yes, sir. Kind of like 39s maybe. In RTY could be interesting for a potential trade. Ooh, Bostic is speaking.
Bostic speaking. We have a Fed at the podium. 11:30. Let's see. Is he about to start? Scheduled for 11:30. I don't see any headlines out yet.
Bostic,
Barter
Barkin.
Fankrup in the chat. Clearing something up. Nobody said anything about free money barter. We were talking about bonuses. We have a bonus structure. You have to earn a bonus here at TopStep.
Oh, yeah, you do.
There is no free money.
Also, a lot of this is a bank week for earnings.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, got a JP Morgan tomorrow. Got Bank of America the day after. Also seeing that the Supreme Court opinion on tariffs, it's tentative, it's in parentheses, but that could be looming on the 14th as well. I've also got Wells Fargo, Citibank, so all week. Morgan Stanley, BlackRock. BlackRock's probably not that happy right now after Trump said you can no longer buy homes. Honestly, that's great. I don't know why they're allowed to buy McMansions and rent them out to people. Seems insane to me.
So Bostic is speaking right now. We also have Barkin scheduled to speak at 11:45, just about 12 minutes from now. Bostic speaking at the Rotary Club of Atlanta. I'm sure if he says anything market moving of importance, there'll be a headline popping up for it. But so far, nothing yet.
Yeah, nice little pullback here. You know, it's tough getting long up here. You know, you look at the 1 hour chart and you're just like, well, you're paying a premium to get long because you are just so damn close to lots of resistance. So I like ideas of George Payson's here. Could we get back to settlement? You know, maybe find some support on a larger time frame. The 1 hour has a little candlestick high there at 933s, pretty close to settlement. So maybe we can get some action right around that area.
Looks like it wants to go for a little dip.
I dip, you dip, we dip. Please. Let's keep an eye on that little level there.
Yep. No bids lined up yet, right, Dolby?
Nothing
done?
yet.
Working nothing.
Nothing yet. No, let's
Gotcha.
be patient with Diamond Hands here. He has 30 winning days in his live funded account. He must know a thing or two. We're gonna hang it.
I'll agree with
We're
that
gonna hang
for
out. We're
sure.
gonna watch. Oh, I mean, patience
Checking
is
in
king.
on gold. Gold has gone a little bit sideways. 46.22. 46.22 half. Last trade in gold. Kind of flattening out. Got the silver chart up also. Silver chart's trading at the lower end of this 5-minute range going back to 10 o'clock Central Time.
Silver is just
We are seeing
absolute
some
monster of a
little-
market.
Oh yeah.
Isn't it crazy?
Wow.
Folk mentioned this
Back-to-back
morning we're going to
7%ers.
start adding. Folk mentioned this morning we're going to start adding some silver levels for the opening kickoff. We'll have some opening kickoff or weekly kickoff silver levels coming up in the next couple weeks. Hogue is getting himself familiar with the silver market.
Ooh, I love that.
Nice.
We're getting hip with the times.
Mm-hmm. Woo Moo is back in the chat. I love it. Long is gonna get wrecked.
Been bearish. It's been slamming that keyboard bearish for the last like 15 minutes. Great name. Great name.
Great name. And what else we got? Dow. Dow's right off the highs also. Put on a high in the Dow for the regular trading hours, 49,713. 49,713 regular trading hours high. Back to the S&P. Getting real choppy. It's got that heavy feeling to it, in my personal opinion. This is not trading advice of any kind, right? It's just the setup that I like to track, you know? Slowly ticking higher with volume, steadily decreasing. It just feels like a breakout move is imminent. Does that mean it's going to break to the downside? Not necessarily. Could pop also, but when you see these types of scenarios with the rubber band stretching, talked about it last week.
Yep.
Eventually it snaps back, right? It's got to rebuild. Breaks are good for rallies. It gives people an opportunity to load back into the market at better prices.
Sometimes you got to go down to go up.
Exactly. Yep. Markets don't move in a straight line, right?
They do not. I mean, this 1 hour chart is just, talk about a roller coaster of emotions here. Very, very wide range. It's almost like a 500, not 500, like 400 point range in the NASDAQ between the 7th and today. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Real wide. RTY is looking interesting here. Maybe a little bit of a bounce on the RTY. I was talking about those 38 nines. Kind of touched it and bounced up a point. Look at a bid in an RTY.
You're going to work a bid?
Yeah, 38.9. It'd be a tight stop. Maybe like 50 bucks.
50 bucks. 50 bucks is 50 bucks, right? What was that price you were looking at, Toby?
2638.9.
2638.9. Nice. About a buck away. Yep.
Got a couple things that look nice. Oh, what do you got?
Woo-moo, say no, Dolby, no.
Oh, buddy. Even in the RTY?
We appreciate your effort, Woo-moo, but we're doing it anyway. House account's working to get long in the Russell. We might get
Gotta
this.
show some love to the Russell.
Couple ticks away.
You know, if it doesn't win, it doesn't win. But no, there's a couple of things that look pretty interesting. You have nice range over
pretty
range.
close to settlement.
Low
Now
profile, close to settlement. See what happens.
Woo-moo, is Dolby gonna get wrecked here?
Damn, even Hoop says it.
Dang.
Oh yeah, Hoop's in there.
That's funny. Even Hoop said it.
No hope, man. No trust.
Okay, if Hoop doesn't like it, all right, now I'm pulling the trade.
S&P making a little bit of a move.
Good Lord, chat.
Right back to settlement price. 7,005 settlement price in the S&P. Also got a 9-period EMA right here at 7,005, and it's also Friday's volume point of control, 7,004 and a quarter. A lot of happening right here at these prices in the ES right now. See if it could hold. If it doesn't, we might get a little leg lower. I've got an overnight VWAP 69.88. That's a good downside target.
Pulled the RTY.
Did you get into that? Did you get into that trade, Nick?
Oh, we pulled it.
Pulled it. All right.
Good
move.
The vibes were not there. The vibes were not there. There were like the chat came in real strong. Chat came in real
Dolby,
strong. No. It's all right. Hey, we got our own version of the tilt. It's right here in chat.
Oh man. Nice.
Randy in the chat. Who's your best mentee? Who do you enjoy coaching the most, George? Mr. Diamond Hands?
Who's right now like coaching somebody?
Randy's in the chat. He wants to know who your best mentee is.
He's probably one of them. He's pretty good. Yeah, he's pretty
That's
good.
why
He's
he asked the
taking a lot.
question.
Yeah, he's taking like a good payouts from Topstep. Like he's pretty good.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I have some new
You
ones
should try and
too.
get the.
Raesh, pretty good too. She's about close to getting a payout with Topstep too.
Very cool. We'll have to get a list from you.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll do
Is
a
this
little
the same Randy
teacher.
who asked us when is the segment going to be over last week? Or is it a different Randy?
Is it the same Randy? Was it? I think it's a
I don't know.
different Randy. Different Randy.
I don't know. Maybe I don't know. He's a little troll too, so I don't know. He might might have been him.
Nope, different
What do
Randy.
you like about
he says, not
coaching?
me, not me.
Not you. Okay, that was funny. That was funny as hell on Friday. What do you like about coaching, Diamond Hands?
Seeing their progress. I think going from beginner to from passing a combine to taking a payout. I think that's very nice, and then something they learn for me, and then they use it all their life, right? So I think that's it right there. Is able to help them progress in their training journey.
Yeah. You think there's any like milestones that traders, kind of need to be hitting as they develop?
I think one of them has to be. I know this is something that a lot of them that I actually mentor is seeing a red day. That I think that's one of the biggest things they struggle with, seeing a red day, and sometimes they have like a month or 2 months of good profit and they wipe it out in one single day. So that's one of the biggest things that I try to help them with, and that's a good milestone for them is when accepting a good loss, being a good loser.
Yeah,
It's a big piece of the puzzle right there.
Mm-hmm. Never listening to chat ever again.
Chat blew it for Dolby. Oh well.
Nah, I blew it for myself.
I'll stop reading the chat to you. I take responsibility.
I'm right here, staring at it right in my face. Look at this thing. It's all right. Entertainment, baby.
Sometimes it's better to go with your own trade, not the crowd.
100%.
Exactly.
100%.
Exactly.
It was soup. I didn't expect the blue text coming across so bearish. Threw me off my game. If it was a regular, just gray text, I'm like, whatever.
Yeah.
A million times. Hoop off the top rope.
No, Dolby, no.
Coach Hoop was like, he's about to get wrecked. I was like, dang.
I've never heard Hoop say that in my entire life. I mean, this must be an indicator. This must be an indicator.
It's a bot.
It's a bot.
Oh, Dolby time. The other Randy is in the chat though. He's shown himself. What's up, Randy?
Randy H. Okay. Randy, 15 minutes till the next segment.
We're almost done. Randy. Not a whole lot of action. S&P bounced right off a settlement price to the tick, put in a low 7,009.5 on that last move down. I said to the tick, but went through settlement price by 2 ticks. 7,005 settlement price.
Great read on that settlement too in the micro NASDAQ because you touched that and rallied. It also kind of lined up with the 50% retracement of the previous range that we had broken out of. So 921s up to about 960s. Middle of that is about 940. I still don't know why the 50% retracement is so important. Here's my theory, though. Because imagine you got long, say like 924, and then you're playing a breakout and you add another one at 960. that would put your average at about the middle. And so if you go to break even, you would have gotten stopped out. That is my run-in theory on why the 50% retracement is so intriguing in some of these ranges here.
I saw
Let's
that
do a-
NQ pretty much hit the settlement price almost, I think, by
Oh,
a
yeah.
tick.
Yep, it did.
I was waiting
What
for
was that low
M&Q
print?
to actually tap it, but I think we were off by like 2 ticks, I think.
Ooh.
It missed it by a single tick. 25,938 is settlement price.
Yeah, I
NASDAQ
was waiting
put
for
in a
like
low
maybe a
of-
tap and then go, but yeah.
I'd still get it. It's possible. It's very
We're on
quiet
our
in
way
these
to
markets right
26K
now.
now. It is.
26,000 looks really good now. Especially if we break
Hush
these
is falling
highs.
over. Could be zombie mode. A little zombie rally on a Monday.
Very possible.
Don't see why not. Don't see why not. Do we expect the banks to be shaking up the markets this week? Maybe.
There's a lot of
Maybe
moving
not.
parts this week. Will the banks shake it up? I mean, sure it could. But there's so much happening this week. There's a lot of potential. There's potential for shakeup every which way you look.
Catalyst.
We've got
Yeah.
15 scheduled Fed governor speeches for the week. And with the announcement that Powell made yesterday, that statement that he made, I mean, we could see quite a few more popping in. I wouldn't be surprised if we got more than 20 Fed
Yeah, that was
speakers
wild.
throughout the week in there. Wasn't it?
Yeah. I mean, market really didn't, kind of just shook it off, to be honest. I also thought that Jack had made that, and then I was very confused for a while. Jack had made some excellent Powell
Jack-
AI content, but
He
when
does make
wasn't
some very
sassing us-
convincing.
No sass detected, so I was like, oh, this might be real. This is the real thing here.
If he had said, make the money gun go burr, then we would have known it was Jack for sure.
100%. 100%.
All right, guys. While we figure out our next move in these markets, we've got some news to share. Target says it's in the process of opening at least 30 stores in 20 states. We got Macy's closing stores. We got Target opening stores. Let's hear all that news.
Most of the locations are in the South, with several in Florida, North Carolina, and Texas. Target says it's not providing any opening dates yet, but a few stores in the project are operating already. Long term, the retailer says it wants to add more than 300 locations over the next decade. The expansion comes after Target announced 1,000 layoffs and the elimination of about 800 positions back in October. It says those cuts were to regain strength after slumping sales and blowback from its DEI programs.
Great job, Target.
Very interesting. Thought Feeder in the chat says, JD, please say power her. What does that mean? I said
Power
it for
hour?
you. There you go. Maybe that's what they meant to spell. You see that? Yeah, doesn't
Yeah.
matter. Doesn't matter. Don't care. All right. Last
Target is
trade
the
in
poor
the
man's
ES.
Yeah, I don't know. It
The
doesn't
poor
feel way
man's.
around.
Target is the poor man's Walmart?
Target.
I don't
I
know.
suppose that
think
would.
it's I think it's the opposite.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It depends on your proximity to a Walmart too.
Yeah.
I'm closer to like 6 Targets than I am to one Walmart where I'm
Yeah,
at in Chicago.
same.
Yep.
Like five Targets and then one Walmart. And I feel like everything's more organized than Target, in my opinion.
It's true. It's true.
And Walmart's
You're
intimidating.
not
if
promoting
you're an
Target
amateur.
in any way. Say again, Nick. What was that?
Said Walmart's intimidating if you're an amateur. Man, those stores are just
Yes.
absolutely massive. Can't imagine.
Costco used to scare me, but I've grown to love it. And
Nice.
That's my favorite place to go, Costco. And I still don't own a single share of stock. Let's take a look at Costco stock price.
I actually get dressed to go to Target. I wear pajamas in Walmart. Sounds about right.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's what
100%.
B-Wop Norg said.
I mean, you don't want to be overdressed at Walmart, you up, George.
Nah, not Walmart. Target. I think at Target. I actually wear jeans.
10-year note auction at noon. Yes, thank you for the reminder, Dan Evans. Top
Mhm.
of the hour, we will have a 10-year note auction.
Could be a
I
thing.
don't see any headlines coming from these talking feds either. We had a White House official say Trump will meet with Venezuela's Machado on Thursday. I don't know why I said it like that. But that is it on the news. It looks like Bostic is still speaking, or this conference is still going on. I think he's done speaking. But nothing market moving coming out of these Fed governors so far.
Gotta wonder what these
Trump will
other
be in
Fed governors are thinking right now.
I know, right?
What's going through their mind? Hate to be a fly on the wall in that meeting. What happened to that RTY? All right, we're done looking at RTY. How's MNQ doing?
It's pushing higher.
How is it?
Yeah.
Last trade in the NQ 25 965 even. 965 even last trade. Let's check one more time in on the tilt before we get out of here. We've got 56% short in the ES, 54% short in the NQ. Gold tilt is growing, 77% long tilt in gold. I'm sorry, crude, 77% long in crude. And gold is pretty flat, 51% short. Let's take a look at the crude oil market. We've got a tilt growing nearly to 80%. We know what happens when crude gets to an 80% tilt, right? Historically, we've seen changes in direction when the tilt gets to extreme levels in crude oil. We'll see if that plays out today. Not saying it will. Again, this is not trading advice of any kind, but it was a pattern that we used to see quite a bit of.
Silver pushing new highs. JD, do you have access to silver?
I do. I'll pull it up.
Pull up that beautiful, beautiful chart.
Here is your silver chart. 86,235 last trade in silver. This is a 15 or 5 minute. Let's take a look at a 15-minute chart. Just keeps pumping higher. Let's take a look at the ladder.
86.
Is everybody trading micros?
Better be.
See how the micros look. Micros look thin. I just want to see what the ladder looks like on the mini too. It's about the same. Pretty thin on both the micro and the mini.
That's a lot of market for one account.
Mm-hmm. Who's trading silver today?
A lot of people are trading silver. I mean, silver in the overnight session. If you want your NASDAQ, your NASDAQ vibes in the overnight, take a look at silver. That thing is cruising. Absolutely.
Yeah, I like trading metals in the overnight and then MNQ on New York session.
Yeah, I like that. I like heavy metal too.
Heavy metal.
Yeah,
all right, guys, we got about 1 minute left to go. Oh no, we're ready to go. Mr. Diamond Hands, George, thanks for joining us. Congratulations on 30 days of profits in the live funded
Amazing
account.
stuff.
Took a giant payout last week, and big things coming for our friend Diamond Hands. Toby time, always a pleasure. I'll catch you later this afternoon. We are going to step away, take a short break. We've got Jack and risk manager Aaron coming in for a shoulder tap in just a few minutes. And then we've got group coaching coming up at 12:15. The form is pinned at the top of the chat. I think we forgot to do our group coaching plug earlier. But grab that form that's pinned to the top of the chat. You've got Hogue, Deanne, and Anne-Marie here to answer questions. They're going to answer them live right here on Topstep TV. You've got the questions. We've got the answers. Group coaching coming up next, but we're going to do a shoulder tap real quick. Again, thanks for joining us, George. We'll catch up with you again very, very soon. Can't wait to see what's up next. What's coming up next for you. All right, guys. Short break, shoulder tap coming up next. Topstep TV. Let's go.
Hey, friends and traders. As always, please remember to like and subscribe. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Shoulder Tap. If I have a smile on my face, it's just from a news story we may or may not share a little bit later. Aaron, welcome. How's it going today?
It's going great. I have a smile on my face because our traders are taking advantage of some of this volatility in the markets. How was your weekend? How are you, Jack?
My weekend was great. I gotta say, I went over to a friend's house to watch the game, and it was a roller coaster of emotion. It
I
was
bet it was.
fantastic. Um, as far as the markets today, it's kind of just been drifting upwards in the ES, which I usually am watching. Still looking at that 70.22 level if we get there, but still a little bit below the all-time highs that were set on Friday. But it sounds like our traders had a good time of it.
They sure did. Yeah, we can pull up some leaders and give some shout outs real quick. Omar, Nathan, Sean, Sebastian, and Mark all are taking the cake for our leaders today. But Omar and Nathan, Sean, Sebastian, Mark, make sure that we're holding on to those profits. Shout out to all of you for taking advantage of the volatility that we've seen in some of the precious metals. I know Omar traded
Silver?
gold.
Gold?
I'm sorry,
Okay.
silver. Yep. To
All
get
right.
to
I
that profit
figured.
on the day. Some dabbling in the NASDAQ for some of these other traders. But nonetheless, well done, all of you, to start the week. That's some pretty big profits to add to live balances, depending on where you sat prior to today's session.
That's awesome. I was waiting for someone to have like a massive day in silver coming up here. Maybe see someone do six figures in a day sometime soon. It's been a while since we've seen that. Um, but today we got a card that maybe you can give a little color. This one is interesting to me in its interesting and its non-interest, but we'll talk more about that. So tell us a little bit about this card.
Yeah, so we're going to feature Sean trading with us in New Hampshire. I haven't been up to the New England area, or at least that portion of it. But Sean's been trading with us since August of 2024. He's been in this live account for just about 50 days, 48 to be exact. But it is an interesting card. Looking at some of these metrics, average daily P&L of $3, so staying just about scratch, not really adding to the overall account balance, not losing a whole lot, just staying pretty static. Um, Diving into that first box of metrics, 48% winning days, 46% winning trades, 4 trades on average, averaging a 3 lot reward to risk of 1.4 to 1. Some of the products that he trades, we can see he focuses on the micro contracts, which would be indicative of the size that he's putting in for each of these trades. But hold times are extremely long compared to some of the other cards that we've featured over the last couple weeks. 7-hour, 33-minute winners, 3-hour, 48-minute losers. And I haven't seen any payouts taken from this account quite yet. So one of the bullets I put on here is something similar we've talked about, end of last week. What's the goal? I think account management has been a focus of our conversations the last couple times I've been on the shoulder tap segment. And I'll ask it again today. Sean's trading this account and has been profitable, to start, maybe take a little bit of a breather, and then came back in. And we've seen it just kind of fluctuate, between where he started and where he maybe wants to get. So I overall, I think there's some things that we can glean from the trade report, but maybe the portion that we can focus in on is, high watermarks. It seems like Sean's getting out where we would suggest he does, which is at a take profit rather than giving too much back. It doesn't seem like he's getting greedy in these days on his trade report. But again, it doesn't seem like there's a lot of gumption to move this needle on profitability and grow the account balance either at a considerable pace or to a considerable size. Now, we don't know exactly what Sean's thinking, what the overall goal is. I know he's got 21 winning days in the account, so maybe trying to get to that 30 winning days and take a larger payout, or get to a point where he can take daily payouts. All good and well. But again, it's hard to glean off of a trade report what the end goal might be for Sean. So that's why I wanted to feature this one, was just to try and harp on the point of having a goal in mind and account management always being present. What do you got, Jack?
So because once again, you can't see everything from a trade report. I kind of struggled to find anywhere I did my normal stuff. He's not taking huge swings in these 48 days. This is a 150K account. He's come close, but he's never actually hit the DLL. Come close. So the biggest loss in this account is like 2,800. Biggest day is $4,340. I looked at the histogram. It's pretty normal looking. I looked at the equity curve, as you would probably expect. It's not like there was a huge rise and then we're just seeing it at the fall. It's just been kind of chopping around a little bit. So I was struggling to find something, and then right at the buzzer, I did find something interesting, which is that so Sean trades a suite of micro products, micro gold, ES, NASDAQ, and Dow. So pretty much all the equities and then micro gold. What I found when I sorted it by it is that actually there is one of these products where he's performing, and on both of them, a lot of trades. I'm not going to count. He placed like one trade in the E-mini Dow. He's about scratching the micro E-mini NASDAQ. But here's the big one, because he trades these pretty much every day. He's trading micro gold and micro ES the most. The average daily P&L for his micro E-mini S&P trades is minus $334 per day. Okay, and he's trading that on most days. The P&L on micro gold is plus $230 per day. So on a decently robust sample size, he is trading way better in the micro gold than the micro ES. So maybe my recommendation would be to, hey, just focus on the gold. It seems you're doing better there. And then I had a thought, he's trading both of them each day. He might be, I can't see the trades, but those results tell me I don't think he's spreading them, but he might be biased long gold, short equities is what I'm thinking. And if that's the case, then then who knows? You might have to check your bias on that. But for now, the only thing I could say is maybe stick with the gold, because you're performing much better there. That's kind of all I saw here.
Yeah, I would agree with that too. Diving into the product specific trade reports, noticing that the amount of trades in micro gold damn near mirror what we're seeing in the MES as well. So if there's maybe a bit of a hedge or something that he's trying to throw on, I'm not sure. Again, it's hard just looking at numbers rather than being able to talk to the trader and get a gauge for psychologically what may be going on, and or pinpoint what the strategy is in trading both of those products each day. However, it goes back to that account management aspect that we've been bringing up between you and I, Jack. It's focus on what works and don't focus on the things that aren't working. And it seems like micro gold is a profitable market for Sean to be trading in. So if nothing else, focus on the things that are making you money. And I think that is micro gold as far as what I'm seeing here on the numbers. So aside from that, I don't really have any suggestions. It seems like hold times aren't affecting anything in a negative way. The size that he's entering positions with is not affecting anything in a negative way. It truly is just rehoning a couple aspects of this strategy, maybe in the way of focusing on a particular product and throwing out the rest.
I would, I'd have to see the actual trades to do it, but e- trading equities against gold as like a spread or a hedge is a little bit, um, I don't know, odd to me. I've always been like, you shouldn't hedge something or make a pairs trade or something unless you have a thought, unless you were trading the spread between them, not just to be like, well, this will probably work out if not, because you expose yourself to, take for instance this morning where, if you were long gold, short equities, you got kind of blown up off the open here. But I'd have to look more into that. That's interesting. But yeah, thanks for bringing the card, Aaron. A lot to dig into here. You know what? Like, we've seen a lot worse, obviously, than $3 a day. So keeping alive. We'll see what Sean can do here. Thanks.
No problem.
All right. Well, there's your shoulder tap for today, but stick around. What's coming up next? We got group coaching. Who will be coaching? Hogue, Deanna, and Anne Marie will be here. Take your questions, maybe take some trades. We're getting close to those all-time highs in the SPX/ES. So stick around. It's going to be a fun afternoon. This is Topstep TV. Bears won.
I should have done that.
Welcome, traders. It is time for group coaching, that favorite time of day. Hopefully, you got a sandwich or something. And we have two beautiful people with us today. We've got Anne Marie in the middle. We've got Deanna on the other side. Anne Marie, I heard a rumor that you had a birthday recently. Is that right?
I did. I turned the big 6-0 yesterday.
Oh, we didn't have to say that, but happy birthday.
I don't mind. You know, vanity has left me a long time ago, or maybe not. I'm just
Happy
trying to tell
birthday.
myself. Thank you.
My husband also turned 60 the other day.
Oh yes, when was his birthday?
He was on the 8th.
Oh, very
Yeah.
nice. January people.
Mhm.
Yes, love it. Yes,
Well,
I'm
happy
happy.
birthday, Anne Marie.
It's thank you.
I was
It's
going to say
it's
you're
a
finally
privilege.
21.
Yeah,
exactly.
getting old is a privilege, so I'm enjoying it. I get to say whatever I want,
There
and
you
people
go.
go, you know what? She's just an old lady. They do that, so I'm enjoying it.
Well, good. So it was also Jimmy Page's birthday on the 8th.
Oh yeah.
What?
Yes.
How interesting.
Yes.
Yeah, I
Stephen
figured
Hawking
literally. I thought
well,
Jimmy Page would be
and
dead by
Elvis.
now. Honestly, both he and Robert Plant. I thought they'd be
Well,
both dead.
he may actually be. He just doesn't know it yet. Dee, how are you feeling? How are things? Trading well today?
Yeah, I'm feeling okay. Yeah, on one account I'm up, on the other one I'm down. So we'll see what happens into the end of the day. Let me just. My
Anything
internet
actively?
has been no, nothing at the moment. But my internet has been a bit dodgy. So I'm kind of battling tech gremlins today.
Yeah.
So yeah, hopefully it'll hold up.
Well, that's always scary, especially when you have live trades on.
Yeah,
I
that's
was
true.
having internet problems earlier, but I restarted my router.
Oh, you did it.
Router.
I did.
Router. Say it with an accent. Yes.
All right.
Do you seriously say router? Is that how you say
Router,
it? Router?
We say router.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Mhm. But we also say buoy, you know, and you guys say
Yeah.
boy.
Yeah,
So
that's true. It's still English, right?
yes, there you go. Barely. It's English barely.
We also say Chicago.
Yeah, and we say Chicago.
Yes,
Chicago.
and congratulations to all the Bears fans.
Yes.
I mean, it was pretty amazing that that game went the way that it did, because it didn't really look like it was going to go that way in the first quarter for sure.
Yeah, it was definitely an emotional roller coaster.
Good for them. I'm excited.
Yeah. So as always, folks, we have your questions. We appreciate you asking the questions, and we are going to get through as many as we can today. We do keep them stored, so if we can get to some past questions, of course, we always will. And there's some questions that we see a lot. There's kind of trends, right? And everybody seems very interested in the options levels or the GEX levels or those levels. And there's a question here from Yuxel, and it's titled a D, but I know you guys both look at those levels very, very deeply. And so, I mean, it's a very simple question. Do you use intraday levels, or are you just looking at end of day? They kind of mentioned Mentor Q, but there are other programs where you can see those levels. So, starting with you, do you use intraday levels, or are you pretty much looking at end of day levels for your?
So I use a mix. I like to look at the monthly options actually and how they're behaving day to day. So I suppose it's sort of like intraday, and sometimes I will do a snapshot halfway through the day. I do have some algos that that I use to help me crunch everything so that I don't have to spend like hours losing my eyes. And what's very interesting is that on Mental Q, the end of day levels, they may kind of change size throughout the day, you know, because more options flow might come in. But they kind of stay similar levels of interest. The only time that's not the case is when one of the products goes into some mad trending day, either up or down. And this is where monthly options can help, because you can see like the entire options chain, not just whatever is within the day's implied volatility, if that makes sense. So personally, I use a mix, but I do heavily rely on Mentor Q just to kind of give me a quick overview of where the interesting points are.
Okay. And Marie, how do you feel?
You know, I don't look at the intraday ones. I do only look at the monthly ones. I just want to see where they're anchored. I do take a look to see if they shift around, and sometimes they do shift around. But at the end of the day, what that tells me is trader conviction about the regions. And so if I see it shifting down or shifting up and it's like, you know, 10 points roundabout, I go, you know, they're just playing around there. They're just trying to, you know, maybe take a couple more ticks out of the market for themselves. But I tend to be the big fat crayon girl. So I don't look at specificity so much as generality. And you get a good look at that when you look at all of the pieces together and then go, okay, what am I seeing here overall? So yeah, I just kind of stick with the monthly ones.
There's a question I've always kind of had about this, and specifically, you know, the difference between intraday and end of day or longer time frame levels. When we're looking at intraday levels on Mentor Q, or you know, whatever it is, are we looking at shorter time frame traders accumulating those positions at those particular strike prices and maybe seeing a longer time on like the monthly options? Is that would that be something that you would agree to, or D, what do you think?
Yeah. Yeah, obviously some products are a little bit livelier. So especially around 0 DTE days, where, you know, a lot of people might be scrambling to either close out or to, you know, grab the 0 DTE position. And that's more in equities. But I feel like in commodities, the monthly options are pretty stable. I suppose that's as good a word as any. They don't seem to have too much shifts. Yeah, exactly. So, for example, whenever I do my weekly plan, I find that the levels that I found on Monday pretty much stay in play for the rest of the week. It's very rare to see a week where all of a sudden you get like a brand new area that they haven't looked at, and then suddenly a whole bunch of open interest appears out of nowhere. It's always like, well, this is where they are at the beginning of the week. That's where they are at the end of the week, and it's just what happened in between. So to me, that's
totally
a very
agree.
nice snapshot. Yeah, like Anne-Marie said.
And more in like tangible commodities, like, well, I mean, I know you're trading copper and natural gas, and you think that that's because maybe those contracts are more used by the actual hedgers of those products than speculators, unlike some of the equities. There's a lot of speculation going on in them.
Yeah, yeah. And that's one of the reasons why I dislike equities. Because they look very speculative, right? And it's like, well, who's pulling the strings here? And even though dealers have a lot of power still with what sort of moves we're going to see, purely because the cash flow that they hold, I just don't like the randomness that I see in certain speculative products. So, you know, when you look at something like lean hogs, or you look at, I don't trade much lean hogs, but Coach Hoop does, and we talk a lot. But then if you look at something like copper, it's a base metal, and I would argue that if you're trading copper, you have to be in it. So you're either a commercial hedger or you're a user or a producer of the commodity. So it's like, you know, there's only very few of us who are speculators in those markets, and I think it really brings stability to price action that you don't really see in equities, especially in NQ. It's just flying all over the place. And even though, you know, commodities can be volatile, they're volatile in a different way. Like when they commit to the direction, you know that they're just going to go, right? Whereas in, you know, in some of the equities, it's like up and down, intracandle, up and down. And you kind of get a seizure trying to figure out where it's going to end up. And I just don't like that. You know, my brain doesn't work as well as it did when I was younger. And I just need, you know, calmness, stability. And I don't mind volatility. I actually enjoy volatility, but not intracandle madness, if that makes sense.
Yeah. For a lot more frenetic motion in those equities. And you know, nat gas is not exciting to trade. And I think that's what ends up getting people interested. They all got interested in silver because it started moving. Before that, they weren't that keen on it.
Nobody looked at it.
Everybody got excited about gold because gold started moving, but before they weren't that keen on it. And so I think we're just in one of those, you know, cycles of let's just dance with the shiniest thing that's sitting here. Yeah,
absolutely. And it's so funny seeing people trading silver like they're trading equities. And I'm like, look, silver is very time dependent. There are exchanges that are pricing this commodity. And a lot of the times, the way people are trading it, they're trying to trade it as if it's an equity index. It's like, that's not really going to work. Because, you know, you don't really get zombie rallies in the same way without some very serious pullbacks across the board in commodities. So, you know, some people were like long crude oil, and then Euro close comes, and it just completely erases the entire, like, sort of 12, 16 hours movement in the space of 2 minutes. And people are like, oh, what happened? Is it news? And I'm like, it's not news. It's crude oil. It's what it does.
Yeah.
And silver is now doing the same thing, right? And this morning I was talking about the Shanghai exchange. I was talking about, you know, how it relates to the pricing of silver. And, you know, we also have copper. I know for the same reason, copper is probably not as exciting to trade because it is slow. It doesn't have, you know, 1 million ticks per day. It has 200 to 300. But to me, it's a, you know, it's a stable product that once it decides where it's going to go, it gets there, right? And I never have to expect any kind of a change in the candle color in the last sort of 2 seconds before the TPO closes.
Yeah.
Whereas every time I'm looking at the equities, you never really know until the last second. It's like, where is it going to end up? What's going to happen? But, you know, to me, excitement in that way is not very exciting. You know, I think that's probably more exciting to newer traders. To me, it's just risk. I just look at it as risk.
Yeah, same. Dee brought up a great point, though. Before you jump into that question, I just wanted to go back over it. Dee mentioned that when we look at these commodities and we think they're going to give us a zombie rally, what we end up seeing are these reflexive patterns that simply reverse, that are very, very relevant on what's happening in the exchanges and so on and so forth. And so if you just think about that for a minute and just take a look at gold or silver or oil, particularly over the last couple of days, you'll see those same things. Big moves up, rocket back down. Big move down, rocket back up. And there's just so much incongruency in terms of flow. If you decide you're going to buy a breakout and you're just not paying attention to it, you're going to get taken to the woodshed.
Oh yeah.
Well, I got to send a shout out to my my brother Rick, who's in the chat sometimes. I keep telling him he's got to come on Topstep TV because he was a trader for many years, and he's still a trader. And 2 years ago, he started being very interested in silver, and started accumulating ETFs and solid, and actuals around $14. So I keep telling him it's almost time to buy the Lambo, buddy. Almost time to buy the Lambo.
Unless it goes to 100.
Yes, right. How about it?
Does he have any pets? Any dogs?
Yes, I believe he's got a cat and a dog.
So where are they going to go in the Lambo?
Right?
Dee, spoken like a wonderful four-legged mommy. What about the babies?
Yeah, where the baby's going to go?
He's more of a classic car kind of guy, so I don't know. I don't see him buying a Lambo. I see him buying some sort of. He's already got a GTO, so I don't know. Maybe a Camaro. Maybe the Camaro's next. I'll see him being a Ford guy, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll get him on TV here one of these days soon. He says, I can't come on. I don't have a camera. I'm like, I'll buy you a camera.
That's funny.
Get a deep Logitech camera. That'll do. My sister was the same for many years. She wouldn't do camera for decades. Whereas I was always in the entertainment industry, it kind of goes with the territory. But every time you would try and point a camera in her, she'd say, get that out of my face. And then, I don't know what happened to her a few years ago. She turned 50, and suddenly she was starting a YouTube channel. And I was like,
good for her, though.
Who are you, and what have you done with my sister?
Hey, we're allowed to reinvent ourselves when we get old. I'm thinking that's it.
Yeah, I would say that's okay. And we can say anything we want.
That's right.
Very true. Not that age has ever stopped me before. I've been doing whatever I want.
Me neither, Dee. I'm going to say.
I kind of had a feeling.
That's beautiful. All right. Well, we've got a bit of a news break we've got to come into right now. We've got President Trump says that he wants to put a limit on credit card interest rates. Let's see how that works out. JD, let's run it.
Yes, in a Truth Social post on Friday, the president said the American public is being ripped off and called for a 1-year cap on credit card interest rates at 10%. Trump wants the cap to take effect January 20th, marking the 1-year anniversary of his return to the White House. The post did not get into whether the cap would require voluntary participation from credit card companies or be enforced through the government action. This is the president's third major social media announcement this week aimed at lowering costs for Americans. Man's on a roll.
Well, considering current interest rates on credit cards are usury, everybody that owes a lot of money on credit cards could use that break, but I don't know. I don't see it happening. We'll see.
Yeah. Well, if they do it, the first thing they're going to do is call the debt on all of the high risk accounts.
Yeah.
They're just going to go, your card's closed and you owe us this money.
Yeah. Pay it. Yikes.
Yeah.
Yikes. All right. Let's go to the next question. 2 questions about volume profile. How do you use the volume profile to trade? There's a whole week's long of education on that one that we'd be able to do. Also, when session profile shifts upside during the session on a bullish day, is that a bullish indication, and will we close on a high? Now, the second one is AJ, and I think what he's saying is, with volume profile shifting upside during the session, I would take that as a migration of the point of control higher. Now, of course, nothing is going to happen exactly the same way twice, but D, I'll read that again. When session profile shifts upside during the session on a bullish day, is that a bullish indication, and will we close on a high? What do you think?
Are you gonna close on a high or not? Nobody knows, because that's an unknown. So to me, trading is kind of like trading with two unknowns. Like, you know the current price, but you don't know how long it's going to carry on for, if there is a trend, and how long it's going to last. So, this is why using something like profile is not necessarily a crystal ball. It's just like a helping tool and a situational awareness tool. So the way I like to use it, like for example, if we look at silver right now, I'm going to go to a 30-minute time frame here. It's built up current day's value. So there's a lot of structure here, but what I'm seeing is that they kind of tested the developing value low around one of the GEX levels that was smaller at 85. And so far, they're still inside that structure. So, one of the things that we could do, we could try and get in on a long and then say that this was a COMEX close, and now they're going to migrate upside. So going back into value and then rotating through it would be a better way to approach it, rather than chasing value with the trend. So does that make sense? So if you are seeing value shifting higher, you should already have some kind of a diagnostic tool that's going to tell you that that is possible, right? So by the time that the value shifts, the trend is already well on the way, and it takes a fair bit of movement for that to happen. So I would actually say that that's maybe too late, but I'm also looking at the price movement from the eyes of a commodity trader who always expects some sort of a punch in the face at some point. So, breakout trading is not a thing to be doing in commodities. So yeah, the way I use it is more for a loose trade location and situational awareness. So even if, let's say I go long here, let's try that, and I expect a rotation back up to the highs, I would ideally like to see the value maybe stay where it is, but if it breaks out into some mad trend, maybe I increase this and go to the next point of interest, which is 87. That's where the next sort of open interest area is. So that's just like how I like to use it. But, obviously there's 1,000 ways that you can use profile. I use it as trade location and how the auction is actually doing.
Excellent. Anne-Marie, any thoughts?
I couldn't say it any better in terms of what to do. I always defer to you and Dee on volume profile things.
Okay. Well,
Poke?
well, the profiles, whether it's volume profile or TPO profile, whether you're using composite profiles, regular trading hour session profiles, however you're looking at it, it's not a trading method, let's say. It is a method of organizing the information that the market is providing. So it's there's I don't see any, if volume moves higher and the point of control moves higher, look for an opportunity for longs at this level. It's context over actual kind of like indicator levels, right? It's information that the market is providing in real time. It's market generated information. It is very important, and but at the same time, it's not necessarily going to say buy here and sell there. even one of the pioneers of the profile, which is Jim Dalton. I think even Pete Stottlemyre, who's really kind of, his theory really kind of created the market profiles, says that they're not profile traders. They use the market profile and volume profile to organize the information that the market is providing. So you can talk in generalities about that. Let's see, you see, value increasing over time on higher volume with increasing open interest. Well, one of the questions that we're always asking ourselves when it comes to the profiles, and Dee already said it, all right, the market's obviously trying to go higher, but how good of a job is it doing going higher? Is it bringing volume? Is open interest increasing? Is there tempo? Is there, all of these different things are going to come into the hypothesis of whether you think that the market is going to continue the move to the upside, or if the market can be exhausting itself in one direction or another. So, AJ, in a very general way, when you see when you see value rising, maybe you start to see points of control being migrated higher. That is the market almost saying, yes, the buyers have been more successful than the sellers. The question then becomes, but for how long? For how long? So, when we talk about profiles, we talk about profile levels. We talk about those levels because they're market generated information. We talk about initial balance high, initial balance low, value high, value low, point of control, all of those things. And yes, they can be really valuable levels. But more important than that is the amount of context and market generated information that the profiles can provide for you. And there are going to be times when you're going to say, all right, well, value's been moving higher and we're at value low right now. This maybe offers me an opportunity to limit my risk for longs, and you may take that trade, and it may be wildly successful for you. The next time you take that exact same trade, it may not come out with the same outcome, because there's nothing ever happens to exactly the same way twice in futures trading. And once you have the right answers, market's going to change the questions. So, AJ, I hope that helps you, and I hope it doesn't scare you away from continuing to learn to use the profiles. Be accountable, look at them, look at the trades you take, notice that some of the context is helping you, and focus on those contexts. Is that a word? Yes. And of course, we'll be looking forward to your success. And volume profile, market profile, there's a lot to know about them, and there's a lot to learn from them. And even after 35 years of looking at the market profile, looking at volume profiles, I learn something new every day. So continue learning, AJ. Continue to learn. All right.
Absolutely. The one thing I would add to that, AJ, is we look for exactness in the market, and it simply doesn't exist. What we have to think about is, I'm going to see this information, I'm going to interpret it a certain way, I'm going to set up a trade, and then I'm going to set a risk. And at the end of the day, I or anybody else could be on the complete opposite side of the trade that you have just strategized about. And one of us might win, one of us might lose, but as long as you have your risk managed and you know that you can get up, if it loses, you can get up, set your trade up, and try it again, you're in the right space. So we can study these things for as long as we want, but after that, we set a strategy, we set our entry, we set our risk, and then the market takes over. So literally, the only thing we have control over is when we enter and what risk thresholds we set for ourselves. And that's the place we should spend most of our attention. Sometimes the trade's going to go bad, and sometimes it's going to go wildly good. But if you just manage the risk, you'll be able to get up and trade another day.
New highs, yes.
Amazing.
New highs. Right to the all-time high that was just put in on Friday in regular trading hours. We're going to take this out now. Hang on. Wait a minute. We're not going to wait a minute. All right. Yeah, exactness doesn't occur in trading, and anybody that's looking for exactness is going to suffer some disappointments when you are looking for exactness. Yeah. And we just now exactly put in a new all-time high in the S&Ps.
When is the ruling supposed to come about the ruling on the tariffs? Is that supposed to be today, or is it Wednesday, or what? I thought it was going to be today.
They were talking about Thursday, perhaps.
Thursday. Okay. All right.
The Supreme Court, I think, probably does things in their time. When they figure it out, I guess they're going to let us know. Who knows? Right? Right? So I even traders have short memories, and I certainly do.
Same.
Okay. Ray. I don't think this is Coach Ray. Might be. But Ray is asking, doing fairly well in my express count, and wonderful, Ray. Glad to hear of that. Got payouts for the first time. Excellent. Question is, how much should I try and keep in my account at all times? What's your baseline amount in, we don't know what account this is. Let's just assume it's 150K. So how much would you keep in 150K account, and what would be your baseline to where you would really try and rebuild before taking any more payouts out of that account? So 150K account, 450,000 or $4,500 loss limit. He's already taken payouts. So his max drawdown is the opening of the account, which is 0. How much would you keep in it? And it's kind of hard to say because we don't know what kind of size we're trading. We don't know, who we are as a trader. But for you, Anne-Marie, what would you keep in that account?
So I get asked this question a lot, and it really depends on what kind of trader you are. If you're a guy or a gal that likes to swing for the fences and has your max DLL for how you want to trade per day, right? So let's say you're going to lose $2,000 a day or whatever, right? And if you think about that, then you have to think, okay, if I have a max drawdown of X, then what is let's say you're 50% trader, right? And you say you're going to draw down 1,000, your DLL is going to be $1,000 from where you are. If you're a 50% trader, you can go all week long going back and forth, or if you're looking at a bell curve, you could have 5 days of straight drawdowns, at which point you'd be done. So how big you let your cushion get has a lot to do with the kind of risk you put on each trade. And so think to yourself, look at your stats. If your stats say, hey, I'm a 50% trader or whatever, just pretend like you go a whole week in max drawdown and see what that is, and then go, all right, well, I need to have at least that cushion before I decide I'm going to draw down. You can't leave yourself. Here's what traders do. They go, oh my gosh, pay up, and they draw down a ton. And then when they get back into the trading, all they think about is, oh my gosh, I can't lose, I can't lose, I can't lose, I can't lose. And where's your strategy? Where's your ability to sit in a trade and let it work itself into where it's supposed to go? You know what? That's such an ambiguous, I know I'm punting again, but that's such an ambiguous question. But I believe that there's a formula to go about it. Look at how much your max drawdown is. I'd say multiply that by 5 and make sure that's your minimum balance. Dee, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm on the same page. So it's going to be very individual to each trader because, like you said, Anne-Marie, so there's size, there's, the product that they trade, how volatile is it? That's just all a part of market risk. And then you have the other side. Well, how many days do you spend in drawdowns? How many green streaks can you generate? And then versus how many days you spend at a drawdown. On a day-to-day basis, do you have a positive risk reward? I'm not talking on a trade-by-trade basis because everybody trades very differently. But, if you're somebody who has, 5 great trading days and then you get yourself into a huge drawdown on the 6th day, well, the account balance has to be there to survive that. Otherwise, the account is not going to be there. So all of that is going to be highly individual per trader. So I can't really say, oh yeah, this is how you do it. But one thing that's worked for me is to never take more than about 30% of the general balance for my payout. So whatever's in there, I would take 30%. And I don't even start doing payouts on new XFAs until there's about 6, 7, sometimes even 12K in the account, purely because I want to build some cushion, right, going forward. So it's great to take payouts, but I think for the first payout, 50% shouldn't be it. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. There needs to be some sort of bankroll management. But without knowing more about the trader, it's very difficult to just kind of go, well, do this or do that or leave X amount because, somebody's trading micros, other people like trading 3 minis, and both can be equally successful depending on confidence and years of experience, I suppose, as well. But it's going to be a very different answer for each individual trader.
100%.
Well, time flies, man. We have so little time to stay in here, and I enjoy every minute I get to spend with you guys.
Same.
But that is it. We've got to get ready for the next segment, which is, hang on. What do we got? We got JD, the chef, and Gabe coming up here for Trade with Topstep. Actually, I think it's JD, Dolby, and Gabe coming up here very soon for Trade with Topstep. Anne-Marie, D, as always, thank you for your infinite wisdom and thoughts. Blessings to you.
Same.
And we'll be right back again with Trade with Topstep. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Click like, click subscribe. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to Topstep TV. It's time to trade with Topstep. We're going to do a little three-man weave in this 1 o'clock hour, Central Time. The man in the middle, Mr. Dolby Time. My other bookend over there on the right, Mr. Gabe. You know them by their faces. You know them by their names. You know them by their voices. Here we go. What's going on, fellas? Mr. Dolby and Gabe, you both got keys to the house now. But what's going on? What are you guys looking at today?
RTY. Again, maybe.
Also, again?
Yeah, for the second time. Let me go. Oh, my goodness. I just took a look at it. Oh, JD. Oh, my goodness. Trust your convictions, chat. That's the lesson of the day today. Trust your convictions.
It was the trade of the day.
It was the trade of the
Mr.
day.
Wumu said, no, Dolby, no. And
We're
we
looking
pulled
at
it.
38.9. It's trading 47.8 right now. That would have been a hell of a trade. Hell of a trade. Didn't lose any money, but sure shit didn't make any.
That's the way she goes, right?
Yeah.
The way she goes.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, my man, what are you looking at? Yeah. What's going on in your world? What are you looking at today?
And I am long 1 NQ from 967.5. A little 5-minute. Yeah, a little 5-minute level of demand that I'm looking at from basically 969.5 to 959. I was looking for a little continuation. I mean, if we kind of look back at all these pullbacks that we've gotten since about 845, most of them have been between 30 and 40 points from high to low. So I essentially just looked at the peak that we just made around 997.5 and was looking for a level that correlated with a reasonable, similar pattern pullback until something changes. And we were looking at about a 35.5 point pullback from the low that we just made in that level of demand. And I'm able to take a first little trade of the day. We'll see if this continues. I really have my eyes set on, there's a bunch, we just peaked above the high from the 7th, which was 996 quarter. We literally just a couple ticks traded above that and then are back below. I'm looking for a little bit more continuation higher, primarily because if you look back at like the first to second week of December, there's 4 pivots that we made right around 26,100 and some change, lower 100s. And then we have some size up around 26,000. So I think we're going to get a little bit more of a push higher. That's my bias. But if structure changes, then I will adapt. But for right now, we'll see if this little 30 to 40 point pullback ends up leading to another new high here.
Yep, it makes perfect sense too. We've had a lot of people targeting 600 today, or 26,000 in the ES. We're only a couple points away from there right now. Less than 25 points. We're about
magnetic.
We're about 6 ticks away from a new all-time high in the S&P 500. We made a new high by 2 ticks. The high from Friday was 70.17.5. Put in a new high at 70.18. Pulled back a couple of points. And now here we are. We're just 2 points away from another new all-time high in the S&P. The rally continues. Don't fight the rally. Let's see what the tilt is telling us. Some of our Topstep traders are getting a little aggressive on the sell side. We've got 67% short in the S&P, 62% short in the NASDAQ. Crude oil still 74% long, and the tilt in gold 56% long. So equities are building up to the short side right now. People trying to pick some tops, it looks like. Our average short in the ES right now is 7,009. So these shorts are a bit buried. 25,949 in the NASDAQ.
That gives
like
me
some of our
even more
traders,
a little more confidence.
A little more confidence,
even at these highs. You know what I mean? Like people are bearing into shorts right now. Could we get a little bit more of a manipulative move closer to 26,000? Snag some of those contracts up there in the big fat round hole number.
Mm-hmm. It's been the target. Many people have mentioned 26,000 today, and it's not out of the realm of possibility.
Gabe,
what's
does
20 points to the NASDAQ?
Missing it by 3-4 points, does that make it more enticing to get back up there, or is that a come failed moves, come fast moves sort of situation where
I feel like, yeah, that's a good question, Dolby. I mean, I don't think anybody's going to have the exact answer, but I do like a retest of a level before a a full move down. Like typically, you're going to see what most people would consider manipulation before a true directional move takes place. So I like, we only traded a couple ticks above the previous high from whatever last week. ES is making new all-time highs. Could NASDAQ follow, get one more push above, and then roll over? Structure and time will tell, honestly. That's why I'm keeping a pretty tight stop on this, because if we do roll over, back into these lower 900s, I don't really want to get stuck in this for too long, knowing there's a bunch of really obvious little pivots from earlier in the session. 8:45, 9:45, 10:45, 11:45, like all these little pivots we've made. There's been plenty of people getting along the way. And so if I am wrong, I'm going to cut it quickly and then look for opportunities lower, maybe in a better opportunity to get priced for longs. Otherwise, maybe flip sell side to target some of those little pivots back into those 800s. But I like the grind higher.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like the grind higher.
Why fight it now? It's not stopping, right?
No. That's what it's
by 1,000 cuts.
It's a better time when we can just get long NASDAQ and just have a little bit more confidence that that's what we're going to do. It kind of reminds me of like the NVIDIA days, like last year, where it's just, there was never a thought in the mind of ever going short the NASDAQ. Not once.
Right.
You just wake up, press the buy button, find your little pullbacks, and just, hang tight for the rally. It's nice that way. Simpler times.
The NVIDIA rallies. Yeah, you would seriously just look at what NVIDIA was doing, and it would carry the entire index.
It carried everything.
They made it so easy last year. Let's get that back.
Yeah. Certainly does. Certainly does make it easier.
Picking tops has been death by 1,000 cuts today, right? Every top has been taken out so far. And we are right back on the highs. 17.16 half. 70.16 half. Last trade in the ES. 6 ticks away from another new all-time high in the S&P. Let's see if we can get there.
Yeah, gold's starting to push up too, trading close to 46.24s.
Literally, I know we've been talking about precious metals a lot lately, but that silver move from the open last night to today has been ridiculous.
Yeah, I had a trade on last night with silver, and it ended up being stopped out like right before it ended up rallying, and it was pretty
opened higher, right? Dolby opened with the gap, retraced the gap,
Mhm.
filled the majority of it, and then ran. So I assume you got caught up in that first little retracement off the open before it ran.
I will let you know where it was. Let me see. It was right around like 4.9, I think like 83.49 about. Ended up getting tagged in the overnight. And
So it was later in the session that you were trading.
Yeah.
Not right at the open. I got you.
No. It was like 7-ish.
You were at the game.
I was at the Bears game. Yeah. But this was last night. There was no game.
Oh, yeah. Dude, my
Bears
brain
were
is
Saturday
so
night.
scattered from the last 2 weeks of holidays in the middle of the week.
Yeah.
I don't even know what day it is.
Listen, I'm still glowing.
It's Monday.
I'm still glowing after that game.
I can imagine, man. When I flipped off the game, I turned it off. No, I got to be honest with you. I turned it off. Bears were down. I was like, I don't, want to continue cheering on the Packers. I'm a Vikings fan, so both teams are in my division. I would much rather see the Bears take the Packers than the Packers win, because of course Vikings and Packers don't really have the greatest relationship. So when it comes down to it, Bears were down 21-6, and like pretty much going into the fourth. And I was like, you know what? This doesn't look great. I'm going to go look for other things to do. And then I come back and look at the score an hour later. And I was like, oh my gosh.
Cardiac Bears, baby. Can't keep them down.
It's a fight.
They're like
they like to make us sweat it out too.
Yeah. They're like the equivalent of a trade that just, misses your stop by like a tick or two, like 4 trades in a row. That's what it's like being a Bears fan.
I can see that.
A little pullback here in the RTY. We'll see if we can. Looking for these 44s. 44.9. I'm looking for the pullback. We have nice structure on the 30-minute. So I want to see if we can get back there and maybe resistance or support. Resistance turns into support. And maybe we can bid back up to the 26,000. Sorry, not 26,000, 2,650. So we'll see.
And you could be waiting a while for a pullback in this market. They're not very deep.
No, they're not. I mean, the other option would be like 26 for 2646 at the midway point.
Get the air horn. Air horn. New high by one tick in the S&P.
There we go. See if NASDAQ can pop this here. We're getting a little bit of a. There we go. A little pushback towards these upper 80s.
Yeah.
I got my target just shy. Got an offer and it's 97 3/4. So just shy of 26,000. Last time I looked, there was 140 contracts sitting at 26,000 dead even. I'm going to see if I can get out a little bit before that and call it good on this first trade here.
Good stuff. We got a bid in 2646.4.
2646.4. Dolby getting long.
RTY. I think it's a good spot for a pullback. Let's see if we can get it.
I see in the chat. I can hear you saying "auga" as you typed it in.
Yeah. So I got banking
500.
Earnings.
Oh yeah, banking news.
Earnings. It's gonna be very. This is gonna be a good week for trading for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone should be back. I think Anne Marie last week was saying that some of the bigger players are not really back on their seats until this week in the markets. So,
yeah,
if they weren't here last week, they're for sure here now. Everyone should be all hands on deck. We got, Powell news. That was a crazy tweet. Did not expect that on a Sunday.
Yeah, right.
So it should be a great trading week.
I still can't believe they're really going after him. What's the
That was
end game
unexpected
there?
for sure. Yeah, I don't know what the end game is. I mean, it just seems like it's a, I don't know, pissing contest. Essentially,
We're not going to know what the end game is until they're all aligned properly in the market.
Yeah,
and then they'll let us know.
I hope someone back there has a plan. Nobody else seems to know what the hell's going on.
Yeah, you would think.
All right, we're in an RTY.
There we go, Dolby.
There we go. Dolby is on the long side in the Russell.
46.
What was that price again?
2646.3. We're also going to bid another one at 45.7.
Dolby, you lost your charts for some reason.
Oh, really? Sorry about that.
All right, NQ, let's go. New highs right now. Give me this offer. Now, 164 contracts now sitting at 26,000. You got 65 right here at 98, so I'm kind of front running the 60 being offered. Getting a little scared here of these highs, but I think we'll pop above.
Aren't you long? Don't you want to be unscared? Not scared? Whatever word you want to use.
I'm not scared. The market, the market's getting a little shakier on these highs, but I think
a little squirrely.
I think we'll stay bidding here. If we get a pullback down to like 80, 82, I'm going to add, since we haven't taken those highs yet. See if I can get a second contract in on this.
Do I need to reshare again, James? Or are we good? Let me know.
Again.
Again. Okay, cool. Is Stream ID already in use? Chat, how'd you trade today? Let us know. Are you glad it's Monday, chat? Traders are the only people that are happy it's Monday. I swear. absolutely monster P&Ls also. JD, what was it like? We saw like a 64,000 or a 67,000. Saw like what, a 45,000. Is it silver? Is that what's going on, JD? Or is everyone just trading silver and just catching trends and printing cash?
Gotta be.
You're muted.
Oh, how did that happen? Waiting on approval from for some statistics, but I've looked at the volume of our Topstep traders trading metals year over year, 2024 to 2025, and the shift is astronomical. We've got just huge numbers of traders in metals right now. But our top trader from Friday, Tyler, we showed this on our stats drop in during fast markets, $26,243 on Friday, trading nothing but gold and silver. So,
wow,
that's just one.
Wow. Chat, are you chasing volatility like everyone else is, or you just stick with your market? It's tempting, you get the market FOMO. You see silver up, 7% 2 days in a row. Start seeing big fat P&Ls, and it becomes real enticing to dip your toe in the water. Gotta say, I am guilty of it. Especially if you're just trying to trade trending markets too, that's like up 7%. It's like I can find a trend in that.
Mm-hmm.
All right, looks
Seize
like
the day wants to know if we mirror trades. First of all, we'd probably take over the volume for the entire exchange if we started mirroring our traders' trades, because there's just so many traders, right? Second of all, we give you the tilt, so you could do it if you wanted to also.
If you wanted to.
Anyway, if you wanted to. 1875, all-time high in the ES, 7018.75. 75 traded there also.
Long 2, RTY at 2646.1. Our stop is at 45.4.
What's the reasoning for such a tight stop under that range?
Ooh, good question.
How many ticks are you really giving yourself there? 2?
Not a whole lot. Maybe we could give myself a little bit more. Let's see. 55.
I don't trade RTY, so I'm not super familiar with the tick value. But
it's 5 a tick. It's not crazy.
Okay.
You're also not wrong. I mean, I was really looking for 44.9.
Right. Kind of a
as that my
previous high.
initial entry. Yeah, but
Potential support.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. Give it a little bit more room to breathe here. I do want to get another bid in though at 2644.8 because that's the one we really did want. So let's see if we can get a third.
Sound off in the chat. Are you still picking tops and equities right now? Are you waiting for that pullback? Are you expecting some kind of pullback?
All right, didn't get that bid filled in the 80s. So I just pulled a bid. Looks like we're about to blow off the top here. All right, so there's the fill on the offer. I'm out of that 1NQ. 602 in the first trade.
Nice. Nice job. 602. Hell yeah. We're long 3, 45.6.
Stuff, dude.
Trading some size in the RTY. Let's go. A little bit of, we got an offer at 131. 26,000.
What do you consider size in the RTY?
I don't know. 131 is about 3 times what I'm seeing on it on anything else here. About 4 to 5 times. See if we can get a bid here in the RTY. Risking 170 on this one. Would love to see high day. Great.
So close to 26K. Big fat round number in the NASDAQ.
Let's see if we hanging in there. Hanging in there. Man, Gabe, you just come on and just start chopping it up immediately. Love seeing it. You should just set up like a fake stream for yourself and just pretend you're on Topstep TV and just trade that
There
way.
it is. We just breached 26,000.
There we go.
In the NQ. put in a high of 26,002 and a quarter.
Interesting. Only 40.
26,002 and a quarter.
Actually, only about 60, 70 of those 150 contracts got filled or traded out. 26,000 even. I wonder if somebody pulled a portion of that. We've seen what, 11?
They probably didn't want any of them. They got pulled too late. Took their eyes off the switch for a second.
Yeah.
Slow on the trigger. We'll be
Silver
still
up
in
to.
this long.
Yep.
What is silver up to? I got it up. There we go. Last trade in silver, 85,740. High of day, 86,340. Not too far off from high of day in silver.
Oh, that's not what I wanted to do.
Yeah, if you're new to trading silver too, you could always hang out with Coach Dakota, Slow Markets. He's been trading it quite a bit with some success as well, for sure.
All right, I accidentally just entered one on NQ because I didn't change my dome, but I closed it. Adding another $12 of green there on that accidental contract.
Happy little mistake. Nice.
Yeah,
We're back
definitely.
at break even here in this RTY. Someone's moving around this 100 lot in the RTY. It was initially at, I think, 47.9, 47.7. Now it's at 48.7. Oh, nice push here in the RTY. Let's see if we could get 46.9, 48.2, and we'll hold a runner for all-time highs in the RTY. The RTY does offer a micro. I think it's it is the M2K. M2K.
M2K.
Shout out to Gabe for getting me to accept some risk here. Save this trade, Gabe. You saved this trade.
Hey, man, I didn't do anything. It's your trade.
Out one. Now our average is at 2645.3. Now we're looking real good.
Real nice.
So, Gabe, how would you manage the risk here on this one? You got, not even hypothetically, we got 2645.3 in the RTY. Would you start increasing your stop a little bit, maybe just below the last low?
Not yet. I mean, on a 15-minute time frame, you don't really have any other structure to support that yet. Nice 15-minute candle close, though, by the way. That's looking nice and strong. I think that second contract's pretty likely to get hit. But I would go down to maybe a 5-minute or even a 1 minute, depending on how active you're trying to really manage it. But you really don't have anything to support moving a stop yet. I mean, I would say leave the stop alone.
We're going to leave it alone. We're going to keep it at 44.7. And we're going to look for 48.2 in the RTY. This is a very nice trade so far. Let's see if we can get these highs. You said, 26,000 NASDAQ. Look at gold's bidding up big time too. Looks like there's bids across the board. This is a pretty lively 1 p.m. segment right now. This is excellent.
Silver's looking strong too.
Market's moving. S&P looking like it wants to tag a new high again. NASDAQ on the highs. Man, everything's ripping.
Dolby's that high?
10%.
Okay,
Up
there you
100.
go.
Go to
Now
break
I'd
even
go
the
break
last
even.
one. Yeah, now we're break even because now we have one contract left. We're sitting at 2644.8
at the lows.
Insane entry. Yeah, right at the bottom. You know, something I've been trying to trade a little bit more in January as part of like my New Year's resolution, and something I got kind of caught up doing earlier this month was focusing so much on the setup that I wasn't thinking about other market participants. And once you start thinking about like where would people get long, where would people get short, like it really feels like all of a sudden like trades just start making a lot more sense. A lot more sense. Instead of just like, oh, I have a consolidation, let me just buy it. Well, it's like you gotta have a little bit more context to the trade than just I like my range. needs to be, where do other traders also like this range? And maybe they're on a 15-minute chart, and that's a little bit lower than like 3-minute chart that I would have operated on. So it is nice to kind of just pull yourself out of your own head a little bit and think about what other traders are doing. Because let's be honest, our one lots, our twosies, twosies, not moving the market. We'll move the stop up into the profit here. So 2646.3.
Crude oil rallying into settlement. Settlement price was established in crude oil about 2 minutes ago. Let's see if it was published yet. $59.69 last trade in crude. Decent rally there.
So this 100 lot in RTY is now sitting above all-time highs. We're just going to follow this order. That's going to be the game plan.
A sound plan. Settlement price in crude was $59.50. $59.50 a barrel, up 38 cents on the day, 0.64%.
Nice. Let's see if RTY can push. So 2650.4 is all-time highs. Sorry,
rip in the S&P.
All-time highs.
Look at that rip in the S&P.
Let's go S&P.
70.20. Put in a high all the way up at 70.22.75. Is that the liquidity grab they were looking for? Was that new buyers, or do we run into some stops up here?
5-point move off the opening candle here, the 5-minute.
Yep.
NASDAQ trading just a few points above 26,000.
There is a AK price action trading. We might get tagged here. Actually, I'm just going to take this. All right, up $200. AK price action trading. How do you use volume profile with your setups? I think for range trading, the volume profile can be super helpful. And I'll just kind of draw it out real quick. Like, so if you're getting a stair-step pattern in a market, there's like a really good chance that you will just see like a very natural sort of volume profile form with those kind of stair-step patterns. And so what you're trying to do as like a range trader or looking for like stair-step sort of patterns is most likely you will see low volume nodes where like resistance becomes support, support becomes resistance. And then here's the real example. As you can see it right here in the RTY, is, here's a low volume node. And what do you get? Okay, well, there is a high. It broke out. Support or resistance became support. And now we have, this whole block is basically this volume profile. And at the lows, what do you see? A low volume profile node. Here's another little range. This is on the 5-minute chart. And you have another kind of, low volume like node. And that also exists. Where does that exist? Well, resistance became support, and you can draw that line across, and it becomes pretty accurate. So it can be useful to get yourself aligned with the market pretty well and kind of get your entries into locations that the market is respecting. So that's how I would kind of pair those off. And then you could also just take, like, let's say you have a really big range, let's say like 100-point NASDAQ range, and you're just up and down like this. There's a very, very good chance you're going to see a normal distribution for your volume profile. And so what you can do with that is, let's say we're coming, let's say it's like a bullish range that we formed out of. Well, then we're just looking for low volume off the volume profile. And then, it's like, okay, well, certainly I want to stay at the extremes, right? That's kind of what the volume profile will help you do for like range trading. It'll help you stay at the extremes pretty well. Like, like sure as shit, you do not want to be trading in the middle, because this is just coin flip territory. But you could almost, like, if you watch, like range trading enough, you could probably just start drawing the volume profile and get it pretty damn close to what it actually is, just by how the market's moving.
Short one silver, 85.94, by the way.
Ooh, here we go. Mixing it up. Short silver. What was that price, Gabe?
85.94.
85.94. There we go.
Yeah, essentially, we took out the high that we left around 1035, and then we ended up creating a nice breakdown into those 84, like just short of $85 an ounce, retesting the midpoint of that prior range. So I'm looking for essentially a lower high here. Only risking half of my profit from the first trade.
Nice, dude.
Are you trading the mini or the micro contract?
Oh, micro. SIL.
Micro.
There's no way I'd be trading the mini right now.
Still a beast. Still a beast. RTY and micro silver both traded $5 a tick, and RTY feels like it's on a different planet than micro silver.
Gabe,
so
Brad
volatile.
Sims in the chat says, "Rest in peace, Gabe." R.I.P.
Love you, Brad.
All right, guys, it's about that time. We got Gabe in a trade. Dolby's doing all right.
We're flat.
Let's take a little news break. Paramount is taking its pursuit of Warner Brothers Discovery to court. Let's roll it.
David Ellison's media company is asking a Delaware court to force WBD to provide information about its deal with Netflix. He's been trying to buy WBD for months, but the company's board of directors inked a deal with Netflix instead. Now Ellison is trying to gain control of WBD in a hostile takeover where Paramount buys a majority of its stock. For that to work, a sufficient number of WBD shareholders would have to agree to sell. Right now, they're split on whether Paramount or Netflix is offering the better deal.
What a fight, huh? The Ellison's got to be a little upset.
Man, media's in a weird spot these days. Like Hollywood's in a weird spot. I mean, does anyone even go to movies anymore? Like at all? Like I don't own a TV, and I feel like they serve a lot of ads, a lot of like movie commercials are on TV. So,
Did you say you don't own a TV?
All right, I own a TV. I don't own cable.
Oh,
correction.
Gotcha.
Yeah, like, we're like everyone else. You have like your subscriptions, right? Your Disney's, Netflix's, all that stuff. You know, but who's going to a movie theater right now? I don't even know what movies are coming out. Is it marketing? Is
Real
it just,
quick.
like Hollywood's weird.
Is Dolby's screen frozen? He is.
Yeah.
It's so weird.
Is.
We hear him, but we can't. He's not.
Oh, my
moving.
camera's frozen. Man, I'm having all sorts of issues.
But I agree with you. Yeah, I haven't stepped foot in a movie theater in probably, I don't know, 3 years. Probably.
It's been a while for me too.
Yeah, right?
It just hasn't struck me to, well, maybe it's because nothing's interested in me in a while, but yeah, I haven't been to a theater in a long time.
What's your favorite movie, JD? And Gabe?
Of all time?
Yeah, all time. Let's do all time.
Jaws.
Jaws? So you said?
The original.
Yeah.
I just threw that off the top of my head. I suppose it would. We would have to have a deeper conversation about this, you know, depending on what kind of mood I'm in. But I like all kinds of movies. I like sci-fi. I like comedy. But if there was a movie I could watch over and over for a couple days, it would probably be Jaws.
Jaws? No kidding. I gotta watch Jaws then. It's been so long since I've seen it. What about you, Gabe?
I would have to say Step Brothers.
Step Brothers? Okay.
Yeah.
The Goonies. Yeah, Goonies was one of my
That's a good
favorites
one.
growing up. Yeah.
Am I just like the voice of God right now?
Yeah, maybe
Am I just getting pumped through?
restart your NVIDIA.
It's funny. Still frozen, but we could hear him.
Rejoining.
We're still talking. We're still talking.
Voice of God.
Little bit of selling coming in equities right now. Nothing too impressive. Still hovering just below all-time highs. in the S&P.
Oh man.
Last trade in the NQ 26008. Put in a high at 26016. Remember the Titans? No, we said favorite movie of all time. Favorite movie.
Lord of the Rings is a great series too, for sure.
For sure, yeah.
I like the Bourne series, just the first three. Identity. Was it Identity? Supremacy?
The Identity
and
Crisis.
Ultimatum.
I just turned 40. That's where that's at.
Yeah, sure. I liked the Indiana Jones series growing up. I like Superman. What else were some of my favorites? I love Monty Python. Time Bandits, I'd probably put in my top 5 of all time. If you know, you know. Time Bandits was a classic. How are you feeling about the silver trade, Gabe?
I mean, we're definitely struggling around the level that I was looking to see a struggle, for sure. The question is, I would love to see a closure back underneath 85.78. I create a little bit of a reversal here. If we get back above 86, though, I think I'm just going to cut it. I don't really want us to hang out here very long, especially if buyers continue holding bid pretty strong in this range. Then maybe we just go revisit new highs. Obviously, I'm fighting a really strong market of the day, but it's near the end of its day. It's moved an incredible amount over the last 24 hours, essentially.
Silver has officially settled for the day. 12:30 p.m. Central Time. Metals establish settlement price for the day. Of course, they continue to trade, as we all know. We've gone a little flat in all these markets. Not a whole lot of movement in the last couple of minutes. Hovering above 26,000 in the NQ. Just above 7020 in the ES. The Dow 49,759. Crude 59.70 last trade. Volume is really dying. Ten more minutes left to trade with Topstep. Last price in silver 85,850. Gabe short house count 85.94. I'm sorry, Gabe short XFA 85.94.
Probably look to close. I know we're getting towards the end of this segment, and I'm not going to carry trades beyond the time that I'm on air.
Yeah.
Probably look to close around these 85.64s. We get down there here in the next 5-10 minutes.
Cool. Still ticking up just a little bit in the S&P. 70.21 last trade in the ES. It's really 2 ticks in the last 4 minutes. 22.75 all-time high. Just underneath there. I think we're going to make a run at a new all-time high in the S&P right now.
Looking that way.
Why would it stop now?
I swear, my upstairs neighbors above me are the loudest people.
What are they doing?
They are just heel to the floor. Now, granted, this apartment, I can definitely tell they didn't create them with high quality flooring or wood. It's got to be pretty thin, but they're heel to the floor, like walking around like elephants, man. Shocked y'all can't hear.
Do they vacuum? Do they vacuum the hardwood too, so you could hear everything that's going on?
I don't think I've ever heard them vacuum once, but
I had a neighbor like that. I felt like they vacuumed 24 hours a day on hardwood. Like whatever room I was in, they were vacuuming right above me.
That's so annoying. Silver retested my entry again, coming off of it one more time. I really would like to see a breakdown now if we're going to leave this level at all.
Love to see some movement going into power hour.
Yeah. We got
Ooh,
Dakota coming on to
prediction.
hang out with Jack and Dolby.
Yeah, what do you think MOC is going to look like today? Is it going to be massive or a non-event?
A nothing burger.
Everything. Nothing burger? Nothing burger. Extra cheese, please.
Dolby's
Dolby
having
in
an
the chat.
absolute meltdown. In the behind the scenes, I can see his issues.
Absolute tech meltdown over here. That's funny. Gabe, will you put a time stop on this trade or just let it play out?
Oh, I'm just going to flatten at the end of this segment here. This account, I've only
that's
traded
right.
on air, and I plan to continue that and only using this account on air. So anytime I'm
Move.
off, I'm just going to not be in positions.
What's your P&L? Only trading on air, if you don't mind me asking.
Let's see. So we've got, net realized 3,900, about a 1-to-1 reward to risk, and about a
Very good.
70% win rate across 20 total trades. Profit
Awesome.
factor a little bit over 2. And today would be the 4th green day in a row. Had 2 red days in December, 2 green days in December, and then so far 3 green days in January.
Payout eligible, it looks like, too. Very nice. Oh, here we go. Just a couple ticks away from another all-time high in the S&P. 722 quarter last trade. 722.75 all-time high. See if we can bust through right now.
I got a bid in here in silver at 85.64. See if I can get out, collect another 300 in the day, and move on.
Slowly ticking down in silver, slowly ticking up in equities. Five minutes ago. Is he in there? There he is. I see him. He just popped back up. I wonder if Gus pulled the plug on him.
Girl. He's doing fine.
Harvey
There we go.
Gordon, USA says, not a time to get brave. Not a time to get brave.
You gotta be a little brave to be trading, no matter what. Even if it's
Be
a
little
slow
bit,
market.
yeah, right?
All right, we're back. Favorite movie? Terminator 2. Absolute classic.
Terminator 2. It's out in the
Absolute
theater.
classic.
Judgment Day.
Legendary movie. Gus, you're absolved. That was not your fault this time. Hoop, what got into you? What got into you, Hoop? You are extra sassy today in chat. It's time to get wrecked. What's going on over there?
Hoop's, someone took over Hoop's
Seriously,
profile today.
someone check on Hoop. He's been spending too much time on the internet.
Yellowbone Productions.
We still got guys picking their favorite movies.
Good.
This is
Good
JD.
question.
This is JD from the future. Refresh your stream. Refresh your stream.
You're a little behind.
New all-time highs in the S&P. 723 half. 7023 half.
Hoop chatting like woo moo.
All right, gents. We came within like 3 ticks of my target. I just took profit. I'm out. I'm flat. Locking out. Call this day. Call this a day up 812.
It's a day. I like it.
It's a great day.
It's a good day.
It's always coming on, just crushing it.
Mm-hmm.
Well done, Gabe.
Everyone's
try to-
talking woo-moo.
Wumu was a great name.
Charles Williams. Sure, it's going to
I
get
love that
wrecked.
name, man.
Wumu, you started a trend.
Yep. You're in running for my 4th favorite, Wumu. Keep it up.
Who's your top favorite?
Top? Richard Harris. Not even close.
Richard Harris?
Oh, yeah.
Hmm.
Not even close. Comments
even close,
from
he
that
says.
man, my goodness. Legendary. Absolutely legendary.
Do you think he spends a lot of his downtime just coming up with comments to put in the chat?
Nah, bro.
Or does it just come
riffs.
naturally to him?
It comes
riffs.
naturally. He riffs straight from the heart. There's no way you could pull
Oh, he
that off.
riffs, yeah.
Dude, some of the best ones are the ones chat can't even see.
Yeah, true.
We do have to block. We do have to block quite a few
Yeah.
comments that come in, folks.
Uh-huh.
If you see a
We
smell
do.
in here in the background and you don't know why, it's because there's a comment that came through that it would just not be good to share with the rest of you.
Yep. Not a good time. Love you, chat.
To their credit, though, some of that filtering is done by YouTube directly, and then otherwise it's us removing comments that are not supposed to be there.
Yeah. It's not actually us like blocking your comments.
One of my favorite moments in Topstep TV is that for a while the y'all suck thing was super popular, but YouTube would block it, so we had to unblock it every single time. Those are good times. That's when we were doing some, I think, big house account trading, big game hunting in the house account.
Back in the day, man, we would take some size on.
Oh yeah,
those are what the early days of Topstep TV, man.
They
I
roll
gotta
the
go back
dice
and
on
watch some
some
of those.
stuff.
I gotta go back and watch some of those original episodes. Wow.
That was good stuff. That was good
Getting
stuff.
50 lots in the NASDAQ. What are we doing?
Pulled pork. It's like seeing how much size we could get away with.
One minute to play in the period. 1 minute.
1 minute. I was on that penalty bench for a little bit. We're back though. 2 minutes for hooking.
Ooh. Hey-oh.
I need to go to more hockey games. They seem fun.
Dude,
they are a lot of fun.
When I come up to Chicago, we are going to a lot of hockey games.
Oh, hell yeah.
That is my kind of environment.
Mm-hmm.
The Wild, they're
The
about
Hawks
to
aren't
come
that great,
face.
so yeah.
No,
Hawks aren't
but
that great, so you can get them pretty cheap.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
true. Yeah, whenever the Wild come to town here in Tampa, they're coming in March. I'm gonna go see that with my dad. But yeah, the Chicago games against Minnesota, those games we'll be at every one of them.
I went to one. I went to a Wild game, Wild versus Hawks. It was intense. Sold out arena.
Oh wow. I should have got back
Ooh,
in
here
this hard
comes
fly.
here comes your silver. Gabe, you're already out though, right?
Yeah, I'm out. I 10%ed it.
Nice.
All right, guys. Well, we're
silver and make money.
We are tapping on the ceiling to new highs in the ES again, but unfortunately, we got to step aside. Our hour is up. Power hour is upon us. We got Jack, Dakota, and Dolby time. Dolby sticking around for another hour. We're going to get those MOC numbers up in about 45 minutes or so. And yeah, we got one more hour of Tradertainment coming your way. Power hour is coming up next. Thank you, Dolby. Thank you, Gabe. Another excellent three-man weave. And we will catch you all in just a few minutes. Topstep TV.
Let's go.
Meal, oil. You want to buy some soybeans? Soybeans. Who wants soybeans?
What's up, traders? It's Mick here with TopStep. The best program to get you funded is now built around you. TopStep's got a new offering, and it isn't a one-time sale. It's the best all-in price, and it's going to be here every day. Now, there's two paths to funding. The new and exciting path is the no activation fee path. This is where you're going to pay a little bit more upfront, but then pay nothing when you pass the trading combine. You've got your standard path. It's a lower monthly cost. Then when you pass the trading combine, there's an activation fee. That activation fee is actually coming down in price. TopStep's got the best program, the best payout policy, and now the best all-in price. I can't wait to see what it offers our traders on their way to a better lifestyle.
What were they doing? Put me on with you two.
And we're back. Welcome, guys and gals, to Power Hour. We got a salty little out-of-state Green Bay fan here with us.
Yeah. That's what I mean. I mean, you got the Chicago Bears hat with Dobie. You got the sweatshirt, and
Here's the good
man,
news. Market's up. We're flirting with the highs. Any high here is an all-time high in the ES/SPX. We did take a breather. I had my eye on that 70.22 level in the ES. It rejected a little bit initially, but now that's all kind of disappeared. So I'm fine with buying or selling right here. So gates are open, but I don't have the keys. Dolby does. Dolby's doing the house account for this hour. How you doing, Nick?
Doing good. We had a fun RTY trade for 200 buckaroos. So we've had some good luck with the RTY markets. So we'll keep on trying to trade them. We like trading other markets. It's not the NASDAQ show all the time, or the gold show, or silver. RTY needs some love too.
just buying it. I see their P&Ls.
pretty
Is that
much.
purple?
Periwinkle, Dakota. It's periwinkle.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, Dakota, we saw you make $7.50 during fast markets this morning. Have you traded all since then, or you just come back on?
No, I just came back on. There hasn't been really much in this market other than just find an area to buy it, which is it's difficult when we grind higher. It's a grind higher, quiet market type of day, which is pretty surprising by me, given the news you guys talking about with Powell and VIX is going down. It's interesting to see. I'm curious how the last. Oh well, we're here right now. The last hour of the day is going to be. See if we get some type of a pullback. But we finally hit 26,000 in the NASDAQ. I was doubting it for a moment, and maybe we get the pullback now. I say.
Perhaps. I mean, we did on Friday. This was the level right here, right now. The reasoning isn't there as much. I don't hate shorts for the last hour, but I'll leave it up to you guys. Let's take a look around the markets real quick. Once again, bonds doing nothing, right around 4.19 in the 10-year. Our big, beautiful stocks, the 8 tech giants, those has changed a little bit since I was there. Now Broadcom's up 2.4%. Meta is down 0.75%. Nothing much rocking there besides that. Tesla's up 1.2%, but that's nothing for Tesla.
Yeah,
It was up or down
not
2%.
much is really going on.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Do we get
I
a
had some
big
call
sell-off?
options on AG, which is majestic silver, first majestic silver. It's played out pretty well, but man, these markets are just so quiet for a Monday. We do have a lot of data coming out this week, so we do have to understand. Lots of inflation data. The ultimate flex would be if Powell just doesn't even bother increasing rates until he's out. That would be.
No, I mean, I was a little surprised by the timing of this just because it's kind of unlikely. There's not going to be a cut. Let me check the Fed watch. I wonder if it's gone even lower. There's basically no chance of a cut at the June 28th decision. Right now, they got it at about 5%. See, a little
Dang.
lower than that
Yeah.
from time to time. For March,
in the January, right?
yeah, so we have 3 more meetings with Powell as chair, right? January, basically no chance. 26% chance of 1 quarter point cut by March. April, right now for April, we are a 61% chance of no cuts. So that would be a 61% chance of no cuts until Powell's term ends in May. So good to keep in the back of your mind there.
Makes sense. Didn't someone put a big bet on rates not being moved this fall or this?
Yeah, somebody, and we don't know what the other legs or stuff, but the biggest Fed funds future trade of all time, somebody put on like 200,000 contracts. To give you an idea of scale, the previous biggest was 85,000.
Yeah.
So $8 million per BIP in that trade, and it's looking good right now.
Yeah, always wonder, somebody knows something somewhere. Take advantage of it. I mean, that's the one. That's the move. That's the ultimate move. You have some information, and you take to these financial markets, whether it's Polymarket, Cashy, or what's its name, or what we're seeing here. If only.
So,
if only.
yeah, about that, I was gonna joke. It's like, maybe it's Powell being like, "You're gonna indict me? I'll give you something to indict me for."
No rates. No
If I'm
rates.
going down, I'm making 500 yards before it.
500
Updates.
yards.
Somebody talked about Bitcoin. Bitcoin spot's trading 91,940 right now. It was up earlier, came back. It's pushing up again. Our whale, Dakota, is still not sitting great right here. They're still about much better than they were, but down about $1 million unrealized and have paid about $6 million in funding so far. Haven't touched that position in 17 days.
Man, where does that funding go to? That's the business to be in.
That's
Give them.
where it goes to is the people on the. So that's what the Bitcoin basis trade is.
Okay.
You know, like the Harvard endowment stuff is why they're long, $500 million worth of IBIT, is that you can then, you can do it through the CME if you want a little safer return on that basis trade, but you can also do it in the perps, and I believe they pay every like 8 hours on Hyperliquid.
Okay. Makes
That's
sense.
the big
I
thing.
mean, has he even touched that wallet since? He's just been long Ethereum for a while.
Yes.
All
Yeah,
year.
long
All year.
630,000 Ethereum, long 92,000 Bitcoin. Oh, so I'm sorry, that's dollar amounts. He's long 203,000 Ethereum, 1,000 Bitcoin, 511,000 Solana.
Yeah, that's
That's
insane. We'll see. We'll see. I'm still not seeing anything. I mean, honestly, if there is a trade right now, which I'm not seeing it. The closest thing I would like to see is a very small short with a wide stop to see if we get some type of a pullback into the market close today. And that's even. I'm not going to put that on. This is my live account. I'm not going to put on that trade unless I see something that will indicate a pullback. I mean, we're up 0.25% here in the NASDAQ, and it feels like it's been forever because last night we were down 1%. Like that's quite the rally off of the overnight lows.
I mean, there might be a potential for come failed move, come fast move sort of situation here at 26K. If it decides to just bail up here, so it might get a little whippy. We can get below
I
it.
don't hate it. I don't hate it in the ES either. It'd be very cheap. I would, because we're back to 70.22, which is the line I had. There's not a ton to lean on that I see in the options right now on that, but yeah, as I say, I don't hate it. Maybe with like a tight stop if you think this is the last time, if this is the pullback, but people have been doing that all day to little success.
That's for
Thank
sure.
you.
It's nothing really going on in silver, hanging in these 85s.
I mean, you've been trading a lot more silver in slow markets, and I've been doing a better job of actually tuning into slow markets. It's a great show, Chad. If you have not checked it out, you should absolutely check out
Thank you,
slow
Dakota.
markets with Dakota. It is a lot of fun. Great guests all the time. But
Yeah.
silver has been a hell of a market, Dakota. I mean, on the open, just ripping to the upside.
Ooh.
Absolutely ripping.
That's an understatement too. That's an understatement with the way silver's been acting during, quote, slow markets. It's been
right.
very volatile. Tons of opportunities. Traders have been just tearing it up. The community trades it a lot better than I have been. Because you see in the chat, man, they're doing really, really well. And yeah, 7:30 p.m. Central. I am working with a team to see if I could get it changed to 7 p.m. because daylight savings throw it off a little bit because the markets, you guys seen metals start moving right at 7 p.m. And so maybe taking advantage of that. We'll see how it goes. But there's tons of opportunity there. I enjoy it a lot more than what we're seeing this price action. We're slowly grinding up here in the NASDAQ. Now, there are opportunities. I'm just having a hard time taking advantage of anything here. It's just, close your eyes and buy it.
Well,
Type
speaking of
vibes.
opportunities, Dakota, I'm going to give you the opportunity to pick above, below. You can pick any market. It could be silver. It could be gold.
Any
It could be copper. I'm just going to name metals. No, it could be NQ. And you pick where it's going to close today, and we'll vote on it in chat.
All right. We'll go over to the bonds.
Oh, no. No.
No, hey, you said any market.
Okay. Do it. Fine. Fine. Do it.
Mixing it up.
As someone who watched many 3 to 4, because we would stick around until the stocks didn't matter to us because of equity, so we'd stick around to 3 to 4. It's a little slow here, but I'll let it slide. What are we gonna do? Like ZB, UB?
People take it. ZB. I think where are we gonna finish? No, I wouldn't be that. That'd be too. Hey, I need a win today. All right, I need a win. I got my 7. I'm sitting here with 2 Chicago Bear fans. Let's say 26,000 even.
All right, there you
26,000 here
go
in the
for the
NASDAQ.
chat. 26,000 NQ is the above. Below, again, a wee bit of a pullback, but kind of a major correction based on how the price action's been since the open. Back down to 70.20 half right now in the ES.
And I'm gonna vote below because I'm leaning for a pullback.
I'm going below too. I don't think we're hanging up at 26K today.
Look at our Stegans going against this trend. Man.
It would be the if I had to predict what the price action would be today since the open, if we were to get hammered here on no news, that would be the least likely, but who knows? Big money comes in now.
Yeah.
I mean,
we got,
settlement's not all that far away either. And that'd be a pretty safe landing spot. That's what, 25,938?
Yeah,
That's a
you're
pretty
right on
easy
that
pullback.
one.
Pretty easy pullback there.
Yeah. Anything can happen in the last 10 minutes of the trading day here. It is. You guys, I'm one of my first introductions to options market was Nadex, where we had options every hour, and that was insane. And this,
well, they got that.
You were hourly expirations.
Yeah, it's coming, guys. It'll be 24/7. It'll be hourly option. It's all coming because it already exists. Oh, there's some question of whether perpetual futures are definitely coming for stocks. I think Coinbase has started it, and whether that'll eat into some of this. Why have hourly options if you got perpetual futures? But I was going to say Polymarket and stuff already have those on essentially on Bitcoin and stuff like that. You were talking about that in the Golden Globes. They also have. They're not going to stop until every penny of risk money is theirs. Now they have markets on markets. So, as an example that I saw over the weekend, they have a market that is will the Iranian regime collapse is the original market before a certain date. And now they have a market that's will the odds in this other market go above 50% over this time frame?
Oh man, options leverage on leverage. Is that what I'm hearing?
The first thing I thought about is how savvy actors could really manipulate that. If you think about it, it reminds me of what Jane Street got caught with their hand in the cookie jar with the Indian options market, where the Indian options market is way bigger than the actual market, so you could just move the underlying around. It seems probably easier to do that in those sort of markets. And I think that's completely legal. So if you figure out a way, go for it, chat.
Tonight on Slow Markets, we're going to be trading Indian options.
Tomorrow, we're going to plow into the. We're just going to indiscriminately buy and then.
Bullish cell phone farms. There it is, right there.
Do we buy this pullback here in the NASDAQ? Because that's been the play all day.
What would be your level, Dakota? What would be your level?
I'm going to vote no, like I said, because this is the end of the day. But maybe we come down and test 90, maybe these upper 80s. But we've been holding this nice trend throughout, I mean, all of the day. Take off the first hour and a half of fast markets. It's just been holding. Speak it into existence, right back up to 26,000.
We're gaining a little bit of the original resistance back here. Still liked where I had this line, 70.22.
You have any purple boxes on your chart, Jack? You were a big fan of the purple box for a while.
Yeah, I do those more in bonds and stuff now. I'll get back to it. I've just started drawing just like the green SPX lines of interest. We go back to, I'm not trading this hour, so.
And for the uninitiated, Jack, what are the SPX lines on your chart? What's sort of the vision?
They're the equivalent. So the big option market for the S&P 500 is on SPX, right? Which is a ticker. It's a spot market for it. So these are the various, I'm looking in another program to see various interesting areas as far as possible resistance goes in options. And then there's a spread because we're trading a future that goes to March. It trades at a higher price. And I just put the lines. So for instance, this 70.22 is equal to the 69.85 level in the spot market.
I am
there we
in
go.
a trade.
Ooh, short.
I am short silver from 85.09. And I'm looking for a break of 85 evens. We're starting to pick up some steam and momentum to the downside. Looking to see if we can. We're testing this pivot here at 85. So just looking for, man, I might just take what I could get right here. See money takes money.
Already.
Yeah. Wow. Okay.
Yeah. I'm surprised. I like that. I'm surprised that silver has held up this strongly today, given the rest of the market has shrugged it off, because it clearly started going on the Powell stuff, and no other market has seemed to care.
Was that just a momentum trade for you, Dakota? Or was there like a 3-bar
Momentum and
reversal or something?
technicals. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Momentum and technicals. I'll review it in just a second. I have my finger on the close button. I'm watching it. See if we could break through this pivot we made. Maybe we come down, retest 84.60s. Oh man. Okay. I'm gonna take that. Just gonna take the green. I'm not gonna.
You're already silver. Up a couple hundred. That's so silver right there. That's a micro contract, chat. That is a micro contract.
This is a micro. Oh, come on. Try to join bid and it didn't fill me.
That's why I don't press join bid. I feel like it never gets filled. It's so frustrating.
Yeah, if you can get out. It's tougher. Silver has a bigger bid ask. It's not like the ES or something, so it makes more sense.
All right, I'm just gonna out. I'm out. There you go.
Okay. What'd you
Yeah,
get?
so
Your P&L is kind of chopped off there.
Let's see. I could.
There
we go.
Oh, perfect. There you go.
This is what I was looking at. Made a lower high. This was the previous pivot, right? And I just want to make sure I explain this correctly. So we made this pivot. We failed to make a higher high. Like you said, we were up like 8% at one point. And so a pullback makes sense. And if we break through this pivot, I think we could come down here and test these 84.60s. But it is kind of extended coming down to these, 85s. So see money, take money, one micro up, $180, much better than the $7. It's a winning day, right? This is my live account. And so 30 of them, the 30 winning days, I could withdraw 100% if I wanted to. And I could take as many payouts as I want.
Yeah, we had Diamond Hands on earlier at 11, and he hit his 30th day in his live account. So he is now eligible for daily payouts.
Daily payouts.
Yeah.
That's always been a thing. That's always been a thing in the live account. It was interesting to see the community make a big deal out of it at around the prop firm world, but it's always been a thing
Mhm.
here at Topstep. 30 winning days in a live account and just daily requests.
Yep.
I
You
mean,
can also
when I was at the
withdraw
firm,
100% if you wanted to.
Yeah,
when I
withdraw
started,
100%.
you could do monthly withdrawals, and then they moved it to like 6 months. I think people were not happy about that. I think it might have been just once a year by the end.
That's your old firm, right?
Yeah, they want to keep that cushion on you.
Yeah.
Mm.
That's where you were paying what, like 10 grand a month for desk fees or something? Like auto
Oof.
spreaders?
I wouldn't do it if it wasn't worth it. But yeah, no, it was about 12 grand. To about 12 grand in monthly desk fees, and you maybe kept 40% of what you made.
Wow.
But that's also
Ooh.
like I'm not saying that to make it sound like it was a terrible deal. That was just kind of how it is. Like you're not trading outright futures. Then you're trading stuff
Right.
that's very capital intensive. That's very tech. Like we had a $50 million internet line,
You
and that was
50 or
in
15?
2050.
million. Was it
In
microwave?
2000 and yep.
Ooh.
Wow.
I think I could say all. I don't think there's any. I think I could say everything now. But yeah, there was a because we were trading futures versus cash. The futures are in Chicago. The cash is in New York, and then you got a microwave line that goes directly between New York and Chicago, and that's
Mhm.
faster than fiber optic.
Yep. There's actually a great documentary that's free on YouTube. It's called The Wall Street Code. And it follows Haim Bodek. We actually interviewed on the Limit Up podcast, and they get into high frequency trading. And there's like I think a 5 minute scene in that movie where they're like in Aurora, Illinois, and they're talking about the
Mhm.
microwave dishes and how it's faster to actually send a signal that way.
Hmm.
Very cool, like 45-minute documentary in high frequency trading. Would highly recommend it.
Well, I could definitely tell you guys about how that ends, though. As you can imagine, it becomes a pretty like winner takes all business where there's a lot of capital cost, and eventually it kind of you reach a point where it's like equilibrium. But it's really good for a couple of years when you do have the fastest.
Yeah, I can drop the link in chat.
That was a nice bounce here on silver. So happy I was able to just cover that. Just see money, take
great
money
cover.
in this market.
All right, I just dropped a link in chat. It's from 2013. Excellent, excellent, excellent.
Perfect.
I don't know if it's going to help y'all's day trading all that much, but if you're into markets, super cool.
Well, it gives
There's
you an
some very
idea of
smart
what's
people out there.
going on. I talked about before, but there's a lot of advantages, obviously, for institutional traders. Like most
Mhm.
people are trading the indices. I mean, a few of the big advantages, and that's why I don't love it when people are scalping too quickly or too closely, is a big one is massive infrastructure, like I talked about. Like what I was talking about was happening in 2010 through 2013, right? I don't even know what they have now. My understanding is that some of the places there's a lot more, rather than brute speed, the amount of data you can process. This is like I never worked at a place like Renaissance, but that's my understanding. But they have this huge infrastructure and developers, but they also have like their internal flow, and that's the big thing with equity indices on days is like when you're going against like like JP Morgan or something, is like they have a good idea of what the orders they're getting are, right? I mean, now as a retail trader, you do have advantages in that you don't have the same risk limits.
Right. I mean, I think it's kind of akin to like airplanes flying at certain altitudes. You're not going to be flying with the high frequency traders on your, RCN fiber internet. You kind of want to stay in your lane as a trader. And they're not going to be down there messing with your orders. They don't even think about you as a retail trader. You're just in the way. they're in and out so fast
Hmm.
at the high frequency level. I know, Jack, you remember when like high frequency trading became a thing and every retail trader thought that they were just getting shot down by these bots? It's like they don't even think about you.
No.
I think I took the only trade available right now on silver.
Mhm.
Slowly grinding a little bit lower on this pullback here in the NASDAQ. Going into the last 30 minutes of the day.
I think there might be a short setting up in NQ. I'll even get an order in.
Shoot asked, our firm traded its own money, and that's actually an important distinction with I feel like a lot of the big global they're not household names. I mean, you may, because you guys are all like trading all day, but when there's a lot more rules and requirements and like what you can do and what sort of leverage when you're trading other people's money versus internal. So like, for instance, like not a ton of people, normies, not us, not you in the chat, but like wouldn't know, say, who like Don Wilson is or like what DRW it is, but they're like a huge company, right? They just don't trade outside money.
Mm-hmm.
This market. Are you guys looking at anything for a trade? I see you have these
Short.
2 limit orders, Dobie. And it's just short. Short the NASDAQ.
Short NASDAQ. I think if we can get back up to 26,000, it's a come failed moves, come fast moves trade. If we can get back up there and it doesn't get momentum to sustain, I think we'll sell off pretty quick. And settlement's pretty close, so we're going to hit new all-time highs in the NASDAQ today with so much stuff going on this week. I don't know. Probably not.
Yeah.
But
Are you going to leave those
getting
going
some orders in.
into MOC?
Yeah, sure.
All right.
The stop would be at like over 26,020. So we're not risking a lot. It'd be 17 points on one, 12 on the other. So looking at like 30 something points. We're up $200 on the day. So we have a nice cushion. We'll end green no matter what.
Nice.
Or we'll end periwinkle no matter what.
End periwinkle. End periwinkle. Green or red?
So we'll see if we can get 03s and 08s. 08s is the middle of the consolidation on the 3-minute chart that we had above 26,000. I don't know if we're going to get back up there. This might have already taken place.
So since I'm host, I'm not going to take any trades. I would say right now we might be a little sticky around here. That sometimes happens late in the day.
See what happens in the last I'd say 10 minutes is where we're going to see the volatility. We're slowly pulling back.
I would buy below like 70.05 maybe, or somewhere down there. If we get a sell off, might be a good. We're not short right now, right, Dolby?
No, and this is like a day trade, right? This is like very specific to this time of day. This is not like a call on the overall market. This is just, do we think buyers are going to keep price over 26,000 into close? We also, like, if you go to like a 1-hour chart, we were talking about some of these tops that we had on like the 7th, on the 9th. So if we can't sustain price, over these kind of high points on the 1-hour, people are going to start running to the exit. At least the short-term day traders are, to get out of their trades. It means we're not going to break out of the range, most likely. There's not going to be any news left today to really push this higher. We have a bunch of news up, tomorrow, Wednesday, the whole week. So to me, it's a relatively safe trade. It's just a come failed move, come fast move sort of trade.
I mean,
makes me wonder if the CPI is out.
Quietly, almost, what is it, 35 points off the highs here in the NASDAQ? So kind of what you're saying, Dobie. it might not be quick, right? You said come failed moves, come fast moves. We're
Yeah.
slowly grinding.
And maybe it doesn't work at all. Like, you know what I mean? You know, but you don't know till you bet. And if you have a theory, you got to have the order in there to get filled to have it work.
We're gonna find out. We're gonna find out here.
All right, we've reached the bottom of the hour. We got a quick news break here. We got my favorite nominee for Fed chair. We got Hassett, Kevin Hassett, reacting to the Fed criminal investigation. Let's see it.
I respect the independence of the Justice Department and the Fed, but I've not seen any materials that have been handed to the Fed by the Justice Department. I guess the question is, if you think the building costs $20 billion or $10 billion, do you think at some point that it's appropriate for the federal government to investigate? And seems like the Justice Department has decided that they want to see what's going on over there with this building that's, you know, massively more expensive than any building in the history of Washington. And if I were Fed chair, I would want them to do that. I think that it's really important to understand where the taxpayer money goes and to understand why it goes this way or that.
There we go. That was Colin Robinson, Energy Vampire there.
Did you say Energy Vampire?
He looks remarkably like that.
He looks a
character
lot
in
like
that
a
show.
character from what we do in the shadows.
Very much so. I think it's his eyelashes. That's what makes him soft. It's the eyelashes. They're much longer than I expected. First time I've ever seen that guy. We haven't seen a picture of the Energy Vampire though. It is spot on.
Isn't there a commercial where it's like energy hogs? Or am I just? Man, it feels like it was like a long time ago.
Energy
Energy
hogs.
hogs. Yeah.
Energy hogs.
Chat. There's someone in chat that definitely knows. Energy
What, like
hogs.
space heaters? What's an energy hog?
No, it's just a cartoon. It's just a cartoon where, you know, either people
Boss
are
hog?
leaving their lights
That's a
on, or
band.
I don't know. No idea. I just came to my mind.
Hogs.
Well, we got the ES trading 18718 7018 quarter.
Yep.
Are you two going to go to the next Chicago playoff game together?
Maybe.
Well, we don't know what time it is. It's on Sunday, which is always tricky.
If they go to the Super Bowl?
Oh, that'll definitely be on a Sunday. I can't. I'm going to be in Disney World for it. I was saying this morning, I think I'm going to try and I don't want to get ahead of it. I don't think the Bears are going to the Super Bowl, but if they do, I don't want to be at Disney World.
That's going to be a hell of a ticket. Chicago's a big market.
Yeah, it's being played at 40 miles from San Francisco or wherever the stadium is the Niners playing.
Mm-hmm. What, Candlestick?
No, it's like Levi's Stadium.
Candlestick's old, right? They tear that one down.
Probably.
Shout out to Anti-Trader 69 in the chat. Man, never let education get in the way of his opinion.
It was perfect. Yeah, we need a filter so to take out anybody who has 69 at the end of their handle. We know we're not dealing with a like hormonal 14-year-old.
I know. Yeah. We're getting that pullback. We're getting that pullback here. Don't be. Should have just shorted it with a small size and a wider stop and let this.
Should have.
Yeah.
We'd still only be up like maybe 20 points though. So I mean, there's not a whole lot going on in the NASDAQ. You really would expect a much faster move to the downside, but there's still time. There is still time.
I don't know.
Read the market well today. We'll take it.
Yeah.
I think settlements in the cards here.
The above below is at 26,000, 15 points away.
Yep. What's silver up to? Has it calmed down at all?
Yeah, let me see. I left. I stopped watching it. I took that one trade up 184. It bounced right where I was. That always feels good. You take profit, and then you always wonder, are we going to get that breakdown? But no, we were actually up 50 cents, and it's rallying. You can't keep silver down.
Have you noticed any like personality traits of silver? Because I know you were doing gold for a long time in fast markets. Have you noticed anything in silver that's unique to it?
Yeah, it goes up more often than it goes down.
Mm.
But I think the most unique thing I've seen in silver is, I mean, lately. This is just lately because markets change. I haven't been trading it for very long, and each market has their own uniqueness, right? Momentum on silver when it starts going, very similar to gold, is it doesn't get a lot of pullbacks, right? When it goes, and a lot of times, unlike the NASDAQ, like, okay, I'm going to wait for a little bit of pullback, retest, support becomes resistance becomes support. I'm going to wait for a retest and then get in. Sometimes what I've been seeing, especially during slow markets, it just goes. And if you're not in it, you don't want to chase it. And it's been just a very, very violent market when we are seeing volatility like we are. But other than that, nothing too crazy when it comes to characteristics, and mostly because I don't have the time on charts trading silver. It goes up and it goes down. Yes, okay, we got that.
Everyone's
Then
a
it goes
silver
up more
expert
than it
now.
goes down. Yeah, it goes up more than it goes down.
Are you still trading any Nikkei? Because that's kind of where you started slow markets with, right?
Yeah, yep, nope. Markets change, volatility change. I haven't traded the Nikkei, which is, if anybody's wondering, it's the Japanese market. My focus has been metals, which is gold and silver. Lately, silver a lot more frequently, and it's been really good. It honestly has. With the volatility, I would dare say, if I'm going to relate them to like the equities, we have the ES, which is like gold, right? Gold is to the ES as silver is to the NASDAQ, a lot more sporadic and volatile.
It's just nice. There's some markets that are moving in the overnight. You don't have to trade the open.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah. And a lot of traders that come in, they'll watch, they'll enjoy it. If they don't see anything, they lock out. You don't even have to trade slow markets, but you can tune in, and it's the same, technicals, market psychology. Big one I've been talking about on social media was, chasing losses, which you say you're down $100, you increase your size, you're trying to get back up to break even, or those traders who are so close to passing a combine or getting close to a payout, and then you take a loss, and then you just try and make up for it, getting back to where you were. One of my biggest losing days, almost just under $250,000 in a single day, was because I was chasing a loss. I was up $5,000 for a day, and I ended up chasing the loss. Green day turned into a red, and then it just was a very vicious spiral downhill. And we all do it. We all see it. So, and unfortunately, it's a double-edged sword in the futures markets. You could trade during slow markets. You could trade during the London Open with Aaron. You could trade during the Euro session with D. You could trade fast markets. You could trade the power hour. Yeah, you just got to get into a market, get into a routine that works for you, a process. And yeah, just because you can doesn't mean you should.
Yep.
Dakota, was that in futures or options?
It was in options where I lost not 4 million, 246,000.
Market's big enough to take your money. I mean, there's a good lesson in it too. Like people are in trading combines doing, a couple grand here and there, maybe a couple hundred, but those demons will get you with a 6-figure account too. So, I mean, that discipline you have trading, 1 micro, that's the same discipline you could be using to trade $250,000 or $500,000.
Oh,
You
yeah.
can still go on
The
tilt. The market's big enough
Yeah,
to take that too.
account size doesn't matter to an extent, right? Because it's that. Man, I've heard it called a lot of names. Gambler's fallacy. you get that urge to martingale, right? That's it's just a 1-to-1 risk reward. If I win this one, I make it back up. I'm back to I pass my combine, or I'm back to being $100 away from passing my combine. And it's a rough one. It's a vicious emotional cycle, and you usually don't know until after the fact, and then the numbness goes away, and you're like, "What did I just do?"
Yeah, you black out. That's what I would call it. Call it the blackout. And then you hit your DLL or whatever, and you're like, "What just happened?" It's like
Everyone should be knowing exactly what I speak of. If you've traded for longer than a month, you know.
Yep.
You know. Yep. VWAP, George. Oh, we called the pullback here in NASDAQ.
Yeah. See how low it goes. Maybe MOC can help us get filled and then roll back over again.
Where you have
Really
those
up
limit
about
orders
30
at?
points. Cold sweats and tunnel vision. Yeah, we've been there before. That is not a fun place to be in trading. Especially if you're alone.
Especially if you're alone. Yep. No one to
That's a huge thing.
Mhm.
Like whenever you see these massive, like, rogue traders or like incredible things, it's always someone by themselves.
Yep.
It's somebody, like, you need somebody to tell you to
shoulder tap,
hang it up. Yep.
Yeah. Shoulder tap. Shoulder tap.
Usually they're deceiving the shoulder tap. Who would be giving them a shoulder tap when that happens?
Exactly.
Mike, tell you, Hogue and yourself, Jack, and even Andre has probably saved me from a lot of bad trades. Just getting a second point of view. Hogue, when we're talking, he's like, "You got the news event coming up in 2 minutes." I'm like, "Oh, good shout, good shout." When I start to get tunnel vision trading, because I want to be green in front of thousands of traders, and I get that feeling of always wanting to have a winning trade.
Psychologically too, I think it helps when someone tells you to get out of something, because it also, I mean, this isn't a healthy frame, but it's kind of like, well, it wasn't my fault. It made me get out. If it comes back, if it keeps on going, it's like, wow, well, that was a good decision.
I'm never alone. I have multiple personalities.
Yep. Yeah, you see that on a mug somewhere on Amazon, Dakota?
No. Chat. I trade alone, all by myself, and then I had a friend that worked in a coal mine, and he would talk to himself a lot.
What
Just in the
year are
coal
you
mine?
from, Dakota?
I don't know.
93.
93, hanging out in the coal
Yeah,
mine.
I grew up in a small coal mine community.
In
He came
Utah?
over to my grandparents' house to fix his roof. To fix my grandparents' roof, and my grandma made breakfast for like 2 or 3 people, and it was just him on the roof by himself, talking to himself. Yeah.
So what are your connections to the Packers then?
When I was little, I watched them beat the Miami Dolphins, which was a family member's favorite team, and they were my team going forward. It's not very complicated than that. I'm like,
Cool.
I
All right.
like them. Yeah. I became a lifelong Packers fan because of that. This is
That's
when I was
so
like
fun.
7 or 8, and I'm like, Brett Favre is my guy. Brett Favre is my
man.
guy.
The gunslinger. He
I
was
could
fun to
see
watch.
it too. Like, if, like, I have nothing but like absolute loathing for the Packers, but that's like by mistake of birth too. If I was in an area that did not have a football team, I could see the allure of like the only professional sports team in the United States that is in like a small town.
Owned by the people, right?
Yeah, and see, I had no idea. I just knew I liked the colored yellow, and they just beat the Miami Dolphins, and Brett Favre did it by himself. Basically, I was like, that's so cool. I became a Packers fan.
Yeah, I was a fair weather Cowboys fan growing up in the 90s, but they were also just so good back then. And then I got some sense knocked into me. Became a Bears fan, and then just probably suffered equally. Honestly, Dallas has kind of been trash for a long time too.
What's
Huge
worse?
difference. Yeah, right.
He went through a harder time.
Don't worry, Jerry Jones will fix it.
I'm sure. It gets better with age, right? Definitely not diminishing returns at that point.
Oof. Oof.
And he says some weird stuff, dude. He says some just real weird stuff.
We got Mark Parsons out of it.
That might end up
You
being
sure
a good
did.
trade.
Remember when he drafted a
Yeah.
kicker in the first round? You guys. Oh no, sorry, that wasn't him. That was
the
other
Raiders.
weird
I wish.
footballer. That was Al Davis.
Al Davis.
I
Janikowski.
think we should have. I think we should have drafted.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't have minded that at this point.
Hindsight capital right there.
Mm-hmm.
Right, we're gonna
Wasn't
bounce
moving
into
a
that.
lot.
Back.
Little bounce.
About the Raiders. They got what? Christian Bale and what's his face from Face Off?
Nick Cage.
Nick Cage playing Madden. Dude, that's going to be awesome. Cannot wait. We still got these orders in here.
Over under at 6 or above below is it 26,000. That's gonna be it's just a good one. Yours is just above it. Those orders are at
03s,
08
08s.
and 03.
Yeah. Stop will be around like 22.
Yep. Coach Oop, MOC in 2 minutes. Minute and a half now.
Oh yeah, it's been flying by. Yeah, we got 1 minute and 16 seconds until MOC.
See what happens.
I like those orders. I like those orders up there. I personally don't like having pending orders going into MOC. I can see
MOC
it
has been
spiking up.
dud city
I can see
recently.
it spiking up there. This is Nvidia's bleeding out.
I mean,
We're up 0.4, so I'm not sure what that means.
Randy's doing an Andre impression right there. Someone get the gurney. Nvidia's up 0.04%. Get the tourniquet. It's over.
Gold's
Back it up,
dropping like
Jensen.
just a quiet day. Inflation data out tomorrow as well.
10 seconds.
Yeah, CPI tomorrow. 10 seconds indeed.
All right.
And here we go. Oh.
Dropped.
Damn. Dropped down a little bit there.
Well, that's what we was looking for, right?
Yeah.
Just not in it.
Just not in it.
Someone says, who cares about MOC?
Flat.
Biggest
We'll
move
pull
we've
these
seen
orders.
today.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Looking, yeah, I don't see anything until down
I mean,
around
settlement.
7,000.
Oh,
Yes. Let's take a look at what our numbers were there. It was minus 418 million S&P, minus 767 million. These are small numbers.
Very small.
Max, yeah, all under $1 billion. So not numbers that inspire great confidence.
Do we buy this up to look for to retrace?
Well, you keep us posted if we do. We got a few fast markets / power hour contents coming forward here. I see Dr. Vol in the background.
Yes, hello, it's me again. It's time for Power Hour, hashtag Fast Markets. Earlier in the show, we asked you to share your trader wins, trader setups, and really whatever you wanted to show us by tagging us at TopstepTV on the X. And here's what you delivered. Here are the contents of those contents. From Dylan Trades, locked in at Topstep. You can see he racked in $4,039 in his 50K XFA account. Not a bad day, Dylan. Stay locked in this whole week long. Maybe you'll just be taking a payout by Friday. From Flow at Flow Trades, chased NQ longs, done trading till CPI tomorrow. Secured yourself a nice 1,996. Great P&L, good trading. Keep it up. It's just Monday. The week's only getting started. Karthik, put in the jabs, $450 with Topstep on a 50K combine. That's right. Don't get greedy. Lock in the wins when you have them. Is $450 a lot for you? It is for me. Lock it up, secure it, and move on to the next trading day. Congrats there. Our next submission from Options Millionaire at Topstep. Can I get this account to 100K this month? You can see he's got an express funded account currently sitting at $91,000. Best of luck to you, Options Millionaire. I also hope to see you get that account to 100K. And if you do, contact us. Come on Topstep TV, talk about it. Let's hang out. And finally, the last one we got today to end the day strong from Luke. Not going to lie, it's exhausting killing it this hard on day one of 150K XFA. My man's locking it up at $8.28. That's right, Luke. You're punching away. You're living to see another day. A green day is a green day. Take what you can get some days. Anyway, that's your hashtag Fast Markets Power Hour content delivered by you, read by me here on air. Now I'm going to pass it back to Jack. Jack, Dolby, Dakota. How we looking?
Ooh.
Thank you.
$8 is
We're
$8.
popping a little bit. Yeah, it is. I bet that 722 level. Close to it. I don't know. Anyone want to take any buzzer beaters here?
Nope.
Mine would be, I want to see if we can recover back up to 26,000.
Maybe
No
if we
buzzer
get back
beaters
up
for me.
there, but just don't know. It's not really worth it. I mean, it's nice. It's a new year. You know, the house account, I think it's doing pretty well between everyone already. It's nice to kind of
house
let
account's
that
been crushing it.
2025 go a little bit. $200 is great.
Yeah. Another injection of liquidity in about just under a
40 seconds.
minute. Yeah, 30 seconds. Yeah, we retraced that MOC completely almost.
Yeah, it looks like,
Our
you know,
team-
in hindsight, maybe we ran some of these 1 hour candlestick lows. Had about two of them, one at like 966, another one at 963. Maybe there's a little like 1 hour range sort of forming. I don't know. It's not a trade worth taking at this point.
We are very, very indecisive. So I think no trade's a good trade.
All right. We got a little sell off, little shake again.
Where's the
Just a few points.
55s?
Just a point, but it did quickly in the ES.
Silver back
Yeah,
down at
S&P
85 almost.
Closing on all-time highs on low volume. What's it mean, Hoop? What's it mean?
Last minute or two could be fun here.
I still think we're hitting settlement. That's 938s. Let's see if we can get down there. That'd be my above below, be settlement.
938.
Yeah, 25,938.
All right, I'll mark it up. We'll see where we're at. I'll take the fade on that.
Oh, Meta's selling off a little bit. Down 1.6%. Broadcom is up 2.2% now. Google's up 1%. Hit all-time highs today. Nothing else moving too much there. Still 4.19 on the 10-year yield. What's Bitcoin? 91,388 spot.
Nice. Nice job, Bitcoin.
We finish at settlement, Dobie. Ooh.
Yeah, it would have been a nice trade. That short at 26,000 would have been nice in hindsight. What about 40, 50 pointer? On the short
maybe.
side, too. Would have been pretty sick.
So I would go. So I would going for it instead of a field goal.
We got the volume pumping up here.
Do you want to keep Matt LaFleur, Dakota? Would you keep Matt LaFleur?
Yes, yes,
So would
he's
I.
a great coach. We need a kicker where we don't have to just clinch every time he gets on the field.
I think it would have been foolish to let him go. There's not enough good coaching candidates out
What about
there.
you? How do you guys feel about the decision about the Bears going for it on 4th down so many times? Because that looks like if they didn't do that, they would have been in a better position going into halftime.
He's a maniac. Let's let him cook. Let him cook.
I was fine with it. Little news out of Meta, I guess, is cutting 10% of Reality Labs business staff. I don't know what that means. The 4th downs, it was shaping up to be like the Niners game, where at that point, I kind of agree. He said that, well, he didn't say this, but they were scoring every time they got the ball. So at least on a short field, if they score, we have more time to score. I mean, the defense was terrible in that first half.
It was awful. It was awful.
I feel like I watched 2 games.
I mean, it basically was. I mean, like the box score looks insane for that game. Absolutely insane. Like the Bears put up 25 points in the 4th to like the Packers 3 or something, or 6.
Yeah, it was a mess.
We won't torch you anymore. All right, we're testing the lows of this range here at ES right now. 80 seconds left in the session.
We're gonna finish right in the middle between our 2 numbers, Dobie. You got 938. I got 26,000.
We got a minute. Anything could happen. We'll see.
22 points.
I think it's gonna be a great trading week, though.
Yeah, after we get past it today, we get some inflation data. I think we'll see some good opportunities.
Definitely.
Yeah, remember 7:30 tomorrow morning. CPI in the house. Big number.
Yeah, make sure you tune in. 30 seconds left here.
Yeah. If not, I'll be right back at it. Give me 5 hours. We'll be here. Slow markets.
Yep, that's good to know.
Ooh, let's see. 20 seconds, Toby.
20 seconds.
Here's the volume.
Come on down, baby. 938s.
Here we go. 10 seconds. 5.
Close.
Yeah, it's not
Close,
gonna happen.
close.
Damn
All right,
close.
there
though.
we go.
Close enough.
No, not bad.
Not
Day
bad.
is finished. It was
Not
an
bad.
interesting one here. Good game, Bulls. Just kind of not a lot of pulling back, but that's okay. We're gonna have a big day tomorrow with CPI. Dakota, thanks for joining.
Yes. Thank you, guys. I'll be here all week.
Yeah, and
taking
it'll be
it-
here
taking
tonight,
it on the chin.
7:30. Slow markets. Dolby, good to see you, my man. We're not in air too much
Happy.
together, but good to see you doing your thing. Good trade in the Russell today. And with that, we're gonna kick it over to James. That's the end for today. We'll be back.
We sure will. Thank you, Jack, Dolby, and Dakota. And thank you to everybody out there who stuck with us bell to bell. And thank you to those who are tuning in now for At the Buzzer. We love you all the same, whether you've been with us all day or you're here for your favorite post-trading show, At the Buzzer. We appreciate your time. Now, I just said it, but At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul is coming up right after this. It kicks off at 3:15 p.m. Central Time. And they're going to recap the entire market and get you feeling good about that 5 p.m. reopen. Then be sure to come back. You heard Dakota plug it here, but catch him live tonight on Slow Markets. It's at 7:30 p.m. Central Time. Coach Dakota is going to give you everything you expect from a trading show, but at night. It's Slow Markets at 7:30. It's a great time. We can't speak highly enough about it. So be sure to tune in and then chug a Red Bull, stay up all night, because at 1:30 a.m. Central Time, Aaron Trades is back with the London Open. Aaron Trades was off last week, but he's back in action hosting London Open at 1:30 a.m. Central Time. And then you saw Deanna here today during group coaching. Now catch Deanna on Eurotrade at 3:30 a.m. Central Time. We got 2 great UK shows back to back. So London Open at 1:30, followed by Euro Trade at 3:30. Amazing shows happening overnight. And that's all before we're back here again tomorrow morning at 7:15 a.m. Central Time. Another big day in the markets tomorrow. We got CPI. We got a lot of other numbers hitting the wire. So be sure to stick with the one show that never lets you trade alone, keeps you updated with breaking news as they happen. That's Topstep TV, of course. For now, I'm signing off. I'm James Harden. You're the chat. And this has been Topstep TV. It's only Monday. We're just getting started, so we'll see you tomorrow. Let's go.